Hello, and welcome to Bitesized Audio on YouTube. I'm Simon Stanhope, actor, audiobook narrator, and curator of this channel. On the channel, I narrate classic short stories, mostly from the Victorian and Edwardian eras, including vintage ghost stories, detective stories, and other classic tales of mystery and suspense. I put notes in the video description with some background information on the authors and the stories if you'd like to read more, and you'll also find links to playlists and podcast series, as well as some compilation videos if you'd like a longer listen. If you enjoy this content, please subscribe, like, share, leave a comment if you'd like to, and thank you for listening. Was It an Illusion? A Parson's Story by Amelia B. Edwards. The facts which I am about to relate happened to myself some 16 or 18 years ago, at which time I served Her Majesty as an inspector of schools. Now, the provincial inspector is perpetually on the move, and I was still young enough to enjoy a life of constant travelling. There are, indeed, many less agreeable ways in which an unbeneficed parson may contrive to scorn delights and live laborious days. In remote places, where strangers are scarce, his annual visit is an important event, and though at the close of a long day's work he would sometimes prefer the quiet of a country inn, he generally finds himself the destined guest of the rector or the squire. It rests with himself to turn these opportunities to account. If he makes himself pleasant, he forms agreeable friendships, and sees English home life under one of its most attractive aspects. And sometimes, even in these days of universal commonplaceness, he may have the luck to meet with an adventure. My first appointment was to a West of England district, largely peopled with my personal friends and connections. It was, therefore, much to my annoyance that I found myself, after a couple of years of very pleasant work, transferred to what a policeman would call a new beat up in the north. Unfortunately for me, my new beat, a rambling, thinly populated area of something under 1,800 square miles, was 3 times as large as the old one, and more than proportionately unmanageable. Intersected at right angles by 2 ranges of barren hills, and cut off to a large extent from the main lines of railway, it united about every inconvenience that a district could possess. The villages lay wide apart, often separated by long tracts of moorland, and in place of the well-warmed railway compartment and the frequent manor-house, I now spent half my time in hired vehicles and lonely country inns. I had been in possession of this district for some 3 months or so, and winter was near at hand, when I paid my first visit of inspection to Pitt End, an outlying hamlet in the most northerly corner of my county, just 22 miles from the nearest station. Having slept overnight at a place called Drumley, and inspected Drumley's schools in the morning, I started for Pitt End with 14 miles of railway and 22 of hilly cross roads between myself and my journey's end. I made, of course, all the inquiries I could think of before leaving, but neither the Drumley schoolmaster nor the landlord of the Drumley Feathers knew much more of Pitt End than its name. My predecessor, it seemed, had been in the habit of taking Pitt End from the other side, the roads, though longer, being less hilly that way. That the place boasted some kind of inn was certain, but it was an inn unknown to fame, and to mine host of the Feathers. Be it good or bad, however, I should have to put up at it. Upon this scant information I started. My 14 miles of railway journey soon ended at a place called Bramsford Road, whence an omnibus conveyed passengers to a dull little town called Bramsford Market. Here I found a horse and trap to carry me on to my destination, the horse being a raw-boned grey with a profile like a camel, and the trap a rickety high gig, which had probably done commercial travelling in the days of its youth. From Bramsford Market the way lay over a succession of long hills, rising to a barren, high level plateau. It was a dull, raw afternoon of mid-November, growing duller and more raw as the day waned, and the east wind blew keener. "How much further now, driver?" I asked, as we alighted at the foot of a longer and a stiffer hill than any we had yet passed over. He turned a straw in his mouth, and grunted something about 4 or 5 mile by the road. And then I learned that by turning off at a point which he described as Tull Tullus, and taking a certain footpath across the fields, this distance might be considerably shortened. I decided, therefore, to walk the rest of the way, and setting off at a good pace, I soon left driver and trap behind. At the top of the hill I lost sight of them, and coming presently to a little roadside ruin, which I had once recognized as the old toll-house, I found the footpath without difficulty. It led me across a barren slope divided by stone fences, with here and there a group of shattered sheds, a tall chimney, and a blackened cinder mound, marking the site of a deserted mine. A light fog, meanwhile, was creeping up from the east, and the dusk was gathering fast. Now, to lose one's way in such a place and at such an hour would be disagreeable enough, and the footpath, a trodden track already half obliterated, would be indistinguishable in the course of another 10 minutes. Looking anxiously ahead, therefore, in the hope of seeing some sign of habitation, I hastened on, scaling one stone stile after another, till I all at once found myself skirting a line of park palings. Following these, with bare boughs branching out overhead and dead leaves rustling underfoot, I came presently to a point where the path divided, here continuing to skirt the enclosure, and striking off yonder across a space of open meadow. Which should I take? By following the fence, I should be sure to arrive at a lodge where I could inquire my way to Pit End. But then the park might be of any extent, and I might have a long distance to go before I came to the nearest lodge. Again, the meadow path, instead of leading to Pit End, might take me in a totally opposite direction. But there was no time to be lost in hesitation, so I chose the meadow, the further end of which was lost to sight in a fleecy bank of fog. Up to this moment I had not met a living soul of whom to ask my way. It was, therefore, with no little sense of relief that I saw a man emerging from the fog and coming along the path. As we neared each other, I advancing rapidly, he slowly, I observed that he dragged the left foot, limping as he walked. It was, however, so dark and so misty that not till we were within 6 yards of each other could I see that he wore a dark suit and an Anglican felt hat, and looked something like a dissenting minister. As soon as we were within speaking distance, I addressed him. "Can you tell me," I said, "if I am right for Pit End, and how far I have to go?" He came on, looking straight before him, taking no notice of my question, apparently not hearing it. "I beg your pardon," I said, raising my voice, "but will this path take me to Pit End, and if so—" He had passed on without pausing, without looking at me, I could almost have believed, without seeing me. I stopped with the words on my lips, then turned to look after, perhaps to follow him. But instead of following, I stood bewildered. What had become of him? And what lad was that, going up the path by which I had just come? That tall lad, half running, half walking, with a fishing rod over his shoulder. I could have taken my oath that I had neither met nor passed him. Where, then, had he come from? And where was the man to whom I had spoken not 3 seconds ago, and who, at his limping pace, could not have made more than a couple of yards in the time? My stupefaction was such that I stood quite still, looking after the lad with the fishing rod, till he disappeared in the gloom under the park palings. Was I dreaming? Darkness, meanwhile, had closed in apace, and, dreaming or not dreaming, I must push on, or find myself benighted. So I hurried forward, turning my back on the last gleam of daylight, and plunging deeper into the fog at every step. I was, however, close upon my journey's end. The path ended at a turnstile. The turnstile opened upon a steep lane, and at the bottom of the lane, down which I stumbled among stones and ruts, I came in sight of the welcome glare of a blacksmith's forge. Here, then, was Pit End. I found my trap standing at the door of the village inn, the raw-boned grey stabled for the night, the landlord watching for my arrival. The Greyhound was a hostelry of modest pretensions, and I shared its little parlour with a couple of small farmers, and a young man who informed me that he travelled in Thorley's Food for Cattle. Here I dined, wrote my letters, chatted a while with the landlord, and picked up such scraps of local news as fell in my way. There was, it seemed, no resident parson at Pit End, the incumbent being a pluralist with 3 small livings, the duties of which, by the help of a rotatory curate, he discharged in a somewhat easy fashion. Pit End, as the smallest and furthest off, came in for but 1 service each Sunday, and was almost wholly relegated to the curate. The squire was a more confirmed absentee than even the vicar. He lived chiefly in Paris, spending abroad the wealth of his Pit End coalfields. He happened to be at home just now, the landlord said, after 5 years' absence, but he would be off again next week, and another 5 years might probably elapse before they should again see him at Blackwater Chase. Blackwater Chase. The name was not new to me, yet I could not remember where I had heard it. When, however, mine host went on to say that, despite his absenteeism, Mr. Wolstenholme was a pleasant gentleman and a good landlord, and that, after all, Blackwater Chase was a lonesome sort of Weld-End place for a young man to bury himself in. Then I at once remembered Phil Wolstenholme of Balliol, who, in his grand way, had once upon a time given me a general invitation to the shooting at Blackwater Chase. That was 12 years ago, when I was reading hard at Wadham, and Wolstenholme, the idol of a clique to which I did not belong, was boating, betting, writing poetry, and giving wine parties at Balliol. Yes, I remembered all about him. His handsome face, his luxurious rooms, his boyish prodigality, his utter indolence, and the blind faith of his worshippers, who believed that he had only to pull himself together in order to carry off every honour which the university had to bestow. He did take the Newdigate, but it was his first and last achievement, and he left college with the reputation of having narrowly escaped to plucking. How vividly it all came back upon my memory! The old college life, the college friendships, the pleasant time that could never come again. It was but 12 years ago, yet it seemed like half a century. And now, after these 12 years, here were Wolstenholme and I, as near neighbours as in our Oxford days. I wondered if he was much changed, and whether, if changed, it were for the better or the worse. Had his generous impulses developed into sterling virtues, or had his follies hardened into vices? Should I let him know where I was, and so judge for myself? Nothing would be easier than to pencil a line upon a card tomorrow morning, and send it up to the big house. Yet, merely to satisfy a purposeless curiosity, was it worth while to reopen the acquaintanceship? Thus musing, I sat late over the fire, and by the time I went to bed, I had well nigh forgotten my adventure with the man who vanished so mysteriously, and the boy who seemed to come from nowhere. Next morning, finding I had abundant time at my disposal, I did pencil that line upon my card, a mere line, saying that I believed we had known each other at Oxford, and that I should be inspecting the national schools from 9 till about 11. And then, having dispatched it by one of my landlord's sons, I went off to my work. The day was brilliantly fine. The wind had shifted round to the north, the sun shone clear and cold, and the smoke-grimed hamlet, and the gaunt buildings clustered at the mouths of the coal-pits round about, looked as bright as they could look at any time of the year. The village was built up a long hillside, the church and schools being at the top, and the greyhound at the bottom. Looking vainly for the lane by which I had come the night before, I climbed the one rambling street, followed a path that skirted the churchyard, and found myself at the schools. These, with the teachers' dwellings, formed 3 sides of a quadrangle, the 4th side consisting of an iron railing and a gate. An inscribed tablet over the main entrance door recorded how these schoolhouses were rebuilt by Philip Wolstenholme, Esquire, A.D. 18. "Mr. Wolstenholme, sir, is the lord of the manor," said a soft, obsequious voice. I turned and found the speaker at my elbow, a square-built, sallow man, all in black, with a bundle of copybooks under his arm. "You are the schoolmaster?" I said, unable to remember his name, and puzzled by a vague recollection of his face. "Just so, sir. I conclude I have the honour of addressing Mr. Fraser." It was a singular face, very pallid and anxious-looking. The eyes, too, had a watchful, almost a startled look in them, which struck me as peculiarly unpleasant. "Yes," I replied, still wondering where and when I had seen him. "My name is Fraser. Yours, I believe, is, and I put my hand into my pocket for my examination papers. "Skelton. Ebenezer Skelton. Will you please to take the boys first, sir?" The words were commonplace enough, but the man's manner was studiously, disagreeably deferential, his very name being given, as it were, under protest, as if too insignificant to be mentioned. I said I would begin with the boys, and so moved on. Then, for we had stood still till now, I saw that the schoolmaster was lame. In that moment I remembered him. He was the man I met in the fog. "I met you yesterday afternoon, Mr. Skelton," I said, as we went into the schoolroom. "Yesterday afternoon, sir," he repeated. "You did not seem to observe me," I said, carelessly. "I spoke to you, in fact, but you did not reply to me." "But, indeed, I beg your pardon, sir. It must have been someone else," said the schoolmaster. "I did not go out yesterday afternoon." How could this be anything but a falsehood? I might have been mistaken as to the man's face, though it was such a singular face, and I had seen it quite plainly. But how could I be mistaken as to his lameness? Besides, that curious trailing of the right foot, as if the ankle was broken, was not an ordinary lameness. I suppose I looked incredulous, for he added hastily, "Even if I had not been preparing the boys for inspection, sir, I should not have gone out yesterday afternoon. It was too damp and foggy. I am obliged to be careful. I have a very delicate chest." My dislike of the man increased with every word he uttered. I did not ask myself with what motive he went on heaping lie upon lie. It was enough that, to serve his own ends, whatever those ends might be, he did lie, with unparalleled audacity. "We will proceed to the examination, Mr. Skelton," I said, contemptuously. He turned, if possible, a shade paler than before, bent his head silently, and called up the scholars in their order. I soon found that, whatever his shortcomings as to veracity, Mr. Ebenezer Skelton was a capital schoolmaster. His boys were uncommonly well taught, and, as regarded attendance, good conduct, and the like, left nothing to be desired. When, therefore, at the end of the examination, he said he hoped I would recommend the Pit End Boys' School for the Government grant, I at once assented. And now I thought I had done with Mr. Skelton, for, at all events, the space of 1 year. Not so, however. When I came out from the girls' school, I found him waiting at the door. Profusely apologizing, he begged leave to occupy 5 minutes of my valuable time. He wished, under correction, to suggest a little improvement. The boys, he said, were allowed to play in the quadrangle, which was too small, and in various ways inconvenient. But round at the back there was a piece of waste land, half an acre of which, if enclosed, would admirably answer the purpose. So saying, he led the way to the back of the building, and I followed him. "To whom does this ground belong?" I asked. "To Mr. Wolstenholme, sir." "Then why not apply to Mr. Wolstenholme? He gave the schools, and I dare say he would be equally willing to give the ground." "I beg your pardon, sir. Mr. Wolstenholme has not been over here since his return, and it is quite possible that he may leave Pit End without honouring us with a visit. I could not take the liberty of writing to him, sir." Neither could I, in my report, suggest that the Government should offer to purchase a portion of Mr. Wolstenholme's land for a playground to schools of Mr. Wolstenholme's own building, I replied. Under other circumstances, I stopped and looked round. The schoolmaster repeated my last words. You were saying, sir, under other circumstances?" I looked round again. "It seemed to me that there was someone here," I said. "Some third person, not a moment ago." I beg your pardon, sir. A third person?" "I saw his shadow on the ground, between yours and mine." The schools faced due north, and we were standing immediately behind the buildings, with our backs to the sun. The place was bare, and open, and high, and our shadows, sharply defined, lay stretched before our feet. A shadow," he faltered. "Impossible." There was not a bush or a tree within half a mile. There was not a cloud in the sky. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, that could have cast a shadow. I admitted that it was impossible, and that I must have fancied it, and so went back to the matter of the playground. "Should you see Mr. Wolstenholme," I said, "you are at liberty to say that I thought it a desirable improvement." "I am much obliged to you, sir. Thank you very much," he said, cringing at every word. But I had hoped that you might perhaps use your influence." "Look there," I interrupted. "Is that fancy?" We were now close under the blank wall of the boys' schoolroom. On this wall, lying to the full sunlight, our shadows, mine and the schoolmaster's, were projected. And there too, no longer between his and mine, but a little way apart, as if the intruder were standing back, there, as sharply defined as if cast by limelight on a prepared background, I again distinctly saw, though but for a moment, that third shadow. As I spoke, as I looked round, it was gone. "Did you not see it?" I asked. He shook his head. I saw nothing," he said faintly. "What was it?" His lips were white. He seemed scarcely able to stand. "But you must have seen it," I exclaimed. "It fell just there, where that bit of ivy grows. There must be some boy hiding. It was a boy's shadow, I am confident." "A boy's shadow?" he echoed, looking round in a wild, frightened way. "There is no place for a boy to hide." "Place or no place," I said angrily, "if I catch him, he shall feel the weight of my cane." I searched backwards and forwards in every direction, the schoolmaster, with his scared face, limping at my heels. But, rough and irregular as the ground was, there was not a hole in it big enough to shelter a rabbit. "But what was it?" I said impatiently. An illusion. Begging your pardon, sir. An illusion." He looked so like a beaten hound, so frightened, so fawning, that I felt I could with lively satisfaction have transferred the threatened caning to his own shoulders. "But you saw it," I said again. "No, sir. Upon my honour, no, sir. I saw nothing whatever." His looks belied his words. I felt positive that he had not only seen the shadow, but that he knew more about it than he chose to tell. I was by this time really angry. To be made the object of a boyish trick, and to be hoodwinked by the connivance of the schoolmaster, was too much. It was an insult to myself and my office. I scarcely knew what I said. Something short and stern, at all events. Then, having said it, I turned my back upon Mr. Skelton and the schools, and walked rapidly back to the village. As I neared the bottom of the hill, a dog-cart, drawn by a high-stepping chestnut, dashed up to the door of the Greyhound, and the next moment I was shaking hands with Wolstenholme of Balliol. Wolstenholme of Balliol, as handsome as ever, dressed with the same careless dandyism, looking not a day older than when I last saw him at Oxford. He gripped me by both hands, vowed that I was his guest for the next 3 days, and insisted on carrying me off at once to Blackwater Chase. In vain I urged that I had 2 schools to inspect tomorrow, 10 miles the other side of Drumley, that I had a horse and trap waiting, and that my room was ordered at the Feathers. Wolstenholme laughed away my objections. "My dear fellow," he said, "you will simply send your horse and trap back with a message to the Feathers, and a couple of telegrams to be dispatched to the 2 schools from Drumley Station. Unforeseen circumstances compel you to defer those inspections till next week." And with this, in his masterful way, he shouted to the landlord to send my portmanteau up to the manor-house, pushed me up before him into the dog-cart, gave the chestnut his head, and rattled me off to Blackwater Chase. It was a gloomy old barrack of a place, standing high in the midst of a sombre deer-park, some 6 or 7 miles in circumference. An avenue of oaks, now leafless, led up to the house, and a mournful, heron-haunted tarn in the loneliest part of the park gave to the estate its name of Blackwater Chase. The place, in fact, was more like a border fastness than an English north country mansion. Wolstenholme took me through the picture gallery and reception rooms after luncheon, and then for a canter round the park, and in the evening we dined at the upper end of a great oak hall hung with antlers and armour, and antiquated weapons of warfare and sport. "Now, tomorrow," said my host, as we sat over our claret in front of a blazing log fire, "tomorrow, if we have decent weather, you shall have a day's shooting on the moors, and on Friday, if you will but be persuaded to stay a day longer, I will drive you over to Broomhead and give you a run with the Duke's hounds." "Not hunt? My dear fellow, what nonsense! All our parsons hunt in this part of the world. By the way, have you ever been down a coal pit? No? Then a new experience awaits you. I'll take you down Carshalton Shaft and show you the home of the gnomes and trolls." "Is Carshalton one of your own mines?" I asked. "All these pits are mine," he replied. "I am king of Hades, and rule the underworld as well as the upper. There is coal everywhere underlying these moors. The whole place is honeycombed with shafts and galleries. One of our richest seams runs under this house, and there are upwards of 40 men at work in it, a quarter of a mile below our feet here, every day. Another leads right away under the park, heaven only knows how far. My father began working it 25 years ago, and we have gone on working it ever since, yet it shows no sign of failing." "You must be as rich as a prince with a fairy godmother." He shrugged his shoulders. "Well," he said lightly, "I am rich enough to commit what follies I please, and that is saying a good deal. But then, to be always squandering money, always rambling about the world, always gratifying the impulse of the moment, is that happiness? I have been trying the experiment for the last 10 years, and with what result? Would you like to see?" He snatched up a lamp, and led the way through a long suite of unfurnished rooms, the floors of which were piled high with packing-cases, of all sizes and shapes, labelled with the names of various foreign ports, and the addresses of foreign agents innumerable. What did they contain? Precious marbles from Italy and Greece and Asia Minor, priceless paintings by old and modern masters, antiquities from the Nile, the Tigris, and the Euphrates, enamels from Persia, porcelain from China, bronzes from Japan, strange sculptures from Peru, arms, mosaics, ivories, wood carvings, skins, tapestries, old Italian cabinets, painted bride chests, Etruscan terracottas, treasures of all countries, of all ages, never even unpacked since they crossed that threshold, which the master's foot had crossed but twice during the 10 years it had taken to buy them. Should he ever open them, ever arrange them, ever enjoy them? Perhaps, if he became weary of wandering, if he married, if he built a gallery to receive them. If not, well, he might found and endow a museum, or leave the things to the nation. What did it matter? Collecting was like fox hunting. The pleasure was in the pursuit, and ended with it. We sat up late that first night. I can hardly say conversing, for Wolstenholme did the talking, while I, willing to be amused, led him on to tell me something of his wanderings by land and sea. So the time passed in stories of adventure, of perilous peaks ascended, of deserts traversed, of unknown ruins explored, of hair-breadth escapes from icebergs and earthquakes and storms. And when at last he flung the end of his cigar into the fire, and discovered that it was time to go to bed, the clock on the mantel-shelf pointed far on among the small hours of the morning. Next day, according to the programme made out for my entertainment, we did some 7 hours partridge shooting on the moors, and the day next following I was to go down Carshalton Shaft before breakfast, and after breakfast ride over to a place some 15 miles distant called Pict's Camp, there to see a stone circle and the ruins of a prehistoric fort. Unused to field sports, I slept heavily after those 7 hours with the guns, and was slow to wake when Wolstenholme's valet came next morning to my bedside with the waterproof suit in which I was to effect my descent into Hades. "Mr. Wolstenholme says, sir, that you had better not take your bath till you come back," said this gentlemanly vassal, disposing the ungainly garments across the back of a chair, as artistically as if he were laying out my best evening suit. "And you will be pleased to dress warmly underneath the waterproofs, for it is very chilly in the mine." I surveyed the garments with reluctance. The morning was frosty, and the prospect of being lowered into the bowels of the earth, cold, fasting, and unwashed, was anything but attractive. Should I send word that I would rather not go? I hesitated. But while I was hesitating, the gentlemanly valet vanished, and my opportunity was lost. Grumbling and shivering, I got up, donned the cold and shiny suit, and went downstairs. A murmur of voices met my ear as I drew near the breakfast-room. Going in, I found some 10 or a dozen stalwart colliers grouped near the door, and Wolstenholme, looking somewhat serious, standing with his back to the fire. "Look here, Fraser," he said, with a short laugh. "Here's a pleasant piece of news. A fissure has opened in the bed of Blackwater Tarn. The lake has disappeared in the night, and the mine is flooded. No Carshalton shaft for you today." 7 foot of water in Duke's Seam, and 8 in the old north and south galleries," growled a huge, red-headed fellow, who seemed to be the spokesman. "And it's the Lord's own mercy it happened at night time, or we'd be dead men all," added another. "That's true, my man," said Wolstenholme, answering the last speaker. "It might have drowned you like rats in a trap, so we may thank our stars it's no worse. And now to work with the pumps. Lucky for us that we know what to do and how to do it." So saying, he dismissed the men with a good-humoured nod, and an order for unlimited ale. I listened in blank amazement. The Tarn vanished. I could not believe it. Wolstenholme assured me, however, that it was by no means a solitary phenomenon. Rivers had been known to disappear before now in mining districts, and sometimes, instead of merely cracking, the ground would cave in, burying not merely houses, but whole hamlets in one common ruin. The foundations of such houses were, however, generally known to be insecure long enough before the crash came, and these accidents were not, therefore, often followed by loss of life. "And now," he said lightly, "you may doff your fancy costume, for I shall have time this morning for nothing but business. It is not every day that one loses a lake and has to pump it up again." Breakfast over, we went round to the mouth of the pit, and saw the men fixing the pumps. Later on, when the work was fairly in train, we started off across the park to view the scene of the catastrophe. Our way lay far from the house, across a wooded upland, beyond which we followed a broad glade leading to the tarn. Just as we entered this glade, Wolstenholme rattling on and turning the whole affair into jest, a tall, slender lad, with a fishing-rod across his shoulder, came out from one of the side paths to the right, crossed the open at a long slant, and disappeared among the tree trunks on the opposite side. I recognized him instantly. It was the boy whom I saw the other day, just after meeting the schoolmaster in the meadow. "If that boy thinks he is going to fish in your tarn," I said, "he will find out his mistake." "What boy?" asked Wolstenholme, looking back. "That boy who crossed over yonder a minute ago." "Yonder? In front of us?" "Certainly. You must have seen him." "Not I." "You did not see him? A tall, thin boy in a grey suit, with a fishing-rod over his shoulder. He disappeared behind those Scotch firs." Wolstenholme looked at me with surprise. "You are dreaming," he said. "No living thing, not even a rabbit, has crossed our path since we entered the park gates." "I am not in the habit of dreaming with my eyes open," I replied quickly. He laughed and put his arm through mine. "Eyes or no eyes," he said, "you are under an illusion this time." An illusion. The very word made use of by the schoolmaster. What did it mean? Could I, in truth, no longer rely upon the testimony of my senses? 1,000 half-formed apprehensions flashed across me in a moment. I remembered the allusions of Niccolini, the bookseller, and other similar cases of visual hallucination, and I asked myself if I had suddenly become afflicted in like manner. "By Jove, this is a queer sight!" exclaimed Wolstenholme. And then I found that we had emerged from the glade, and were looking down upon the bed of what yesterday was Blackwater Tarn. It was indeed a queer sight, an oblong, irregular basin of blackest slime, with here and there a sullen pool, and round the margin an irregular fringe of bulrushes. At some little distance from the bank, less than a quarter of a mile from where we were standing, a gaping crowd had gathered. All Pit End, except the men at the pumps, seemed to have turned out to stare at the bed of the vanished Tarn. Hats were pulled off, and curtsies dropped at Wolstenholme's approach. He, meanwhile, came up smiling, with a pleasant word for everyone. "Well," he said, "are you looking for the lake, my friends? You'll have to go down Carshalton Shaft to find it. It's an ugly sight you've come to see, anyhow." "'Tes an ugly sight, squire," replied a stalwart blacksmith in a leathern apron. "But there's summat uglier, maybe, than the mud, over yonder." "Something uglier than the mud," Wolstenholme repeated. "Will you be pleased to stand this way, squire, and look straight across at yon little tump of bulrushes? Don't you see nothing?" "I see a log of rotten timber, sticking half in and half out of the mud," said Wolstenholme, "and something, a long reed, apparently. By Jove, I believe it's a fishing rod." "It is a fishing rod, squire," said the blacksmith, with rough earnestness. "And if yon rotten timber bain't an unburied corpse, mun I never strike hammer or anvil again." There was a buzz of acquiescence from the bystanders. 'Twas an unburied corpse, sure enough. Nobody doubted it. Wolstenholme made a funnel with his hands, and looked through it long and steadfastly. "It must come out, whatever it is," he said presently. 5 feet of mud, do you say? Then here's a sovereign apiece for the first 2 fellows who wade through it, and bring that object to land." The blacksmith and another pulled off their shoes and stockings, turned up their trousers, and went in at once. They were over their ankles at the first plunge, and, sounding their way with sticks, went deeper at every tread. As they sank, our excitement rose. Presently they were visible from only the waist upwards. We could see their chests heaving, and the muscular efforts by which each step was gained. They were yet full 20 yards from the goal, when the mud mounted to their armpits. A few feet more, and only their heads would remain above the surface. An uneasy movement ran through the crowd. "Call 'em back, for God's sake!" cried a woman's voice. But at this moment, having reached a point where the ground gradually sloped upwards, they began to rise above the mud as rapidly as they had sunk into it. And now, black with clotted slime, they emerge waist-high. Now they are within 3 or 4 yards of the spot. And now they are there. They part the reeds. They stoop low above the shapeless object on which all eyes are turned. They half lift it from its bed of mud. They hesitate, lay it down again, decide apparently to leave it there, and turn their faces shorewards. Having come a few paces, the blacksmith remembers the fishing rod, turns back, disengages the tangled line with some difficulty, and brings it over his shoulder. They had not much to tell, standing, all mud from head to heel, on dry land again, but that little was conclusive. It was, in truth, an unburied corpse, part of the trunk only above the surface. They tried to lift it, but it had been so long under water, and was in so advanced a stage of decomposition, that to bring it to shore without a shutter was impossible. Being cross-questioned, they thought, from the slenderness of the form, that it must be the body of a boy. "There's the poor chap's rod, anyhow," said the blacksmith, laying it gently down upon the turf. I have thus far related events as I witnessed them. Here, however, my responsibility ceases. I give the rest of my story at second hand, briefly, as I received it some weeks later, in the following letter from Philip Wolstenholme. Blackwater Chase, December 20th, 18... Dear Fraser, my promised letter has been a long time on the road, but I did not see the use of writing till I had something definite to tell you. I think, however, that we have now found out all that we are ever likely to know about the tragedy in the Tarn, and it seems that... But no, I will begin at the beginning, that is to say, with the day you left the chase, which was the day following the discovery of the body. You were but just gone when a police inspector arrived from Drumley. You will remember that I had immediately sent a man over there to the sitting magistrate, but neither the inspector nor anyone else could do anything till the remains were brought to shore, and it took us the best part of a week to accomplish this difficult operation. We had to sink no end of big stones in order to make a rough and ready causeway across the mud. This done, the body was brought over decently upon a shutter. It proved to be the corpse of a boy, of perhaps 14 or 15 years of age. There was a fracture 3 inches long at the back of the skull, evidently fatal. This might, of course, have been an accidental injury, but when the body came to be raised from where it lay, it was found to be pinned down by a pitchfork, the handle of which had been afterwards whittled off, so as not to show above the water, a discovery tantamount to evidence of murder. The features of the victim were decomposed beyond recognition, but enough of the hair remained to show that it had been short and sandy. As for the clothing, it was a mere mass of rotten shreds, but on being subjected to some chemical process, proved to have once been a suit of lightish grey cloth. A crowd of witnesses came forward at this stage of the inquiry, for I am now giving you the main facts as they came out at the coroner's inquest, to prove that about a year or 13 months ago, Skelton, the schoolmaster, had staying with him a lad whom he called his nephew, and to whom it was supposed that he was not particularly kind. This lad was described as tall, thin, and sandy-haired. He habitually wore a suit corresponding in colour and texture to the shreds of clothing discovered on the body in the Tarn, and he was much addicted to angling about the pools and streams, wherever he might have the chance of a nibble. And now one thing led quickly on to another. Our pit-end shoemaker identified the boy's boots as being a pair of his own making and selling. Other witnesses testified to angry scenes between the uncle and nephew. Finally, Skelton gave himself up to justice, confessed the deed, and was duly committed to Drumley jail for wilful murder. And the motive? Well, the motive is the strangest part of my story. The wretched lad was, after all, not Skelton's nephew, but Skelton's own illegitimate son. The mother was dead, and the boy lived with his maternal grandmother in a remote part of Cumberland. The old woman was poor, and the schoolmaster made her an annual allowance for his son's keep and clothing. He had not seen the boy for some years, when he sent for him to come over on a visit to Pit End. Perhaps he was weary of the tax upon his purse. Perhaps, as he himself puts it in his confession, he was disappointed to find the boy, if not actually half-witted, stupid, wilful, and ill brought up. He at all events took a dislike to the poor brute, which dislike, by and by, developed into positive hatred. Some amount of provocation there would seem to have been. The boy was as backward as a child of 5 years old. That Skelton put him into the boys' school, and could do nothing with him, that he defied discipline, had a passion for fishing, and was continually wandering about the country with his rod and line, are facts borne out by the independent testimony of various witnesses. Having hidden his fishing tackle, he was in the habit of slipping away at school hours, and showed himself the more cunning and obstinate the more he was punished. At last there came a day when Skelton tracked him to the place where his rod was concealed, and thence across the meadows into the park, and as far as the tarn. His, Skelton's, account of what followed is wandering and confused. He owns to having beaten the miserable lad about the head and arms with a heavy stick that he had brought with him for the purpose, but denies that he intended to murder him. When his son fell insensible and ceased to breathe, he for the first time realized the force of the blows he had dealt. He admits that his first impulse was one, not of remorse for the deed, but of fear for his own safety. He dragged the body in among the bulrushes by the water's edge, and there concealed it as well as he could. At night, when the neighbours were in bed and asleep, he stole out by starlight, taking with him a pitchfork, a coil of rope, a couple of old iron bars, and a knife. Thus laden, he struck out across the moor, and entered the park by a stile and footpath on the Stoneleigh side, so making a circuit of between 3 and 4 miles. A rotten old punt used at that time to be kept on the tarn. He loosed this punt from its moorings, brought it round, hauled in the body, and paddled his ghastly burden out into the middle of the lake as far as a certain clump of reeds, which he had noted as a likely spot for his purpose. Here he weighted and sank the corpse, and pinned it down by the neck with his pitchfork. He then cut away the handle of the fork, hid the fishing rod among the reeds, and believed, as murderers always believe, that discovery was impossible. As regarded the pit-end folk, he simply gave out that his nephew had gone back to Cumberland, and no one doubted it. Now, however, he says that accident has only anticipated him, and that he was on the point of voluntarily confessing his crime. His dreadful secret had of late become intolerable. He was haunted by an invisible presence. That presence sat with him at table, followed him in his walks, stood beside him in the schoolroom, and watched by his bedside. He never saw it, but he felt that it was always there. Sometimes he raves of a shadow on the wall of his cell. The jail authorities are of opinion that he is of unsound mind. I have now told you all that there is at present to tell. The trial will not take place till the spring assizes. In the meanwhile, I am off tomorrow to Paris, and thence, in about 10 days, on to Nice, where letters will find me at the Hôtel des Empereurs. Always, dear Fraser, yours, etc., P.W. P.S. Since writing the above, I have received a telegram from Drumley to say that Skelton has committed suicide. No particulars given. So ends this strange, eventful history. By the way, that was a curious illusion of yours the other day when we were crossing the park, and I have thought of it many times. Was it an illusion? That is the question. Aye, indeed. That is the question. And it is a question which I have never yet been able to answer. Certain things I undoubtedly saw, with my mind's eye, perhaps, and as I saw them, I have described them, withholding nothing, adding nothing, explaining nothing. Let those solve the mystery who can. For myself, I but echo Wolstenholme's question. Was it an illusion? To be taken with a grain of salt. The Trial for Murder by Charles Dickens. I have always noticed a prevalent want of courage, even among persons of superior intelligence and culture, as to imparting their own psychological experiences, when those have been of a strange sort. Almost all men are afraid that what they could relate in such wise would find no parallel or response in a listener's internal life, and might be suspected or laughed at. A truthful traveller, who should have seen some extraordinary creature in the likeness of a sea-serpent, would have no fear of mentioning it. But the same traveller, having had some singular presentiment, impulse, vagary of thought, vision, so-called, dream, or other remarkable mental impression, would hesitate considerably before he would own to it. To this reticence I attribute much of the obscurity in which such subjects are involved. We do not habitually communicate our experiences of these subjective things, as we do our experiences of objective creation. The consequence is that the general stock of experience in this regard appears exceptional, and really is so, in respect of being miserably imperfect. In what I am going to relate, I have no intention of setting up, opposing, or supporting any theory whatever. I know the history of the bookseller of Berlin. I have studied the case of the wife of a late Astronomer Royal, as related by Sir David Brewster, and I have followed the minutest details of a much more remarkable case of spectral illusion occurring within my private circle of friends. It may be necessary to state, as to this last, that the sufferer, a lady, was in no degree, however distant, related to me. A mistaken assumption on that head might suggest an explanation of a part of my own case, but only a part, which would be wholly without foundation. It cannot be referred to my inheritance of any developed peculiarity, nor had I ever before any at all similar experience, nor have I ever had any at all similar experience since. It does not signify how many years ago, or how few, a certain murder was committed in England, which attracted great attention. We hear more than enough of murderers as they rise in succession to their atrocious eminence, and I would bury the memory of this particular brute, if I could, as his body was buried in Newgate Jail. I purposely abstain from giving any direct clue to the criminal's individuality. When the murder was first discovered, no suspicion fell, or I ought rather to say, for I cannot be too precise in my facts, it was nowhere publicly hinted that any suspicion fell, on the man who was afterwards brought to trial. As no reference was at that time made to him in the newspapers, it is obviously impossible that any description of him can at that time have been given in the newspapers. It is essential that this fact be remembered. Unfolding at breakfast my morning paper containing the account of that first discovery, I found it to be deeply interesting, and I read it with close attention. I read it twice, if not 3 times. The discovery had been made in a bedroom, and, when I laid down the paper, I was aware of a flash, rush, flow, I do not know what to call it. No word I can find is satisfactorily descriptive, in which I seemed to see that bedroom passing through my room, like a picture impossibly painted on a running river. Though almost instantaneous in its passing, It was perfectly clear. So clear that I distinctly, and with a sense of relief, observed the absence of the dead body from the bed. It was in no romantic place that I had this curious sensation, but in chambers in Piccadilly, very near to the corner of St. James's Street. It was entirely new to me. I was in my easy-chair at the moment, and the sensation was accompanied with a peculiar shiver, which started the chair from its position, but it is to be noted that the chair ran easily on casters. I went to one of the windows. There are two in the room, and the room is on the second floor, to refresh my eyes with the moving objects down in Piccadilly. It was a bright autumn morning, and the street was sparkling and cheerful. The wind was high. As I looked out, it brought down from the park a quantity of fallen leaves, which a gust took and whirled into a spiral pillar. As the pillar fell and the leaves dispersed, I saw two men on the opposite side of the way, going from west to east. They were one behind the other. The foremost man often looked back over his shoulder. The second man followed him, at a distance of some 30 paces, with his right hand menacingly raised. First, the singularity and steadiness of this threatening gesture in so public a thoroughfare attracted my attention, and next, the more remarkable circumstance that nobody heeded it. Both men threaded their way among the other passengers with a smoothness hardly consistent even with the action of walking on a pavement, and no single creature that I could see gave them place, touched them, or looked after them. In passing before my windows, they both stared up at me. I saw their two faces very distinctly, and I knew that I could recognize them anywhere. Not that I had consciously noticed anything very remarkable in either face, except that the man who went first had an unusually lowering appearance, and that the face of the man who followed him was of the colour of impure wax. I am a bachelor, and my valet and his wife constitute my whole establishment. My occupation is in a certain branch bank, and I wish that my duties as head of a department were as light as they are popularly supposed to be. They kept me in town that autumn, when I stood in need of change. I was not ill, but I was not well. My reader is to make the most that can be reasonably made of my feeling jaded, having a depressing sense upon me of a monotonous life, and being slightly dyspeptic. I am assured by my renowned doctor that my real state of health at that time justifies no stronger description, and I quote his own from his written answer to my request for it. As the circumstances of the murder, gradually unravelling, took stronger and stronger possession of the public mind, I kept them away from mine by knowing as little about them as was possible in the midst of the universal excitement. But I knew that a verdict of wilful murder had been found against the suspected murderer, and that he had been committed to Newgate for trial. I also knew that his trial had been postponed over 1 sessions of the Central Criminal Court, on the ground of general prejudice and want of time for the preparation of the defence. I may further have known, but I believe I did not, when, or about when, the sessions to which his trial stood postponed would come on. My sitting-room, bedroom, and dressing-room are all on one floor. With the last, there is no communication but through the bedroom. True, there is a door in it, once communicating with the staircase, but a part of the fitting of my bath has been, and had then been for some years, fixed across it. At the same period, and as a part of the same arrangement, the door had been nailed up and canvassed over. I was standing in my bedroom late one night, giving some directions to my servant before he went to bed. My face was towards the only available door of communication with the dressing-room, and it was closed. My servant's back was towards that door. While I was speaking to him, I saw it open, and a man look in, who very earnestly and mysteriously beckoned to me. That man was the man who had gone second of the two along Piccadilly, and whose face was of the colour of impure wax. The figure, having beckoned, drew back and closed the door. With no longer pause than was made by my crossing the bedroom, I opened the dressing-room door and looked in. I had a lighted candle already in my hand. I felt no inward expectation of seeing the figure in the dressing-room, and I did not see it there. Conscious that my servant stood amazed, I turned round to him and said, "Derrick, could you believe that in my cool senses I fancied I saw—" As I there laid my hand upon his breast, with a sudden start he trembled violently, and said, "Oh, Lord, yes, sir, a dead man beckoning." Now, I do not believe that this John Derrick, my trusty and attached servant for more than 20 years, had any impression whatever of having seen any such figure, until I touched him. The change in him was so startling when I touched him that I fully believe he derived his impression in some occult manner from me at that instant. I bade John Derrick bring me some brandy, and I gave him a dram, and was glad to take one myself. Of what had preceded that night's phenomenon, I told him not a single word. Reflecting on it, I was absolutely certain that I had never seen that face before, except on the one occasion in Piccadilly. Comparing its expression when beckoning at the door with its expression when it had stared up at me as I stood at my window, I came to the conclusion that on the first occasion it had sought to fasten itself upon my memory, and that on the second occasion it had made sure of being immediately remembered. I was not very comfortable that night, though I felt a certainty, difficult to explain, that the figure would not return. At daylight I fell into a heavy sleep, from which I was awakened by John Derrick's coming to my bedside with a paper in his hand. This paper, it appeared, had been the subject of an altercation at the door between its bearer and my servant. It was a summons to me to serve upon a jury at the forthcoming sessions of the Central Criminal Court at the Old Bailey. I had never before been summoned on such a jury, as John Derrick well knew. He believed, I am not certain at this hour whether with reason or otherwise, that that class of jurors were customarily chosen on a lower qualification than mine, and he had at first refused to accept the summons. The man who served it had taken the matter very coolly. He had said that my attendance or non-attendance was nothing to him. There the summons was, and I should deal with it at my own peril, and not at his. For a day or two I was undecided whether to respond to this call, or take no notice of it. I was not conscious of the slightest mysterious bias, influence, or attraction, one way or other. Of that I am as strictly sure as of every other statement that I make here. Ultimately I decided, as a break in the monotony of my life, that I would go. The appointed morning was a raw morning in the month of November. There was a dense brown fog in Piccadilly, and it became positively black and in the last degree oppressive east of Temple Bar. I found the passages and staircases of the court-house flaringly lighted with gas, and the court itself similarly illuminated. I think that, until I was conducted by officers into the old court and saw its crowded state, I did not know that the murderer was to be tried that day. I think that, until I was so helped into the old court with considerable difficulty, I did not know into which of the two courts sitting my summons would take me. But this must not be received as a positive assertion, for I am not completely satisfied in my mind on either point. I took my seat in the place appropriated to jurors in waiting, and I looked about the court as well as I could through the cloud of fog and breath that was heavy in it. I noticed the black vapour hanging like a murky curtain outside the great windows, and I noticed the stifled sound of wheels on the straw or tan that was littered in the street. Also the hum of the people gathered there, which a shrill whistle, or a louder song or hail than the rest, occasionally pierced. Soon afterwards the judges, 2 in number, entered and took their seats. The buzz in the court was awfully hushed. The direction was given to put the murderer to the bar. He appeared there, and in that same instant I recognized in him the first of the 2 men who had gone down Piccadilly. If my name had been called then, I doubt if I could have answered to it audibly. But it was called about 6th or 8th in the panel, and I was by that time able to say, "Here." Now, observe. As I stepped into the box, the prisoner, who had been looking on attentively, but with no sign of concern, became violently agitated, and beckoned to his attorney. The prisoner's wish to challenge me was so manifest that it occasioned a pause, during which the attorney, with his hand upon the dock, whispered with his client, and shook his head. I afterwards had it from that gentleman that the prisoner's first affrighted words to him were, "At all hazards, challenge that man," but that, as he would give no reason for it, and admitted that he had not even known my name until he heard it called, and I appeared, it was not done. Both on the ground already explained, that I wish to avoid reviving the unwholesome memory of that murderer, and also because a detailed account of his long trial is by no means indispensable to my narrative, I shall confine myself closely to such incidents in the 10 days and nights during which we, the jury, were kept together, as directly bear on my own curious personal experience. It is in that, and not in the murderer, that I seek to interest my reader. It is to that, and not to a page of the Newgate Calendar, that I beg attention. I was chosen foreman of the jury. On the 2nd morning of the trial, after evidence had been taken for 2 hours, I heard the church clocks strike. Happening to cast my eyes over my brother jurymen, I found an inexplicable difficulty in counting them. I counted them several times, yet always with the same difficulty. In short, I made them one too many. I touched the brother juryman whose place was next me, and I whispered to him, "Oblige me by counting us." He looked surprised by the request, but turned his head and counted. "Why," says he suddenly, "we are 30. But no, it's not possible. No, we are 12. According to my counting that day, we were always right in detail, but in the gross we were always one too many. There was no appearance, no figure to account for it, but I had now an inward foreshadowing of the figure that was surely coming. The jury were housed at the London Tavern. We all slept in one large room on separate tables, and we were constantly in the charge and under the eye of the officer sworn to hold us in safe keeping. I see no reason for suppressing the real name of that officer. He was intelligent, highly polite and obliging, and, I was glad to hear, much respected in the city. He had an agreeable presence, good eyes, enviable black whiskers, and a fine sonorous voice. His name was Mr. Harker. When we turned into our 12 beds at night, Mr. Harker's bed was drawn across the door. On the night of the 2nd day, not being disposed to lie down, and seeing Mr. Harker sitting on his bed, I went and sat beside him, and offered him a pinch of snuff. As Mr. Harker's hand touched mine, in taking it from my box, A peculiar shiver crossed him, and he said, "Who is this?" Following Mr. Harker's eyes, and looking along the room, I saw again the figure I expected, the second of the two men who had gone down Piccadilly. I rose, and advanced a few steps, then stopped and looked round at Mr. Harker. He was quite unconcerned, laughed, and said in a pleasant way, "I thought for a moment we had a 13th juryman without a bed, but I see it is the moonlight." Making no revelation to Mr. Harker, but inviting him to take a walk with me to the end of the room, I watched what the figure did. It stood for a few moments by the bedside of each of my 11 brother jurymen, close to the pillow. It always went to the right-hand side of the bed, and always passed out, crossing the foot of the next bed. It seemed, from the action of the head, merely to look down pensively at each recumbent figure. It took no notice of me, or of my bed, which was that nearest to Mr. Harker's. It seemed to go out where the moonlight came in, through a high window, as by an aerial flight of stairs. Next morning at breakfast it appeared that everybody present had dreamed of the murdered man last night, except myself and Mr. Harker. I now felt as convinced that the second man who had gone down Piccadilly was the murdered man, so to speak, as if it had been borne into my comprehension by his immediate testimony. But even this took place, and in a manner for which I was not at all prepared. On the 5th day of the trial, when the case for the prosecution was drawing to a close, a miniature of the murdered man, missing from his bedroom upon the discovery of the deed, and afterwards found in a hiding-place where the murderer had been seen digging, was put in evidence. Having been identified by the witness under examination, it was handed up to the bench, and thence handed down to be inspected by the jury. As an officer in a black gown was making his way with it across to me, the figure of the second man who had gone down Piccadilly impetuously started from the crowd, caught the miniature from the officer, and gave it to me with his own hands, at the same time saying, in a low and hollow tone, before I saw the miniature, which was in a locket, "I was younger then, and my face was not then drained of blood." It also came between me and the brother juryman to whom I would have given the miniature, and between him and the brother juryman to whom he would have given it, and so passed it on through the whole of our number, and back into my possession. Not one of them, however, detected this. At table, and generally when we were shut up together in Mr. Harker's custody, we had from the first naturally discussed the day's proceedings a good deal. On that 5th day, the case for the prosecution being closed, and we having that side of the question in a completed shape before us, our discussion was more animated and serious. Among our number was a vestryman, the densest idiot I have ever seen at large, who met the plainest evidence with the most preposterous objections, and who was sided with by 2 flabby parochial parasites, all the 3 impannelled from a district so delivered over to fever that they ought to have been upon their own trial for 500 murders. When these mischievous blockheads were at their loudest, which was towards midnight, while some of us were already preparing for bed, I again saw the murdered man. He stood grimly behind them, beckoning to me. On my going towards them, and striking into the conversation, he immediately retired. This was the beginning of a separate series of appearances, confined to that long room in which we were confined. Whenever a knot of my brother jurymen laid their heads together, I saw the head of the murdered man among theirs. Whenever their comparison of notes was going against him, he would solemnly and irresistibly beckon to me. It will be borne in mind that down to the production of the miniature, on the 5th day of the trial, I had never seen the appearance in court. 3 changes occurred now that we entered on the case for the defence. 2 of them I will mention together first. The figure was now in court continually, and it never there addressed itself to me, but always to the person who was speaking at the time. For instance, the throat of the murdered man had been cut straight across. In the opening speech for the defence, it was suggested that the deceased might have cut his own throat. At that very moment, the figure, with its throat in the dreadful condition referred to, this it had concealed before, stood at the speaker's elbow, motioning across and across its windpipe, now with the right hand, now with the left, vigorously suggesting to the speaker himself the impossibility of such a wound having been self-inflicted by either hand. For another instance, a witness to character, a woman, deposed to the prisoner's being the most amiable of mankind. The figure at that instant stood on the floor before her, looking her full in the face, and pointing out the prisoner's evil countenance with an extended arm and an outstretched finger. The 3rd change, now to be added, impressed me strongly as the most marked and striking of all. I do not theorize upon it. I accurately state it, and there leave it. Although the appearance was not itself perceived by those whom it addressed, its coming close to such persons was invariably attended by some trepidation or disturbance on their part. It seemed to me as if it were prevented, by laws to which I was not amenable, from fully revealing itself to others, and yet as if it could invisibly, dumbly, and darkly overshadow their minds. When the leading counsel for the defence suggested that hypothesis of suicide, and the figure stood at the learned gentleman's elbow, frightfully sawing at its severed throat, it is undeniable that the counsel faltered in his speech, lost for a few seconds the thread of his ingenious discourse, wiped his forehead with his handkerchief, and turned extremely pale. When the witness to character was confronted by the appearance, her eyes most certainly did follow the direction of its pointed finger, and rest in great hesitation and trouble upon the prisoner's face. 2 additional illustrations will suffice. On the 8th day of the trial, after the pause which was every day made early in the afternoon for a few minutes' rest and refreshment, I came back into court with the rest of the jury some little time before the return of the judges. Standing up in the box and looking about me, I thought the figure was not there, until, chancing to raise my eyes to the gallery, I saw it bending forward and leaning over a very decent woman, as if to assure itself whether the judges had resumed their seats or not. Immediately afterwards, that woman screamed, fainted, and was carried out. So with the venerable, sagacious, and patient judge who conducted the trial. When the case was over, and he settled himself and his papers to sum up, the murdered man, entering by the judge's door, advanced to his lordship's desk and looked eagerly over his shoulder at the pages of his notes, which he was turning. A change came over his lordship's face. His hand stopped. The peculiar shiver that I knew so well passed over him. He faltered. "Excuse me, gentlemen, for a few moments. I am somewhat oppressed by the vitiated air," and did not recover until he had drunk a glass of water. Through all the monotony of 6 of those interminable 10 days, the same judges and others on the bench, the same murderer in the dock, the same lawyers at the table, the same tones of question and answer rising to the roof of the court, the same scratching of the judge's pen, the same ushers going in and out, the same lights kindled at the same hour when there had been any natural light of day, the same foggy curtain outside the great windows when it was foggy, The same rain pattering and dripping when it was rainy. The same footmarks of turnkeys and prisoner, day after day, on the same sawdust. The same keys, locking and unlocking the same heavy doors. Through all the wearisome monotony which made me feel as if I had been foreman of the jury for a vast period of time, and Piccadilly had flourished coevally with Babylon, the murdered man never lost one trace of his distinctness in my eyes, nor was he at any moment less distinct than anybody else. I must not omit, as a matter of fact, that I never once saw the appearance, which I call by the name of the murdered man, look at the murderer. Again and again I wondered, why does he not? But he never did. Nor did he look at me, after the production of the miniature, until the last closing minutes of the trial arrived. We retired to consider at 7 minutes before 10 at night. The idiotic vestryman and his 2 parochial parasites gave us so much trouble that we twice returned into court to beg to have certain extracts from the judge's notes re-read. 9 of us had not the smallest doubt about those passages. Neither, I believe, had anyone in the court. The dunder-headed triumvirate, having no idea but obstruction, disputed them for that very reason. At length we prevailed, and finally the jury returned into court at 10 minutes past 12. The murdered man, at that time, stood directly opposite the jury box, on the other side of the court. As I took my place, his eyes rested on me with great attention. He seemed satisfied, and slowly shook a great grey veil, which he carried on his arm for the first time, over his head and whole form. As I gave in our verdict, guilty, the veil collapsed. All was gone, and his place was empty. The murderer, being asked by the judge, according to usage, whether he had anything to say before sentence of death should be passed upon him, indistinctly muttered something which was described in the leading newspapers of the following day as a few rambling, incoherent, and half-audible words, in which he was understood to complain that he had not had a fair trial, because the foreman of the jury was prepossessed against him. The remarkable declaration that he really made was this: "My lord, I knew I was a doomed man when the foreman of my jury came into the box. My lord, I knew he would never let me off, because before I was taken he somehow got into my bedside in the night, woke me, and put a rope round my neck." The Tractate Middoth by M.R. James. Towards the end of an autumn afternoon, an elderly man with a thin face and grey Piccadilly weepers pushed open the swing door leading into the vestibule of a certain famous library, and addressing himself to an attendant, stated that he believed he was entitled to use the library, and inquired if he might take a book out. Yes, if he were on the list of those to whom that privilege was given. He produced his card, Mr. John Eldred, and, the register being consulted, a favourable answer was given. "Now, another point," said he. "It is a long time since I was here, and I do not know my way about your building. Besides, it is near closing time, and it is bad for me to hurry up and downstairs. I have here the title of the book I want. Is there anyone at liberty who could go and find it for me?" After a moment's thought, the doorkeeper beckoned to a young man who was passing. "Mr. Garrett," he said, Have you a minute to assist this gentleman?" "With pleasure," was Mr. Garrett's answer. The slip with the title was handed to him. "I think I can put my hand on this. It happens to be in the class I inspected last quarter, but I'll just look it up in the catalogue to make sure. I suppose it is that particular edition that you require, sir?" "Yes, if you please. That and no other," said Mr. Eldred. "I am exceedingly obliged to you." "Don't mention it, I beg, sir," said Mr. Garrett, and hurried off. "I thought so," he said to himself, when his finger, travelling down the pages of the catalogue, stopped at a particular entry. Talmud, Tractate Middoth, with the commentary of Nachmanides, Amsterdam, 1707, 11/3/34, Hebrew class, of course. Not a very difficult job, this. Mr. Eldred, accommodated with a chair in the vestibule, awaited anxiously the return of his messenger, and his disappointment at seeing an empty-handed Mr. Garrett running down the staircase was very evident. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir," said the young man, "but the book is out." "Oh, dear," said Mr. Eldred. "Is that so? You are sure there can be no mistake?" "Well, I don't think there is much chance of it, sir. But it's possible, if you like to wait a minute, that you might meet the very gentleman that's got it. He must be leaving the library soon, and I think I saw him take that particular book out of the shelf." "Indeed. You didn't recognize him, I suppose? Would it be one of the professors, or one of the students?" "I don't think so. Certainly not a professor. I should have known him. But the light isn't very good in that part of the library at this time of day, and I didn't see his face. I should have said he was a shortish, old gentleman, perhaps a clergyman, in a cloak. If you could wait, I can easily find out whether he wants the book very particularly." No, said Mr. Eldred. "I won't. I can't wait now, thank you. No, I must be off. But I'll call again tomorrow, if I may, and perhaps you could find out who has it." "Certainly, sir, and I'll have the book ready for you if we—" But Mr. Eldred was already off, and hurrying more than one would have thought wholesome for him. Garrett had a few moments to spare, and, thought he, "I'll go back to that case and see if I can find the old man. Most likely he could put off using the book for a few days. I dare say the other one doesn't want to keep it for long." So off with him to the Hebrew class. But when he got there, it was unoccupied, and the volume marked 11/3/34 was in its place on the shelf. It was vexatious to Garrett's self-respect to have disappointed an inquirer with so little reason, and he would have liked, had it not been against library rules, to take the book down to the vestibule then and there, so that it might be ready for Mr. Eldred when he called. However, next morning he would be on the lookout for him, and he begged the doorkeeper to send and let him know when the moment came. As a matter of fact, he was himself in the vestibule when Mr. Eldred arrived, very soon after the library opened, and when hardly anyone besides the staff were in the building. "I'm very sorry," he said. "It's not often that I make such a stupid mistake, but I did feel sure that the old gentleman I saw took out that very book and kept it in his hand without opening it, just as people do, you know, sir, when they mean to take a book out of the library and not merely refer to it. But, however, I'll run up now at once and get it for you this time." And here intervened a pause. Mr. Eldred paced the entry, read all the notices, consulted his watch, sat and gazed up the staircase, did all that a very impatient man could, until some 20 minutes had run out. At last he addressed himself to the doorkeeper, and inquired if it was a very long way to that part of the library to which Mr. Garrett had gone. "Well, I was thinking it was funny, sir. He's a quick man as a rule, but to be sure he might have been sent for by the librarian, but even so I think he'd have mentioned it to him that you was waiting. I'll just speak him up on the tube and see." And to the tube he addressed himself. As he absorbed the reply to his question, his face changed, and he made one or two supplementary inquiries, which were shortly answered. Then he came forward to his counter, and spoke in a lower tone. "I'm sorry to hear, sir, that something seems to have happened a little awkward. Mr. Garrett has been took poorly, it appears, and the librarian sent him home in a cab the other way. Something of an attack, by what I can hear." "What, really? Do you mean that someone has injured him?" "No, sir, not violence here, but, as I should judge, attacted with an attack, what you might term it, of illness. Not a strong constitution, Mr. Garrett, but as to your book, sir, perhaps you might be able to find it for yourself. It's too bad you should be disappointed this way twice over." Well, but I'm so sorry that Mr. Garrett should have been taken ill in this way, while he was obliging me. I think I must leave the book, and call and inquire after him. You can give me his address, I suppose?" This was easily done. Mr. Garrett, it appeared, lodged in rooms not far from the station. "And one other question. Did you happen to notice if an old gentleman, perhaps a clergyman, in a black cloak, left the library after I did yesterday? I think he may have been I think, that is, that he may be staying, or rather, that I may have known him." "Not in a black cloak, sir, no. There were only 2 gentlemen left later than what you done, sir, both of them youngish men. There was Mr. Carter took out a music book, and one of the professors with a couple of novels. That's the lot, sir. And then I went off to me tea, and glad to get it. Oh, thank you, sir. Much obliged." Mr. Eldred, still a prey to anxiety, betook himself in a cab to Mr. Garrett's address, but the young man was not yet in a condition to receive visitors. He was better, but his landlady considered that he must have had a severe shock. She thought most likely, from what the doctor said, that he would be able to see Mr. Eldred tomorrow. Mr. Eldred returned to his hotel at dusk, and spent, I fear, but a dull evening. On the next day he was able to see Mr. Garrett. When in health, Mr. Garrett was a cheerful and pleasant-looking young man. Now he was a very white and shaky being, propped up in an armchair by the fire, and inclined to shiver and keep an eye on the door. If, however, there were visitors whom he was not prepared to welcome, Mr. Eldred was not among them. "It really is I who owe you an apology, and I was despairing of being able to pay it, for I didn't know your address. But I'm very glad you have called. I do dislike and regret giving all this trouble, but you know I could not have foreseen this attack which I had." "Of course not. But now, I am something of a doctor. You'll excuse my asking. You have had, I'm sure, good advice. Was it a fall you had?" "No, I did fall on the floor, but not from any height. It was really a shock." "You mean something startled you? Was it anything you thought you saw?" "Not much thinking in the case, I'm afraid. Yes, it was something I saw. You remember when you called the first time at the library?" "Yes, of course. Well, now, let me beg you not to try to describe it. It will not be good for you to recall it, I'm sure." "But, indeed, it would be a relief to me to tell anyone like yourself. You might be able to explain it away." "It was just when I was going into the class where your book is." "Indeed, Mr. Garrett, I insist. Besides, my watch tells me I have but very little time left in which to get my things together and take the train. No, not another word. It would be more distressing to you than you imagine, perhaps. Now, there is just one thing I want to say. I feel that I am really indirectly responsible for this illness of yours, and I think I ought to defray the expense which it has, But this offer was quite distinctly declined. Mr. Eldred, not pressing it, left almost at once. Not, however, before Mr. Garrett had insisted upon his taking a note of the class mark of the Tractate Middoth, which, as he said, Mr. Eldred could at leisure get for himself. But Mr. Eldred did not reappear at the library. William Garrett had another visitor that day, in the person of a contemporary and colleague from the library, one George Earle. Earle had been one of those who found Garrett lying insensible on the floor, just outside the class, or cubicle, opening upon the central alley of a spacious gallery, in which the Hebrew books were placed, and Earle had naturally been very anxious about his friend's condition. So, as soon as library hours were over, he appeared at the lodgings. "Well," he said, after other conversation, "I've no notion what it was that put you wrong, but I've got the idea that there's something wrong in the atmosphere of the library. I know this, that just before we found you, I was coming along the gallery with Davis, and I said to him, 'Did ever you know such a musty smell anywhere as there is about here? It can't be wholesome.' Well now, if one goes on living a long time with a smell of that kind, I tell you it was worse than I ever knew it. It must get into the system and break out some time, don't you think?" Garrett shook his head. "Well, that's all very well about the smell, but it isn't always there, though I've noticed it the last day or two, a sort of unnaturally strong smell of dust. But no, that's not what did for me. It was something I saw, and I want to tell you about it. I went into that Hebrew class to get a book for a man that was inquiring for it down below. Now, that same book I'd made a mistake about the day before. I'd been for it, for the same man, and made sure that I saw an old parson in a cloak taking it out. I told my man it was out. Off he went to call again next day. I went back to see if I could get it out of the parson. No parson there, and the book on the shelf. Well, yesterday, as I say, I went again. This time, if you please, 10 o'clock in the morning, remember, and as much light as ever you get in those classes, and there was my parson again, back to me, looking at the books on the shelf I wanted. His hat was on the table, and he had a bald head. I waited a second or two, looking at him rather particularly. I tell you, he had a very nasty, bald head. It looked to me dry, and it looked dusty, and the streaks of hair across it were much less like hair than cobwebs. Well, I made a bit of a noise on purpose, coughed and moved my feet. He turned round and let me see his face, which I hadn't seen before. I tell you again, I'm not mistaken. Though, for one reason or another, I didn't take in the lower part of his face. I did see the upper part, and it was perfectly dry, and the eyes were very deep sunk, and over them, from the eyebrows to the cheekbone, there were cobwebs, thick. Now, that closed me up, as they say, and I can't tell you anything more." What explanations were furnished by Earle of this phenomenon, it does not very much concern us to inquire. At all events, they did not convince Garrett that he had not seen what he had seen. Before William Garrett returned to work at the library, the librarian insisted upon his taking a week's rest and change of air. Within a few days' time, therefore, he was at the station with his bag, looking for a desirable smoking compartment in which to travel to Burnstow-on-Sea, which he had not previously visited. One compartment, and one only, seemed to be suitable, but just as he approached it, he saw, standing in front of the door, a figure so like one bound up with recent unpleasant associations that, with a sickening qualm, and hardly knowing what he did, he tore open the door of the next compartment, and pulled himself into it as quickly as if death were at his heels. The train moved off, and he must have turned quite faint, for he was next conscious of a smelling bottle being put to his nose. His physician was a nice-looking old lady, who, with her daughter, was the only passenger in the carriage. But for this incident, it is not very likely that he would have made any overtures to his fellow travellers. As it was, thanks and inquiries and general conversation supervened inevitably, and Garrett found himself provided before the journey's end, not only with a physician, but with a landlady, for Mrs. Simpson had apartments to let at Burnstow, which seemed in all ways suitable. The place was empty at that season, so that Garrett was thrown a good deal into the society of the mother and daughter. He found them very acceptable company. On the third evening of his stay, he was on such terms with them as to be asked to spend the evening in their private sitting-room. During their talk, it transpired that Garrett's work lay in a library. "Ah, libraries are fine places," said Mrs. Simpson, putting down her work with a sigh. "But, for all that, books have played me a sad turn. Or rather, a book has." "Well, books give me my living, Mrs. Simpson, and I should be sorry to say a word against them. I don't like to hear that they have been bad for you." "Perhaps Mr. Garrett could help us to solve our puzzle, Mother," said Miss Simpson. "I don't want to set Mr. Garrett off on a hunt that might waste a lifetime, my dear, nor yet to trouble him with our private affairs. But if you think it in the least likely that I could be of use, I do beg you to tell me what the puzzle is, Mrs. Simpson. If it is finding out anything about a book, you see, I'm in rather a good position to do it." "Yes, I do see that, but the worst of it is that we don't know the name of the book." "Nor what it is about?" "No, nor that either. Except that we don't think it's in English, Mother, and that is not much of a clue." "Well, Mr. Garrett," said Mrs. Simpson, who had not yet resumed her work, and was looking at the fire thoughtfully, "I shall tell you the story. You will please keep it to yourself, if you don't mind. Thank you. Now, it is just this. I had an old uncle, a Dr. Rant. Perhaps you may have heard of him. Not that he was a distinguished man, but from the odd way he chose to be buried. Well, I rather think I have seen the name in some guide-book." "That would be it," said Miss Simpson. "He left directions, horrid old man, that he was to be put, sitting at a table in his ordinary clothes, in a brick room that he'd had made underground in a field near his house. Of course, the country people say he's been seen about there in his old black cloak." "Well, dear, I don't know much about such things," Mrs. Simpson went on, "but anyhow, he is dead these 20 years and more. He was a clergyman, though I'm sure I can't imagine how he got to be one, but he did no duty for the last part of his life, which I think was a good thing, and he lived on his own property, a very nice estate, not a great way from here. He had no wife or family, only one niece, who was myself, and one nephew, and he had no particular liking for either of us, nor for anyone else, as far as that goes. If anything, he liked my cousin better than he did me, for John was much more like him in his temper, and, I'm afraid I must say, his very mean, sharp ways. It might have been different if I had not married, but I did, and that he very much resented. Very well. Here he was, with this estate, and a good deal of money, as it turned out, of which he had the absolute disposal, and it was understood that we, my cousin and I, would share it equally at his death. In a certain winter, over 20 years back, as I said, he was taken ill, and I was sent for to nurse him. My husband was alive then, but the old man would not hear of his coming. As I drove up to the house, I saw my cousin John driving away from it in an open fly, and looking, I noticed, in very good spirits. I went up and did what I could for my uncle, but I was very soon sure that this would be his last illness, and he was convinced of it too. During the day before he died, he got me to sit by him all the time, and I could see there was something, and probably something unpleasant, that he was saving up to tell me, and putting it off as long as he felt he could afford the strength, I'm afraid purposely, in order to keep me on the stretch. But at last out it came. "Mary," he said, "Mary, I've made my will in John's favour. He has everything, Mary." Well, of course, That came as a bitter shock to me, for we, my husband and I, were not rich people, and if he could have managed to live a little easier than he was obliged to do, I felt it might be the prolonging of his life. But I said little or nothing to my uncle, except that he had a right to do what he pleased, partly because I couldn't think of anything to say, and partly because I was sure there was more to come. And so there was. "But, Mary," he said, "I'm not very fond of John, and I've made another will in your favour. You can have everything. Only you've got to find the will, you see, and I don't mean to tell you where it is." Then he chuckled to himself, and I waited, for again I was sure he hadn't finished. "That's a good girl," he said after a time. "You wait, and I'll tell you as much as I told John. But just let me remind you, you can't go into court with what I'm saying to you, for you won't be able to produce any collateral evidence beyond your own word, and John's a man that can do a little hard swearing if necessary. Very well, then. That's understood. Now, I had the fancy that I wouldn't write this will quite in the common way, so I wrote it in a book, Mary, a printed book. And there's several thousand books in this house, but there, you needn't trouble yourself with them, for it isn't in one of them. It's in safe-keeping elsewhere, in a place where John can go and find it any day, if he only knew, and you can't. A good will it is, properly signed and witnessed, but I don't think you'll find the witnesses in a hurry." Still I said nothing. If I had moved at all, I must have taken hold of the old wretch and shaken him. He lay there, laughing to himself, and at last he said, "Well, well, you've taken it very quietly, and as I want to start you both on equal terms, and John has a bit of a purchase in being able to go where the book is, I'll tell you just 2 other things, which I didn't tell him. The will's in English, but you won't know that if ever you see it. That's one thing, and another is that when I'm gone, you'll find an envelope in my desk directed to you, and inside it something that would help you to find it, if only you have the wits to use it." In a few hours from that he was gone, and though I made an appeal to John Eldred about it— John Eldred? I beg your pardon, Mrs. Simpson. I think I've seen a Mr. John Eldred. What is he like to look at? It must be 10 years since I saw him. He would be a thin, elderly man now, and unless he has shaved them off, he has that sort of whiskers which people used to call Dundreary or Piccadilly something. Weepers! Yes, that is the man. Where did you come across him, Mr. Garrett? I don't know if I could tell you, said Garrett mendaciously. In some public place, but you hadn't finished. Really, I had nothing much to add. Only that John Eldred, of course, paid no attention whatever to my letters, and has enjoyed the estate ever since, while my daughter and I have had to take to the lodging-house business here, which, I must say, has not turned out by any means so unpleasant as I feared it might. But about the envelope? To be sure. Why, the puzzle turns on that. Give Mr. Garrett the paper out of my desk. It was a small slip, with nothing whatever on it but 5 numerals, not divided or punctuated in any way. 1, 1, 3, 3, 4. Mr. Garrett pondered, but there was a light in his eye. Suddenly he made a face, and then asked, "Do you suppose that Mr. Eldred can have any more clue than you have to the title of the book?" "I have sometimes thought he must," said Mrs. Simpson, "and in this way, that my uncle must have made the will not very long before he died. That, I think, he said himself, and got rid of the book immediately afterwards. But all his books were very carefully catalogued, and John has the catalogue. And John was most particular that no books whatever should be sold out of the house, and I'm told that he is always journeying about to booksellers and libraries, so I fancy that he must have found out just which books are missing from my uncle's library, of those which are entered in the catalogue, and must be hunting for them. Just so, said Mr. Garrett, and relapsed into thought. No later than next day, he received a letter which, as he told Mrs. Simpson with great regret, made it absolutely necessary for him to cut short his stay at Burnstow. Sorry as he was to leave them, and they were at least as sorry to part with him, he had begun to feel that a crisis, all-important to Mrs. and shall we add Miss Simpson, was very possibly supervening. In the train, Garrett was uneasy and excited. He racked his brains to think whether the press mark of the book which Mr. Eldred had been inquiring after was one in any way corresponding to the numbers on Mrs. Simpson's little bit of paper. But he found, to his dismay, that the shock of the previous week had really so upset him that he could neither remember any vestige of the title or nature of the book, or even of the locality to which he had gone to seek it, and yet all other parts of library topography and work were clear as ever in his mind. And another thing, he stamped with annoyance as he thought of it. He had at first hesitated, and then had forgotten to ask Mrs. Simpson for the name of the place where Eldred lived. That, however, he could write about. At least he had his clue in the figures in the paper. If they referred to a press mark in his library, they were only susceptible to a limited number of interpretations. They might be divided into 1, 13, 34, 11, 33, 4, or 11, 3, 34. He could try all these in the space of a few minutes, and if any one were missing, he had every means of tracing it. He got very quickly to work, though a few minutes had to be spent in explaining his early return to his landlady and his colleagues. 1, 13, 34 was in place and contained no extraneous writing. As he drew near to Class 11 in the same gallery, its association struck him like a chill. But he must go on. After a cursory glance at 11, 33, 4, which first confronted him, and was a perfectly new book, he ran his eye along the line of quartos which fills 11.3. The gap he feared was there. 34 was out. A moment was spent in making sure that it had not been misplaced, and then he was off to the vestibule. Has 11.3.34 gone out? Do you recollect noticing that number? Notice the number? What do you take me for, Mr. Garrett? There, take and look over the tickets for yourself, if you've got a free day before you. Well, then, has a Mr. Eldred called again? The old gentleman who came the day I was taken ill. Come, you'd remember him. What do you suppose? Of course I recollect of him. No, he haven't been in again, not since you went off for your holiday. And yet I seem to... There now, Roberts'll know. Roberts, do you recollect of the name of Heldred? Not half, said Roberts. You mean the man that sent a bob over the price for the parcel, and I wish they all did. Do you mean to say you've been sending books to Mr. Eldred? Come, do speak up, have you? Well now, Mr. Garrett, if a gentleman sends the ticket all wrote correct, and the secretary says this book may go, and the box ready addressed, sent with the note, and a sum of money sufficient to defray the railway charges, what would be your action in the matter, Mr. Garrett, if I may take the liberty to ask such a question? Would you, or would you not, have taken the trouble to oblige? Or would you have chucked the whole thing under the counter and— You were perfectly right, of course, Hodgson, perfectly right. Only, would you kindly oblige me by showing me the ticket Mr. Eldred sent, and letting me know his address? To be sure, Mr. Garrett. So long as I'm not hectored about and informed that I don't know my duty, I'm willing to oblige in every way feasible to my power. There is the ticket on the file. J. Eldred, 11-3-34. Title of work, T.A.L.M. Well, there, you can make what you like of it. Not a novel, I should hazard the guess. And here is Mr. Eldred's note applying for the book in question, which I see he terms it a tract. Thanks. But the address, there's none on the note. Ah, indeed. Well now, stay now, Mr. Garrett, I have it. Why, that note come inside of the parcel, which was directed very thoughtful to save all trouble, ready to be sent back with the book inside. And if I have made any mistake in this old transaction, it lays just in the one point that I neglected to enter the address in my little book here what I keep. Not but what I dare say there was good reasons for me not entering of it. But there, I haven't the time, neither of you, I dare say, to go into 'em just now. And no, Mr. Garrett, I do not carry it in my head, else what would be the use of me keeping this little book here? Just a ordinary common notebook, you see, which I make a practice of entering all such names and addresses in it as I see fit to do. Admirable arrangement, to be sure, but all right, thank you. When did the parcel go off? 10:30 this morning. Oh, good, and it's just 1 now. Garrett went upstairs in deep thought. How was he to get the address? A telegram to Mrs. Simpson. He might miss a train by waiting for the answer. Yes, there was one other way. She had said that Eldred lived on his uncle's estate. If this were so, he might find that place entered in the donation book. That he could run through quickly, now that he knew the title of the book. The register was soon before him, and knowing that the old man had died more than 20 years ago, he gave him a good margin, and turned back to 1870. There was but one entry possible. 1875, August 14th. Talmud, Tractatus Middoth, cum com a Nachmanidae. Amstelod, 1707. Given by J. Rant, D.D., of Bretfield Manor. A gazetteer showed Bretfield to be 3 miles from a small station on the main line. Now to ask the doorkeeper whether he recollected if the name on the parcel had been anything like Bretfield. No, nothing like. It was, now you mention it, Mr. Garrett, either Bredfield or Britfield, but nothing like that other name what you quoted. So far, well. Next, a timetable. A train could be got in 20 minutes, taking 2 hours over the journey. The only chance, but one not to be missed, and the train was taken. If he had been fidgety on the journey up, he was almost distracted on the journey down. If he found Eldred, what could he say? That it had been discovered that the book was a rarity and must be recalled, an obvious untruth, or that it was believed to contain important manuscript notes. Eldred would of course show him the book, from which the leaf would already have been removed. He might perhaps find traces of the removal, a torn edge of a fly-leaf, probably, and who could disprove what Eldred was certain to say, that he too had noticed and regretted the mutilation. Altogether the chase seemed very hopeless. The one chance was this. The book had left the library at 10:30. It might not have been put into the first possible train at 11:20. Granted that, then he might be lucky enough to arrive simultaneously with it, and patch up some story which would induce Eldred to give it up. It was drawing towards evening when he got out upon the platform of his station, and, like most country stations, this one seemed unnaturally quiet. He waited about till the 1 or 2 passengers who got out with him had drifted off, and then inquired of the station-master whether Mr. Eldred was in the neighbourhood. "Yes, and pretty near too, I believe. I fancy he means calling here for a parcel he expects. Called for it once today already, didn't he, Bob?" to the porter. "Yes, sir, he did, and appeared to think it was all along of me that he didn't come by the 2 o'clock. Anyhow, I've got it for him now." And the porter flourished a square parcel, which a glance assured Garrett contained all that was of any importance to him at that particular moment. "Bratfield, sir? Yes, 3 miles just about. Short cut across these 3 fields brings it down by half a mile. There's Mr. Eldred's trap." A dog-cart drove up, with 2 men in it, of whom Garrett, gazing back as he crossed the little station yard, easily recognised one. The fact that Eldred was driving was slightly in his favour, for most likely he would not open the parcel in the presence of his servant. On the other hand, he would get home quickly, and unless Garrett were there within a very few minutes of his arrival, all would be over. He must hurry, and that he did. His short-cut took him along one side of a triangle, while the cart had 2 sides to traverse, and it was delayed a little at the station, so that Garrett was in the 3rd of the 3 fields when he heard the wheels fairly near. He had made the best progress possible, but the pace at which the cart was coming made him despair. At this rate it must reach home 10 minutes before him, and 10 minutes would more than suffice for the fulfilment of Mr. Eldred's project. It was just at this time that the luck fairly turned. The evening was still, and sounds came clearly. Seldom has any sound given greater relief than that which he now heard, that of the cart pulling up. A few words were exchanged, and it drove on. Garrett, halting in the utmost anxiety, was able to see, as it drove past the stile near which he now stood, that it contained only the servant, and not Eldred. Further, he made out that Eldred was following on foot. From behind the tall hedge by the stile leading into the road, he watched the thin, wiry figure pass quickly by, with the parcel beneath its arm, and feeling in its pockets. Just as he passed the stile, something fell out of a pocket upon the grass, but with so little sound that Eldred was not conscious of it. In a moment more it was safe for Garrett to cross the stile into the road, and pick up a box of matches. Eldred went on, and, as he went, his arms made hasty movements, difficult to interpret in the shadow of the trees that overhung the road. But, as Garrett followed cautiously, he found at various points the key to them, a piece of string, and then the wrapper of the parcel, meant to be thrown over the hedge, but sticking in it. Now Eldred was walking slower, and it could just be made out that he had opened the book and was turning over the leaves. He stopped, evidently troubled by the failing light. Garrett slipped into a gate opening, but still watched. Eldred, hastily looking around, sat down on a felled tree trunk by the roadside, and held the open book up close to his eyes. Suddenly he laid it, still open, on his knee, and felt in all his pockets, clearly in vain, and clearly to his annoyance. "You would be glad of your matches now," thought Garrett. Then he took hold of a leaf, and was carefully tearing it out, when 2 things happened. First, something black seemed to drop upon the white leaf, and run down it, and then, as Eldred started, and was turning to look behind him, a little dark form appeared to rise out of the shadow behind the tree trunk, and from it 2 arms, enclosing a mass of blackness, came before Eldred's face, and covered his head and neck. His legs and arms were wildly flourished, but no sound came. Then there was no more movement. Eldred was alone. He had fallen back into the grass behind the tree trunk. The book was cast into the roadway. Garrett, his anger and suspicion gone for the moment at the sight of this horrid struggle, rushed up with loud cries of "Help!" And so too, to his enormous relief, did a labourer who had just emerged from a field opposite. Together they bent over and supported Eldred, but to no purpose. The conclusion that he was dead was inevitable. "Poor gentleman," said Garrett to the labourer when they had laid him down. "What happened to him, do you think?" "I wasn't 200 yards away," said the man, "when I see Squire Eldred settin' readin' in his book, and to my thinking he was took with one of these fits. Face seemed to go all over black." "Just so," said Garrett. "You didn't see anyone near him. It couldn't have been an assault." "Not possible. No one couldn't have got away without you or me seeing them." "So I thought. Well, we must get some help, and the doctor and the policeman, and perhaps I had better give them this book." It was obviously a case for an inquest, and obvious also that Garrett must stay at Bretfield and give his evidence. The medical inspection showed that, though some black dust was found on the face and in the mouth of the deceased, the cause of death was a shock to a weak heart, and not asphyxiation. The fateful book was produced, a respectable quarto, printed wholly in Hebrew, and not of an aspect likely to excite even the most sensitive. "You say, Mr. Garrett, that the deceased gentleman appeared at the moment before his attack to be tearing a leaf out of this book?" "Yes, I think one of the fly-leaves." "There is here a fly-leaf, partially torn through. It has Hebrew writing on it. Will you kindly inspect it?" "There are 3 names in English, sir, also, and a date, but I am sorry to say I cannot read Hebrew writing." "Thank you. The names have the appearance of being signatures. They are John Rant, Walter Gibson, and James Frost, and the date is 20th of July, 1875. Does anyone here know any of these names?" The rector, who was present, volunteered a statement that the uncle of the deceased, from whom he inherited, had been named Rant. The book being handed to him, he shook a puzzled head. "This is not like any Hebrew I ever learnt." "You are sure that it is Hebrew?" "What? Yes, I suppose. No, my dear sir, you are perfectly right. That is, your suggestion is exactly to the point. Of course, it is not Hebrew at all. It is English, and it is a will." It did not take many minutes to show that here was indeed a will of Dr. John Rant, bequeathing the whole of the property lately held by John Eldred to Mrs. Mary Simpson. Clearly the discovery of such a document would amply justify Mr. Eldred's agitation. As to the partial tearing of the leaf, the coroner pointed out that no useful purpose could be attained by speculations whose correctness it would never be possible to establish. The Tractate Middoth was naturally taken in charge by the coroner for further investigation, and Mr. Garrett explained privately to him the history of it and the position of events so far as he knew or guessed them. He returned to his work next day, and on his walk to the station passed the scene of Mr. Eldred's catastrophe. He could hardly leave it without another look, though the recollection of what he had seen there made him shiver, even on that bright morning. He walked round, with some misgivings, behind the felled tree. Something dark that still lay there made him start back for a moment, but it hardly stirred. Looking closer, he saw that it was a thick, black mass of cobwebs, and, as he stirred it gingerly with his stick, several large spiders ran out of it into the grass. There is no great difficulty in imagining the steps by which William Garrett, from being an assistant in a great library, attained to his present position of prospective owner of Bretfield Manor, now in the occupation of his mother-in-law, Mrs. Mary Simpson. Walnut-Tree House by Charlotte Riddell. Chapter 1. The New Owner. Many years ago, there stood at the corner of a street leading out of Upper Kennington Lane a great red-brick house, covering a goodly area of ground, and surrounded by gardens magnificent in their proportions when considered in relation to the populous neighbourhood mentioned. Originally a place of considerable pretension, a gentleman's seat in the country, probably, when Lambeth Marsh had not a shop in the whole of it, when Vauxhall Gardens were still in Nubulus, when no south-western railway was planned or thought of, when London was comparatively a very small place, and its present suburbs were mere country villages, hamlets lying quite remote from the heart of the city. Once the house in question had been surrounded by a small park, and at that time there were fish-ponds in the grounds, and quite a stretch of meadowland within the walls. Bit by bit, however, the park had been cut up into building ground, and let off on building leases. The meadows were covered with bricks and mortar. Shops were run up, where cows once chewed the cud, and the roar and rumble of London traffic sounded about the old house and the deserted garden, formerly quiet and silent, as though situated in some remote part of the country. Many a time in the course of the generations that had come and gone, been born and buried since the old house was built, the freehold it covered changed hands. On most estates of this kind round London, there generally is a residence which passes like a horse from buyer to buyer. When it has served one man's need, it is put up for sale and bid for by another. When rows and rows of houses, and line after line of streets, have obliterated all the familiar marks, it is impossible to cultivate a sentiment as regards property, and it is unlikely that the descendants of the first possessors of Walnut-Tree House, who had grown to be country folk and lived in great state, oblivious of business people, and entertaining a great contempt for trade, knew that in a very undesirable part of London there still stood the residence where the first successful man of their family went home each day from his counting-house, over against St. Mildred's Church, in the Poultry. One very wet evening, in an autumn, the leaves of which have been dead and gone this many a year, Walnut-Tree House, standing grim and lonely in the mournful twilight, looked more than ordinarily desolate and deserted. There was not a sign of life about it. The shutters were closed. The rusty iron gates were fast locked. The approach was choked up with grass and weeds. Through no chink did the light of a single candle flicker. For 7 years it had been given over to rats and mice and black beetles. For 7 years no one had been found to live in it. For 7 years it had remained empty, while its owner wore out existence in fits of moody dejection or of wild frenzy in the madhouse close at hand. And now that owner was dead and buried and forgotten, and the new owner was returning to take possession. This new owner had written to his lawyers, or rather he had written to the lawyers of his late relative, begging them to request the person in charge of the house to have rooms prepared for his arrival. And, when the train drew into the station at Waterloo, he was met by one of the clerks in Messrs. Timpson & Co.'s office, who, picking out Mr. Stainton, delivered to that gentleman a letter from the firm, and said he would wait and hear if there were any message in reply. Mr. Stainton read the letter, looked at the blank fly-leaf, and then, turning back to the first words, read what his solicitors had to say all through once again, this time aloud. "The house has stood empty for more than 7 years," he said, half addressing the clerk and half speaking to himself. "Must be damp and uninhabitable. There is no one living on the premises. Under these circumstances we have been unable to comply with your directions, and can only recommend you to go to an hotel till we are able personally to discuss future arrangements." Said the new owner, after he had finished. "I'll go and take a look at the place, anyhow. Is it far from here, do you know?" he asked, turning to the young man from Timpson's. "No, sir, not very far." "Can you spare time to come over there with me?" continued Mr. Stainton. The young man believed that he could, adding, "If you want to go into the house, we had better call for the key. It is at an estate agent's in the Westminster Bridge Road." "I cannot say I have any great passion for hotels," remarked the new owner, as he took his seat in the cab. "Indeed, sir?" "No. Either they don't suit me, or I don't suit them. I have led a wild sort of life. Not much civilization in the bush or at the goldfields, I can tell you. Rooms full of furniture, houses where a fellow must keep to the one little corner he has hired, seem to choke me. Then I have not been well, and I can't stand noise and the trampling of feet. I had enough of that on board ship, and I used to lie awake at nights and think how pleasant it would be to have a big house all to myself, to do as I liked in." "Yes, sir," agreed the clerk. "You see, I've been used to roughing it, and I can get along very well for a night without servants." "No doubt, sir." "I suppose the house is in substantial repair, roof tight and all that sort of thing?" "Well, I can't say, I'm sure, sir." "Well, if there is a dry corner where I can spread a rug, I shall sleep there tonight." The clerk coughed. He looked out of the window, and then he looked at Messrs. Timpson's client. "I do not think—" he began, apologetically, and then stopped. "You don't think what?" asked the other. "Well, you'll excuse me, sir, but I don't think—I really do not think, if I were you, I'd go to that house tonight." "Why not?" "Well, it has not been slept in for nearly 7 years, and it must be blue mouldy with damp. And if you have been ill, that is all the more reason you should not run such a risk. And besides—" "Besides?" suggested Mr. Stainton. "Out with it. Like a postscript, no doubt, that besides holds the marrow of the argument." "The house has stood empty for years, sir, because— there is no use in making any secret of it. The place has a bad name." "What sort of a bad name? Unhealthy?" "Oh, no." "Haunted?" The clerk inclined his head. "You have hit it, sir," he said. "And that is the reason no one has lived there?" "We have been quite unable to let the house on that account." "The sooner it gets unhaunted, then, the better," retorted Mr. Stainton. "I shall certainly stop there tonight. You are not disposed to stay and keep me company, I suppose?" With a little gesture of dismay, the clerk drew back. Certainly, this was one of the most unconventional of clients. The young man from Timpson's did not at all know what to make of him. "A rough sort of fellow," he said afterwards, when describing the new owner. "Boorish, never mixed with good society, that sort of thing." He did not in the least understand this rich man, who treated him as an equal, who objected to hotels, who didn't mind taking up his abode in a house where not even a drunken charwoman could be induced to stop, and who calmly asked a stranger, on whom he had never set eyes before, a clerk in the respectable office of Timpson and Co., a young fellow anxious to rise in the world, careful as to his associates, particular about the whiteness of his shirts and the sit of his collar and the cut of his coats, to rough things with him in that dreadful old dungeon, where, perhaps, he might even be expected to light a fire. Still, he did not wish to offend the new owner. Messrs. Timpson expected him to be a profitable client, and to that impartial firm the money of a boor would, he knew, seem as good as the money of a count. "I am very sorry," he stammered. "Should only have felt too much honoured, but the fact is, previous engagement—" Mr. Stainton laughed. "I understand," he said. "Adventures are quite as much out of your line as ghosts. And now, tell me about this apparition. Does the old man walk?" "Not that I ever heard of," answered the other. "Is it then the miserable beggar who tried to do for himself?" "It is not the late Mr. Stainton, I believe," said the young man, in tone which mildly suggested that reference to a client of Timpson's as a miserable beggar might be considered bad taste. "Then who on earth is it?" persisted Mr. Stainton. "If you must know, sir, it is a child who has driven every tenant in succession out of the house." The new owner burst into a hearty laugh, a laugh which gave serious offence to Timpson's clerk. "That is too good a joke," said Mr. Stainton. "I do not know when I heard anything so delicious." "It is a fact, whether it be delicious or not," retorted the young man, driven out of all his former propriety of voice and demeanour by the contemptuous ridicule this digger thought fit to cast on his story. "And I, for one, would not, after all I have heard about your house, pass a night in it. No, not if anybody offered me £50 down." "Make your mind easy, my friend," said the new owner quietly. "I am not going to bid for your company. The child and I can manage, I'll be bound, to get on very comfortably by ourselves." Chapter 2. The Child. It was later on in the same evening. Mr. Stainton had, an hour previously, taken possession of Walnut-Tree House, dismissed his cab, bidden Timpson's clerk good evening, and, having ordered in wood and coals from the nearest greengrocer, besides various other necessary articles from various other tradesmen, he now stood by the front gate, waiting the coming of the goods purchased. As he waited, he looked up at the house, which, in the uncertain light of the street lamps, appeared gloomier and darker than had been the case even in the gathering twilight. The long rows of shuttered windows, the silent solemnity of the great trees, remnants of a once goodly avenue that had served to give its name to Walnut-Tree House, the appalling silence of everything within the place, when contrasted with the noise of passing cabs and whistling street boys, and men trudging home with unfurled umbrellas, and women scudding along with draggled petticoats, might well have impressed even an unimpressionable man, and Edgar Stainton, spite of his hard life and rough exterior, was impressionable and imaginative. "It has an uncanny look, certainly," he considered, "but it is not so cheerless for a lonely man as the bush, and though I am not overtired, I fancy I shall sleep more soundly in my new home than I did many a night at the Goldfields. When once I can get a good fire up, I shall be all right. Now, I wonder when those coals are coming." As he turned once again towards the road, he beheld on its way the sack of fuel with which the nearest greengrocer said he thought he could, indeed said he would, oblige him. A ton, half a ton, quarter of a ton, the greengrocer affirmed, would be impossible until the next day. But a sack, yes, he would promise that. Bill should bring it round, and Bill was told to put his burden on the truck, and 12 bundles of wood. "And we'll make up the rest tomorrow," added Bill's master, with the air of someone who has conferred a favour. In the distance, Mr. Stainton descried a very grimy Bill and a very small boy, coming along with the truck leisurely, as though the load had been Herculean. Through the rain he watched the pair advancing, and greeted Bill with a glad voice of welcome. "So you've come at last? That's right, better late than never. Bring them this way. I'll have this small lot shot in the kitchen for the night." "Begging your pardon, sir," answered Bill, "I don't think you will. That is to say, not by me. As I told our governor, I'll take 'em to the house, as you've sold 'em to the house, but I won't set a foot inside it." "Do you mean to say you are going to leave them out on the pavement?" asked Mr. Stainton. "Well, sir, I don't mind taking them to the front door, if it'll be a convenience." "That will do. You are a brave lot of people in these parts, I must say," "As for that," retorted Bill, with sack on back and head bent forward, "I dare say we're as brave about here as where you come from." "It's not impossible," retorted Mr. Stainton. "There are plenty of cowards over there, too." With a feint of being very much afraid, Bill, after he had shot his coals on the margin of the steps, retreated from the door, which stood partly open, and when the boy who brought up the wood was again out with the truck, said, putting his knuckles to his eyebrows, "Beg pardon, sir, but I suppose you couldn't give us a drop of beer? Very wet night, sir." "No, I could not," answered Mr. Stainton, very decidedly. "I shall have to shovel these coals into the house myself, and as for the night, it is as wet for me as it is for you." Nevertheless, as Bill shuffled along the short drive, shuffling wearily, like a man who, having nearly finished one day's hard work, was looking forward to beginning another hard day in the morning, the new owner relented. "Here," he said, picking out a sixpence to give him. "It isn't your fault, I suppose, that you believe in old women's tales." "Thank you kindly, sir," Bill answered. "I am sure I am extremely obliged. But if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't stop in that house. You'll excuse me, sir, meaning no offence, but I wouldn't. Indeed, I wouldn't." "It seems to have got a good name, at any rate," thought Mr. Stainton, while retracing his steps to the banned tenement. "Let us see what effect a fire will have in routing the shadows." He entered the house, and, striking a match, lighted some candles he had brought in with him from a neighbouring oil shop. Years previously, the gas company, weary of receiving no profit from the house, had taken away their meter and cut off their connections. The water supply was in the same case, as Mr. Stainton, going round the premises before it grew quite dark, had discovered. Of almost all small articles of furniture, easily broken by careless tenants, easily removed by charwomen, the place was perfectly bare, and as there were no portable candlesticks in which to place the lights, the new tenant was forced to make his illumination by the help of some dingy mirrors provided with sconces, and to seek such articles as he needed by the help of a guttering mould candle stuck in the neck of a broken bottle. After an inspection of the ground-floor rooms, he decided to take up his quarters for the night in one which had evidently served as a library. In the centre of the apartment there was the table covered with leather. Around the walls were bookcases, still well filled with volumes, too uninviting to borrow, too valueless, in the opinion of the ignorant, to steal. In one corner stood a bureau, where the man who for so many years had been dead even while living kept his letters and papers. The floor was bare. Once a Turkey carpet had been spread over the centre of the polished oak boards, but it lay in its wonted place no longer. Between the windows hung a convex mirror, in which the face of any human being looked horrible and distorted, whilst over the mantel-shelf, indeed forming a portion of it, was a long, narrow glass, bordered by a frame ornamented with a tracery of leaves and flowers. The ceiling was richly decorated, and, spite of the dust and dirt and neglect of years, all the appointments of the apartment he had selected gave Edgar Stainton the impression that it was a good thing to be the owner of such a mansion, even though it did chance to be situated as much out of the way of fashionable London as the diggings whence he had come. "And there is not a creature but myself left to enjoy it all," he mused, as he sat looking into the blazing coals. "My poor mother! How she would have rejoiced tonight, had she lived to be the mistress of so large a place. And my father! What a harbour this would have seemed after the storms that buffeted him. Well, they are better off, I know. And yet I cannot help thinking how strange it all is, that I, who went away a mere beggar, should come home rich, to be made richer, and yet stand so utterly alone that in the length and breadth of England I have not a relative to welcome me, or to say, 'I wish you joy of your inheritance.'" He had eaten his frugal supper, and now, pushing aside the table on which the remains of his repast were spread, he began walking slowly up and down the room, thinking over the past and forming plans for the future. As he was buried in reflection, the fire began to die down without his noticing the fact. But a sudden feeling of chilliness, at length causing him instinctively to look towards the hearth, he threw some wood into the grate, and while the flames went blazing up the wide chimney, piled on coals as though he desired to set the house alight. While he was so engaged, there came a knock at the door of the room, a feeble, hesitating knock, which was repeated more than once before it attracted Mr. Stainton's attention. When it did, being still busy with the fire, and forgetting he was alone in the house, he called out, "Come in." Along the panels there stole a rustling sort of touch, as if someone were feeling uncertainly for the handle. A curious noise, as of a weak hand fumbling about the door in the dark. Then, in a similar manner, the person seeking admittance tried to turn the lock. "Come in, can't you?" repeated Mr. Stainton. But even as he spoke, he remembered he was, or ought to be, the sole occupant of the mansion. He was not alarmed. He was too much accustomed to solitude and danger for that. But he rose from his stooping position and instinctively seized his revolver, which he had chanced, while unpacking some of his effects, to place on the top of the bureau. "Come in, whoever you are," he cried. But seeing the door remained closed, though the intruder was evidently making futile efforts to open it, he strode halfway across the room, and then stopped, amazed. For suddenly the door opened, and there entered, shyly and timidly, a little child. A child with the saddest face mortal ever beheld. A child with wistful eyes, and long, ill-kept hair. A child poorly dressed, wasted and worn, and with the mournfullest expression on its countenance that face of a child ever wore. "What a hungry little beggar," thought Mr. Stainton. "Well, young one, and what do you want here?" he added aloud. The boy never answered, never took the slightest notice of his questioner, but simply walked slowly round the room, peering into all the corners, as if looking for something, searching the embrasures of the windows, examining the recesses beside the fireplace, pausing on the hearth to glance under the library table, and finally, when the doorway was reached once more, turning to survey the contents of the apartment with an eager and yet hopeless scrutiny. "What is it you want, my boy?" asked Mr. Stainton, glancing as he spoke at the child's poor thin legs, and short, shabby frock, and shoes well-nigh worn out, and arms bare and lean and unbeautiful. "Is it anything I can get for you?" Not a word, not a whisper, only for reply a glance of the wistful brown eyes. "Where do you come from, and who do you belong to?" persisted Mr. Stainton. The child turned slowly away. "Come, you shall not get off so easily as you seem to imagine," persisted the new owner, advancing towards his visitor. "You have no business to be here at all, and before you go you must tell me how you chanced to be in this house, and what you expected to find in this room." He was close to the doorway by this time, and the child stood on the threshold, with its back towards him. Mr. Stainton could see every detail of the boy's attire: his little plaid frock, which he had outgrown, the hooks which fastened it, the pinafore, soiled and crumpled, tied behind with strings broken and knotted. In one place the skirt had given from the body, and a piece of thin, poor flannel, showed that the child's under habiliments matched in shabbiness his exterior garments. "Poor little chap," thought Mr. Stainton. "I wonder if he would like something to eat. Are you hungry, my lad?" The child turned and looked at him earnestly, but answered never a word. "I wonder if he is dumb," marvelled Mr. Stainton, and, seeing he was moving away, put out a hand to detain him. But the child eluded his touch and flitted out into the hall, and up the wide staircase with swift, noiseless feet. Only waiting to snatch a candle from one of the sconces, Mr. Stainton pursued as fast as he could follow. Up the easy steps he ran, at the top of his speed. But, fast as he went, the child went faster. Higher and higher he beheld the tiny creature mounting. Then, still keeping the same distance between them, it turned when it reached the top story, and trotted along a narrow corridor, with rooms opening off to right and left. At the extreme end of this passage, a door stood ajar. Through this the child passed, Mr. Stainton still following. "I have run you to earth at last," he said, entering and closing the door. "Why, where has the boy gone?" he added, holding the candle above his head, and gazing round the dingy garret in which he found himself. The room was quite empty. He examined it closely, but could find no possible outlet save the door, and a skylight which had evidently not been opened for years. There was no furniture in the apartment, except a truckle bedstead, a rush-bottomed chair, and a rickety washstand. No wardrobe, or box, or press, where even a kitten might have lain concealed. "It is very strange," muttered Mr. Stainton, as he turned away baffled. "Very strange," he repeated, while he walked along the corridor. "I don't understand it at all," he decided, proceeding slowly down the topmost flight of stairs. But then all at once he stopped. "It is the child!" he exclaimed aloud, and the sound of his own voice woke strange echoes through the silence of that desolate house. "It is the child!" And he descended the principal staircase very slowly, with bowed head, and his grave, thoughtful face graver and more thoughtful than ever. Chapter 3. Seeking for Information. It was enough to make any man look grave, and as time went on, the new owner of Walnut-Tree House found himself pondering continually as to what the mystery could be which attached to the child he had found in possession of his property, and who had already driven tenant after tenant out of the premises. Inclined at first to regard the clerk's story as a joke, and his own experience on the night of his arrival a delusion, it was impossible for him to continue incredulous when he found, even in broad daylight, that terrible child stealing down the staircase and entering the rooms, looking for something it never found. Never, after the first horror was over, did Mr. Stainton think of leaving the house, in consequence of that haunting presence which had kept the house tenantless. It would have been worse than useless, he felt. With the ocean stretching between, his spirit would still be in the old mansion at Lambeth. His mental vision would always be watching the child engaged in a weary search, to which there seemed no end, that never appeared to produce any result. At bed and at board he had company, or the expectation of it. No apartment in the building was secure from intrusion. It did not matter where he lay. It did not matter where he ate. Between sleeping and waking, between breakfast and dinner, whenever the notion seized it, the child came gliding in, looking, and never finding, not lingering longer than was necessary to be certain the object of its search was absent, but wandering hither and thither, from garret to kitchen, from parlour to bedchamber, in that quest which still seemed fresh as when first begun. Mr. Stainton went to his solicitors as the most likely persons from whom to obtain information on the subject, and plunged at once into the matter. "Who is the child supposed to be, Mr. Timpson?" he asked, making no secret that he had seen it. "Well, that is really very difficult to say," answered Mr. Timpson. "There was a child once, I suppose? A real child, flesh and blood?" Mr. Timpson took off his spectacles and wiped them. "There were two, yes, certainly, in the time of Mr. Felix Stainton, a boy and a girl." "In that house?" "In that house. They survived him." "And what became of them?" "The girl was adopted by a relation of her father's, and the boy died." "Oh, the boy died, did he? Do you happen to know what he died of?" "No, I really do not. There was nothing wrong about the affair, however, if that is what you are thinking of. There never was a hint of that sort." Mr. Stainton sat silent for a minute. Then he said, "Mr. Timpson, I can't shake off the idea that somehow there has been foul play with regard to those children. Who were they?" "Felix Stainton's grandchildren. His daughter made a low marriage, and he cast her adrift. After her death, the two children were received at Walnut-Tree house on sufferance, fed and clothed, I believe. That was all. And when the old man died, the heir at law permitted them to remain." "Alfred Stainton?" "Yes, the unhappy man who became insane. His uncle died intestate, and he consequently succeeded to everything but the personalty, which was very small, and of which these children had a share." "There was never any suspicion, you say, of foul play on the part of the late owner?" "Dear, dear, no. Quite the contrary." "Then can you throw the least light on the mystery?" "Not in the least. I wish I could." For all that, Mr. Stainton carried away an impression Mr. Timpson knew more of the matter than he cared to tell, and was confirmed in this opinion by a chance remark from Mr. Timpson's partner, whom he met in the street almost immediately after. "Why can't you let the matter rest, Mr. Stainton?" asked the Co., with some irritation of manner, when he heard the object of their client's visit. "What is the use of troubling your head about a child who has been lying in Lambeth churchyard these dozen years? Take my advice, have the house pulled down, and let or sell the ground for building. You ought to get a pot of money for it in that neighbourhood. If there were a wrong done, it is too late to set it right now." "What wrong do you refer to?" asked Mr. Stainton eagerly, thinking he had caught Timpson's partner napping. But that gentleman was too sharp for him. "I remarked if there were a wrong done, not that there had been one," he answered, and then, without a pause, added, "We shall hope to hear from you that you have decided to follow our advice." But Mr. Stainton shook his head. "I will not pull down the old house just yet," he said, and walked slowly away. "There is a mystery behind it all," he considered. "I must learn more about these children. Perhaps some of the local tradespeople may recollect them." But the local tradespeople, for the most part, were newcomers, or else had not supplied the house. "So far as ever I could understand," said one family butcher, irascibly sharpening his knife as he spoke, "there was not much to supply. That custom was not worth speaking of. I hadn't it, so what I am saying is not said on my own account. A scrag end or neck of mutton, a bit of gravy beef, 2 pennyworth of sheep's liver, that was the sort of thing. Misers, sir, misers. The old gentleman bad, and the nephew worse. A bad business first and last. But what else could be expected? When people as can afford to live on the fat of the land never have a sirloin inside their doors, why, worse must come of it. No, sir, I never set eyes on the children to my knowledge. I only knew there were children by hearing one of them was dead, and that it was the poorest funeral ever crossed a decent threshold." Poor little chap, thought Mr. Stainton, looking straight out into the street for a moment, then added, "Lest the family misfortunes should descend to me, you had better send round a joint to Walnut-Tree House." "Law, sir, are you the gentleman as is living there? I beg your pardon, I'm sure, but I've been so bothered with questions in regard of that house and those children that I forget my manners when I talk about them. A joint, sir. What would you please to have?" The new owner told him, and while he counted out the money to pay for it, Mr. Parker remarked, "There is only one person I can think of, sir, likely to be able to give any information about the matter." "And that is?" "Mr. Hennings, at the Pedlar's Dog. He had some acquaintance with the old lady as was housekeeper, both to Mr. Felix Stainton and the gentleman that went out of his mind." Following the advice, the new owner repaired to the Pedlar's Dog, where, having on his first arrival at Walnut-Tree House ordered some creature comforts from that well-known public-house, he experienced a better reception than had been accorded to him by Mr. Parker. "Do I know Walnut-Tree House, sir?" said Mr. Hennings, repeating his visitor's question. "Well, yes, rather. Why, you might as well ask me, do I know the Pedlar's Dog? As boy and man, I can remember the old house for close on 55 years. I remember Mr. George Stainton. He used to wear a skull cap and knee breeches. There was an orchard then, where Stainton Street is now, and his old time was taken up in keeping the boys out of it. Many a time I have run from him. Did you ever see anything of the boy and girl who were there, after Mr. Alfred succeeded to the property? Felix Stainton's grandchildren, I mean?" asked the new owner, when a pause in Mr. Hennings' reminiscences enabled him to take his part in the conversation. "Well, sir, I may have seen the girl, but I can't bring it to my recollection. The boy I do remember, however. He came over here 2 or 3 times with Mrs. Topley's, who kept house for both Mr. Staintons, and I took notice of him, both because he looked so peaky and old-fashioned, and also on account of the talk about him." "There was talk about him, then?" "Bless you, yes, sir. As much talk while he was living as since he died. Everybody thought he ought to have been the heir." "Why?" inquired the new owner. "Because there was a will made leaving the place to him." Here was information. Mr. Stainton's heart seemed to stand still for a second, and then leap on with excitement. "Who made the will?" "Well, the grandfather, Felix Stainton, to be sure. Who else should make it?" "I did not mean that. Was it not drawn out by a solicitor?" "Oh, yes, now I understand you, sir. The will was drawn right enough by Mr. Quinance in the Lambeth Road, a very clever lawyer." "Not by Timpson, then. How was that?" "The old man took the notion of making it late one night, and so Mrs. Topley sent to the nearest lawyer she knew of." "Yes? And then?" "Well, the will was made and signed and witnessed, and everything regular, and from that day to this, no one knows what has become of it." "How very strange." "Yes, sir, it is more than strange, unaccountable. At first, Mr. Quinance was suspected of having given it up to Mr. Alfred, but Mrs. Topley and Quinance's clerk, he has succeeded to the business now, say that old Felix insisted on keeping it himself. So, whether he destroyed it, or the nephew got hold of it, heaven only knows, for no man living does, I think." "And the child? The boy, I mean?" "If you want to hear all about him, sir, Mrs. Topley is the one to tell you. If you have a mind to give a shilling to a poor old lady, who always did try to keep herself respectable, and who, I will say, paid her way honourable, as long as she had a sixpence to pay it honourable with, you cannot do better than go and see Mrs. Topley, who will talk to you for hours about the time she lived at Walnut-Tree House." And with this delicate hint that his minutes were more valuable than the hours of Mrs. Topley, Mr. Hennings would have closed the interview, but that his visitor asked where he should be able to find the housekeeper. "1,000 pardons," he answered, with an air. Forgetting the very cream and marrow of it, wasn't I? Mrs. Topley's, sir, is to be found in Lambeth Workhouse, and a pity, too." Edgar Stainton turned away, heart-sick. Was this all wealth had done for his people, and those connected with them? No man seemed to care to waste a moment in speaking about their affairs. No one had a good word for or kindly memory of them. The poorest creature he met in the streets might have been of more use in the world than they. The house they had lived in mentioned as if a curse rested on the place. Themselves only recollected as leaving everything undone which it befitted their station to do. An old servant, allowed to end her days in the workhouse. "Heaven helping me," he thought, "I will not so misuse the wealth which has been given me." The slight put upon his family tortured and made him wince. And the face of the dead boy who ought to have been the heir seemed, as he hurried along the streets, to pursue and look on him with a wistful reproach. "If I cannot lay that child, I shall go mad," he said, almost audibly. As mad, perhaps, as Alfred Stainton. And then a terrible fear took possession of him. The horror of that which is worse than any death made for the moment this brave, bold man more timid than a woman. "God preserve my senses," he prayed, and then, determinedly putting that phantom behind him, he went on to the workhouse. Chapter 4. Brother and Sister. Mr. Stainton had expected to find Mrs. Topless a decrepit crone, bowed with age, and racked with rheumatism, and it was therefore like a gleam of sunshine streaming across his path to behold a woman, elderly certainly, but carrying her years with ease, ruddy-cheeked, clear-eyed, upright as a dart, who welcomed him with respectful enthusiasm. "And so you are Mr. Edgar, the son of the dear old captain," she said, after the first greetings and explanations were over, after she had wiped her eyes, and uttered many ejaculations of astonishment and expressions of delight. "I remember him coming to the house just after he was married, and telling me about the sweet lady his wife. I never heard a gentleman so proud. He never seemed tired of saying the words, 'my wife.'" "She was a sweet lady," answered the new owner. "And so the house has come to you, sir. Well, I wish you joy. I hope you may have peace and health and happiness and prosperity in it, and I don't see why you should not. No, indeed, sir." Edgar Stainton sat silent for a minute, thinking how he should best approach his subject. "Mrs. Topless," he began at last, plunging into the very middle of the difficulty, "I want you to tell me about it. I've come here on purpose to ask you what it all means." The old woman covered her face with her hands, and he could see that she trembled violently. "You need not be afraid to speak openly to me," he went on. "I am quite satisfied there was some great wrong done in the house, and I want to put it right, if it lies in my power to do so. I am a rich man. I was rich when the news of this inheritance reached me, and I would gladly give up the property tomorrow, if I could only undo whatever may have been done amiss." Mrs. Topless shook her head. "Ah, sir, you can't do that," she said. "Money can't bring back the dead to life, and if it could, I doubt if even you could prove as good a friend to the poor child sleeping in the churchyard yonder as his Maker did when he took him out of this troublesome world. It was just soul-rending to see the boy the last few months of his life. I can't bear to think of it, sir. Often at night I wake in a fright, fancying I still hear the patter-patter of his poor little feet upon the stair." "Do you know, it is a curious thing, but he doesn't frighten me," said Mr. Stainton. "That is, when I am in the house. Although when I am away from it, the recollection seems to dog every step I take." "What? cried Mrs. Topless. "Have you, then, seen him too? There, what am I talking about? I hope, sir, you will forgive my foolishness." "I see him constantly," was the calm reply. "I wonder what it means. I wonder what it can mean," exclaimed the housekeeper, wringing her hands in dire perplexity and dismay. "I do not know," answered the new owner philosophically, "but I want you to help me to find out. I suppose you remember the children coming there at first?" "Well, sir, they were poor Miss Mary's son and daughter. She ran away, you know, with a Mr. Fenton, made a very poor match, but I believe he was kind to her. When they were brought to us, a shivering little pair, my master was for sending them here. Aye, and he would have done it too, if somebody had not said he could be made to pay for their keep. You never saw brother and sister so fond of one another. Never. They were twins. But, law, the boy was more like a father to the little girl than aught else. He'd have kept an apple a month rather than eat it, unless she had half, and the same with everything. I think it was seeing that, watching the love they had, he for her and she for him, coming upon them unexpected, with their little arms round one another's necks, made the old gentleman alter his mind about leaving the place to Mr. Alfred. For he said to me one day, thoughtful-like, pointing to them, 'Wonderful fond, Topless?' And I answered, 'Yes, sir, for all the world like the babes in the wood,' not thinking of how lonely that meant. Shortly afterwards he took to his bed, and while he was lying there, no doubt, better thoughts came to him, for he used to talk about his wife and Miss Mary, and the captain, your father, sir, and ask if the children were gone to bed and such like, things he never used to mention before. So when he made the will Mr. Quinnans drew out, I was not surprised, no, not a bit, though before that time he always spoke of Mr. Alfred as his heir, and treated him as such." "That will never was found," suggested Mr. Stainton, anxious to get at another portion of the narrative. "Never, sir. We hunted for it high and low. Perhaps I wronged him, but I always thought Mr. Alfred knew what became of it. After the old gentleman's death, the children were treated shameful. I don't mean beaten, or that like, but half-starved and neglected. He would not buy them proper clothes, and he would not suffer them to wear decent things if anybody else bought them. It was just the same with their food. I durstn't give them even a piece of bread and butter, unless it was on the sly, and indeed, there was not much to give in that house. He turned regular miser. Hoarding came into the family with Mrs. Lancelot Stainton, Mr. Alfred's great-grandmother, and they went on from bad to worse, each one closer and nearer than the last. Begging your pardon for saying so, sir, but it is the truth." "I fear so, Mrs. Topless," agreed the man, who certainly was neither close nor near. "Well, sir, at last, when the little girl was about 6 years old, she fell sick, and we didn't think she would get over the illness. While she was about at her worst, Mrs. May, her father's sister, chanced to be stopping up in London, and as Mr. Alfred refused to let a doctor inside his doors, she made no more ado but wrapped the child up in blankets, sent for a cab, and carried her off to her own lodgings. Mr. Alfred made no objection to that. All he said as she went through the hall was, 'If you take her now, remember you must keep her.' 'Very well,' she replied, 'I will keep her.'" "And the boy, cried Mr. Stainton, in an agony of impatience. "I'm coming to him, sir, if you please. He just dwindled away after his sister and he were parted, and died in December, as she was taken away in the July." "What did he die of?" "A broken heart, sir. It seems a queer thing to say about a child, but if ever a heart was broken, his was. At first, he was always wandering about the house, looking for her, but towards the end he used to go up to his room and stay there all by himself. At last I wrote to Mrs. May, but she was ill when the letter got to her, and when she did come up, he was dead. My word, she talked to Mr. Alfred. I never heard any one person say so much to another. She declared he had first cheated the boy of his inheritance, and then starved him to death. But that was not true. The child broke his heart, fretting after his sister. Yes, and when he was dead? Sir, I don't like to speak of it, but as true as I'm sitting here, the night he was put in his coffin, he came pattering down, just as usual, looking for his sister. I went straight upstairs, and if I had not seen the little wasted body lying there still and quiet, I must have thought he had come back to life. We were never without him afterwards, never. That, and nothing else, drove Mr. Alfred mad. He used to think he was fighting the child and killing it. When the worst fits were on him, he tried to trample it underfoot or crush it up in a corner, and then he would sob and cry, and pray for it to be taken away. I have heard he recovered a little before he died, and said his uncle told him there was a will leaving all to the boy, but he never saw such a paper. Perhaps it was all talk, though, or that he was still raving. You are quite positive there was no foul play as regards the child? Asked Mr. Stainton, sticking to that question pertinaciously. Certain, sir. I don't say but Mr. Alfred wished him dead. That is not murder, though. I am not clear about that, answered Mr. Stainton. Chapter 5. The next afternoon. Mr. Stainton was trying to work off some portion of his perplexities by pruning the grimy evergreens in front of Walnut-Tree house, and chopping away at the undergrowth of weeds and couch grass, which had in the course of years matted together beneath the shrubs, when his attention was attracted to two ladies, who stood outside the great iron gate looking up at the house. "It seems to be occupied now," remarked the elder, turning to her companion. "I suppose the new owner is going to live here. It looks just as dingy as ever, but you do not remember it, Mary." "I think I do," was the answer. "As I look, the place grows familiar to me. I do recollect some of the rooms, I'm sure, just like a dream, as I remember Georgie. What I would give to have a peep inside." At this juncture, the new owner emerged from amongst the bushes, and opening the gate, asked if the ladies would like to look over the place. The elder hesitated, whilst the younger whispered, "Oh, aunt, pray do." "Thank you," said Mrs. May to the stranger, whom she believed to be a gardener. "But perhaps Mr. Stainton might object." "No, he wouldn't, I know," declared the new owner. "You can go through the house if you wish. There is no one in it. Nobody lives there except myself." "Taking charge, I suppose?" suggested Mrs. May, blandly. "Something of that sort," he answered. "I do not think he is a caretaker," said the girl, as she and her relative passed into the old house together. "What do you suppose he is, then?" asked her aunt. "Mr. Stainton himself." "Nonsense, child," exclaimed Mrs. May, turning, nevertheless, to one of the windows, and casting a curious glance towards the new owner, who was now, his hands thrust deep in his pockets, walking idly up and down the drive. After they had been all over the place, from hall to garret, with a peep into this room and a glance into that, Mrs. May found the man who puzzled her, leaning against one of the pillars of the porch, waiting, apparently, for their reappearance. "I am sure we are very much obliged to you," she began, with a hesitation in her manner. "Pray do not mention it," he said. "This young lady has sad associations connected with the house," Mrs. May proceeded, still doubtfully feeling her way. He turned his eyes towards the girl for a moment, and though her veil was down, saw she had been weeping. "I surmised as much," he replied. "She is Miss Fenton, is she not?" "Yes, certainly," was the answer. "And you are—" "Edgar Stainton," said the new owner, holding out his hand. "I am all alone here," he went on, after the first explanations were over. "But I can manage to give you a cup of tea. Pray do come in, and let me feel I am not entirely alone in England." Only too well pleased, Mrs. May complied, and 10 minutes later the three were sitting round a fire, the blaze of which leapt and flickered upon the walls and over the ceiling, casting bright lights on the dingy mirrors and the dark oak shelves. "It is all coming back to me now," said the girl, softly, addressing her aunt. "Many an hour Georgie and I have sat on that hearth, seeing pictures in the fire." But she did not see something which was even then standing close beside her, and which the new owner had witnessed approach with a feeling of terror that precluded speech. It was the child searching about no longer for something it failed to find, but standing at the girl's side, still and motionless, with its eyes fixed upon her face, and its poor, wasted figure nestling among the folds of her dress. "Thank heaven she does not see it," he thought, and drew his breath, relieved. No, she did not see it, though its wan cheek touched her shoulder, though its thin hand rested on her arm, though through the long conversation which followed, it never moved from her side, nor turned its wistful eyes from her face. When she went away, when she took her fresh young beauty out of the house, it seemed to gladden and light up. The child followed her to the threshold, and then, in an instant, it vanished, and Mr. Stainton watched for its flitting up the staircase, all in vain. But later on in the evening, when he was sitting alone beside the fire, with his eyes bent on the glowing coals, and perhaps seeing pictures there, as Mary said she and her brother had done in their lonely childhood, he felt conscious, even without looking round, that the boy was there once again. And when he fell to thinking of the long, long years during which the dead child had kept faithful and weary watch for his sister, searching through the empty rooms for one who never came, and then bethought him of the sister to whom her dead brother had become but the vaguest of memories, of the summers and winters, during the course of which she had probably forgotten him altogether. He sighed deeply, and heard his sigh echoed behind him, in the merest, faintest whisper. More, when he, thinking deeply about his newly found relative, and trying to recall each feature in her face, each tone of her voice, found it impossible to dissociate the girl grown to womanhood from the child he had pictured to himself as wandering about the old house, in company with her twin brother, their arms twined together, their thoughts one, their sorrows one, their poor pleasures one. He felt a touch on his hand, and knew the boy was beside him, looking with wistful eyes into the firelight too. But when he turned, he saw that sadness clouded those eyes no longer. She was found. The lost had come again, to meet a living friend on the once desolate hearth, and up and down the wide, desolate staircase, those weary little feet pattered no longer. The quest was over. The search ended. Into the darksome corners of that dreary house the child's glance peered no longer. She was come. Through years he had kept faithful watch for her, but the waiting was ended now. That night Edgar Stainton slept soundly, and yet, when morning dawned, he knew that once in the darkness he wakened suddenly, and was conscious of a small, childish hand, smoothing his pillow and touching his brow. Sweet were the dreams which visited his rest subsequently. Sweet as ought to be the dreams of a man who had said to his own soul, and meant to hold fast by words he had spoken, "As I deal by that orphan girl, so may God deal with me." Chapter 6. The Missing Will. Ere long there were changes in the old house. Once again Mrs. Topless reigned there, but this time with servants under her. With maids she could scold, and lads she could harass. The larder was well plenished, the cellars sufficiently stocked. Windows formerly closely shuttered now stood open to admit the air, and on the drive grass grew no longer. Too many footsteps passed that way for weeds to flourish. It was Christmas time. The joints in the butchers' shops were gay with ribbons. The grocers' windows were tricked out to delight the eyes of the children, young and old, who passed along. In Mr. May's house, up the Clapham Road, all was excitement, for the whole of the family, father, mother, grown-up sons and daughters, girls still in short frocks and boys in round jackets, were going to spend Christmas Eve with their newly found cousin, whom they had adopted as a relation with a unanimity as rare as charming. Cousin Mary also was going. Cousin Mary had got a new dress for the occasion, and was having her hair done up in a specially effective manner by Sissy May, when the toilette proceedings were interrupted by half a dozen young voices announcing, "A gentleman in the parlour wants to see you, Mary. Pa says you are to make haste and come down immediately." Obediently, Mary made haste as bidden, and descended to the parlour, to find there the clerk from Timpson's, who met Mr. Stainton on his arrival in London. His business was simple, but important. Once again he was the bearer of a letter from Timpson and Co., this time announcing to Miss Fenton that the will of Mr. Felix Stainton had been found, and that under it she was entitled to the interest of £10,000, secured upon the houses in Stainton Street. "Oh, aunt! Oh, uncle! How rich we shall be!" cried the girl, running off to tell her cousins. But the uncle and aunt looked grave. They were wondering how this will might affect Edgar Stainton. While they were still talking it over, after Timpson's young man had taken his departure, Mr. Edgar Stainton himself arrived. "Oh, it's all right," he said, in answer to their questions. "I found the will in the room where Felix Stainton died. Walnut-Tree house and all the freeholds were left to the poor little chap who died, chargeable with Mary's £10,000, 500 to Mrs. Topless, and a few other legacies. Failing George, the property was to come to me. I have been to Quinnance's successor, and found out the old man and Alfred had a grievous quarrel, and that in consequence he determined to cut him out altogether. Where is Mary? I want to wish her joy." Mary was in the little conservatory, searching for a rose to put in her pretty brown hair. He went straight up to her and said, "Mary, dear, you have had one Christmas gift tonight, and I want you to take another with it." "What is it, Cousin Edgar?" she asked. But when she looked in his face, she must have guessed his meaning, for she drooped her head and began pulling her sweet rose to pieces. He took the flower, and with it her fingers. "Will you have me, dear?" he asked. "I am but a rough fellow, I know, but I am true, and I love you dearly." Somehow she answered him as he wished, and all spent a very happy evening in the old house. Once, when he was standing close beside her in the familiar room, hand clasped in hand, Edgar Stainton saw the child looking at them. There was no sorrow or yearning in his eyes as he gazed, only a great peace, a calm, which seemed to fill and light them with an exquisite beauty. Man-Size in Marble by Edith Nesbit. Although every word of this story is as true as despair, I do not expect people to believe it. Nowadays, a rational explanation is required before belief is possible. Let me then at once offer the rational explanation which finds most favour among those who have heard the tale of my life's tragedy. It is held that we were under a delusion, Laura and I, on that 31st of October, and that this supposition places the whole matter on a satisfactory and believable basis. The reader can judge, when he too has heard my story, how far this is an explanation, and in what sense it is rational. There were 3 who took part in this, Laura and I, and another man. The other man still lives, and can speak to the truth of the least credible part of my story. I never in my life knew what it was to have as much money as I required to supply the most ordinary needs, good colours, books, and cab fares, and when we were married we knew quite well that we should only be able to live at all by strict punctuality and attention to business. I used to paint in those days, and Laura used to write, and we felt sure we could keep the pot at least simmering. Living in town was out of the question, so we went to look for a cottage in the country, which should be at once sanitary and picturesque. So rarely do these 2 qualities meet in one cottage, that our search was for some time quite fruitless. We tried advertisements, but most of the desirable rural residences which we did look at proved to be lacking in both essentials, and when a cottage chanced to have drains, it always had stucco as well, and was shaped like a tea-caddy, and if we found a vine or rose-covered porch, corruption invariably lurked within. Our minds got so befogged by the eloquence of house-agents, and the rival disadvantages of the fever-traps and outrages to beauty which we had seen and scorned, that I very much doubt whether either of us, on our wedding morning, knew the difference between a house and a haystack. But when we got away from friends and house-agents, on our honeymoon, our wits grew clear again, and we knew a pretty cottage when at last we saw one. It was at Brenzett, a little village set on a hill over against the southern marshes. We had gone there, from the seaside village where we were staying, to see the church, and 2 fields from the church we found this cottage. It stood quite by itself, about 2 miles from the village. It was a long, low building, with rooms sticking out in unexpected places. There was a bit of stonework, ivy-covered and moss-grown, just 2 old rooms, all that was left of a big house that had once stood there, and round this stonework the house had grown up. Stripped of its roses and jasmine, it would have been hideous. As it stood, it was charming, and after a brief examination we took it. It was absurdly cheap. The rest of our honeymoon we spent in grubbing about in second-hand shops in the county town, picking up bits of old oak and Chippendale chairs for our furnishing. We wound up with a run up to town and a visit to Liberty's, and soon the low oak-beamed lattice-windowed rooms began to be home. There was a jolly old-fashioned garden, with grass paths, and no end of hollyhocks and sunflowers and big lilies. From the window you could see the marsh pastures, and beyond them the blue, thin line of the sea. We were as happy as the summer was glorious, and settled down into work sooner than we ourselves expected. I was never tired of sketching the view and the wonderful cloud effects from the open lattice, and Laura would sit at the table and write verses about them, in which I mostly played the part of foreground. We got a tall old peasant woman to do for us. Her face and figure were good, though her cooking was of the homeliest. But she understood all about gardening, and told us all the old names of the coppices and cornfields, and the stories of the smugglers and highwaymen, and, better still, of the things that walked, and of the sights which met one in lonely glens of a starlight night. She was a great comfort to us, because Laura hated housekeeping as much as I loved folklore, and we soon came to leave all the domestic business to Mrs. Dorman, and to use her legends in little magazine stories, which brought in the jingling guinea. We had 3 months of married happiness, and did not have a single quarrel. One October evening I had been down to smoke a pipe with the doctor, our only neighbour, a pleasant young Irishman. Laura had stayed at home to finish a comic sketch of a village episode for the monthly Marplot. I left her laughing over her own jokes, and came in to find her a crumpled heap of pale muslin, weeping on the window-seat. "Good heavens, my darling, what's the matter?" I cried, taking her in my arms. She leaned her little dark head against my shoulder, and went on crying. I had never seen her cry before. We had always been so happy, you see, and I felt sure some frightful misfortune had happened. "What is the matter? Do speak." "It's Mrs. Dorman," she sobbed. "What has she done?" I inquired, immensely relieved. "She says she must go before the end of the month, and she says her niece is ill. She's gone down to see her now, but I don't believe that's the reason, because her niece is always ill. I believe someone has been setting her against us. Her manner was so queer." "Never mind, Pussy," I said. "Whatever you do, don't cry, or I shall have to cry too, to keep you in countenance, and then you'll never respect your man again." She dried her eyes obediently on my handkerchief, and even smiled faintly. "But, you see," she went on, "it is really serious, because these village people are so sheepy, and if one won't do a thing, you may be quite sure none of the others will, and I shall have to cook the dinners, and wash up the hateful greasy plates, and you'll have to carry cans of water about, and clean the boots and knives, and we shall never have any time for work, or earn any money, or anything. We shall have to work all day, and only be able to rest when we are waiting for the kettle to boil." I represented to her that even if we had to perform these duties, the day would still present some margin for other toils and recreations. But she refused to see the matter in any but the greyest light. She was very unreasonable, my Laura, but I could not have loved her any more if she had been as reasonable as Whately. "I'll speak to Mrs. Dorman when she comes back, and see if I can't come to terms with her," I said. "Perhaps she wants a rise in her screw. It will be all right. Let's walk up to the church." The church was a large and lonely one, and we loved to go there, especially upon bright nights. The path skirted a wood, cut through it once, and ran along the crest of the hill, through 2 meadows, and round the churchyard wall, over which the old yews loomed in black masses of shadow. This path, which was partly paved, was called the bier balk, for it had long been the way by which the corpses had been carried to burial. The churchyard was richly treed, and was shaded by great elms, which stood just outside, and stretched their majestic arms in benediction over the happy dead. A large low porch let one into the building by a Norman doorway and a heavy oak door, studded with iron. Inside, the arches rose into darkness, and between them the reticulated windows, which stood out white in the moonlight. In the chancel the windows were of rich glass, which showed in faint light their noble colouring, and made the black oak of the choir pews hardly more solid than the shadows. But on each side of the altar lay a grey marble figure of a knight in full plate armour, lying upon a low slab, with hands held up in everlasting prayer, and these figures, oddly enough, were always to be seen if there was any glimmer of light in the church. Their names were lost, but the peasants told of them that they had been fierce and wicked men, marauders by land and sea, who had been the scourge of their time, and had been guilty of deeds so foul that the house they had lived in, the big house, by the way, that had stood on the site of our cottage, had been stricken by lightning and the vengeance of heaven. But for all that, the gold of their heirs had bought them a place in the church. Looking at the bad, hard faces reproduced in the marble, this story was easily believed. The church looked at its best and weirdest on that night, for the shadows of the yew trees fell through the windows upon the floor of the nave, and touched the pillars with tattered shade. We sat down together without speaking, and watched the solemn beauty of the old church, with some of that awe which inspired its early builders. We walked to the chancel, and looked at the sleeping warriors. Then we rested some time on the stone seat in the porch, looking out over the stretch of quiet, moonlit meadows, feeling in every fibre of our being the peace of the night and of our happy love, and came away at last with the sense that even scrubbing and blackleading were but small troubles at their worst. Mrs. Dorman had come back from the village, and I at once invited her to a tete-a-tete. "Now, Mrs. Dorman," I said, when I had got her into my painting room, "what's all this about your not staying with us?" "I should be glad to get away, sir, before the end of the month," she answered, with her usual placid dignity. "Have you any fault to find, Mrs. Dorman?" "None at all, sir. You and your lady have always been most kind, I'm sure." "Well, what is it? Are your wages not high enough?" "No, sir, I gets quite enough." "Then why not stay?" "I'd rather not," with some hesitation. "My niece is ill." "But your niece has been ill ever since we came." No answer. There was a long and awkward silence. I broke it. "Can't you stay for another month?" I asked. "No, sir. I'm bound to go by Thursday." And this was Monday. "Well, I must say, I think you might have let us know before. There's no time now to get anyone else, and your mistress is not fit to do heavy housework. Can't you stay till next week?" "I might be able to come back next week." I was now convinced that all she wanted was a brief holiday, which we should have been willing enough to let her have as soon as we could get a substitute. "But why must you go this week?" I persisted. "Come, out with it." Mrs. Dorman drew the little shawl, which she always wore, tightly across her bosom, as though she were cold. Then she said, with a sort of effort, "They say, sir, as this was a big house in Catholic times, and there was a many deeds done here." The nature of the deeds might be vaguely inferred from the inflection of Mrs. Dorman's voice, which was enough to make one's blood run cold. I was glad that Laura was not in the room. She was always nervous, as highly-strung natures are, and I felt that these tales about our house, told by this old peasant woman, with her impressive manner and contagious credulity, might have made our home less dear to my wife. "Tell me all about it, Mrs. Dorman," I said. "You needn't mind about telling me. I'm not like the young people who make fun of such things." Which was partly true. "Well, sir," she sank her voice, "you may have seen in the church, besides the altar, 2 shapes." "You mean the effigies of the knights in armour?" I said cheerfully. "I mean them two bodies, drawed out man-size in marble," she returned, and I had to admit that her description was 1,000 times more graphic than mine, to say nothing of a certain weird force and uncanniness about the phrase, "drawed out man-size in marble." "They do say, as on All Saints' Eve, them two bodies sits up on their slabs, and gets off of them, and then walks down the aisle in their marble. Another good phrase, Mrs. Dorman. And as the church clock strikes 11, they walks out of the church door, and over the graves, and along the bier balk, and if it's a wet night, there's the marks of their feet in the morning." "And where do they go?" I asked, rather fascinated. "They comes back here to their home, sir, and if anyone meets them—" "Well, what then?" I asked. But no, not another word could I get from her, save that her niece was ill and she must go. After what I had heard, I scorned to discuss the niece, and tried to get from Mrs. Dorman more details of the legend. I could get nothing but warnings. "Whatever you do, sir, lock the door early on All Saints' Eve, and make the cross sign over the doorstep and on the windows." "But has anyone ever seen these things?" I persisted. "That's not for me to say. I know what I know, sir." "Well, who was here last year?" "No one, sir. The lady as owned the house only stayed here in summer, and she always went to London a full month afore the night. And I'm sorry to inconvenience you and your lady, but my niece is ill, and I must go on Thursday." I could have shaken her for her absurd reiteration of that obvious fiction, after she had told me her real reasons. She was determined to go, nor could our united entreaties move her in the least. I did not tell Laura the legend of the shapes that walked in their marble, partly because a legend concerning our house might perhaps trouble my wife, and partly, I think, from some more occult reason. This was not quite the same to me as any other story, and I did not want to talk about it till the day was over. I had very soon ceased to think of the legend, however. I was painting a portrait of Laura against the lattice window, and I could not think of much else. I had got a splendid background of yellow and grey sunset, and was working away with enthusiasm at her face. On Thursday, Mrs. Dorman went. She relented at parting, so far as to say, "Don't you put yourself about too much, ma'am, and if there's any little thing I can do next week, I'm sure I shan't mind." From which I inferred that she wished to come back to us after Halloween. Up to the last she adhered to the fiction of the niece, with touching fidelity. Thursday passed off pretty well. Laura showed marked ability in the matter of steak and potatoes, and I confess that my knives and the plates, which I insisted upon washing, were better done than I had dared to expect. Friday came. It is about what happened on that Friday that this is written. I wonder if I should have believed it, if anyone had told it to me. I will write the story of it as quickly and plainly as I can. Everything that happened on that day is burnt into my brain. I shall not forget anything, nor leave anything out. I got up early, I remember, and lighted the kitchen fire, and had just achieved a smoky success, when my little wife came running down, as sunny and sweet as the clear October morning itself. We prepared breakfast together, and found it very good fun. The housework was soon done, and when brushes and brooms and pails were quiet again, the house was still indeed. It is wonderful what a difference one makes in a house. We really missed Mrs. Dorman, quite apart from considerations concerning pots and pans. We spent the day in dusting our books and putting them straight, and dined gaily on cold steak and coffee. Laura was, if possible, brighter and gayer and sweeter than usual, and I began to think that a little domestic toil was really good for her. We had never been so merry since we were married, and the walk we had that afternoon was, I think, the happiest time of all my life. When we had watched the deep scarlet clouds slowly pale into leaden grey against a pale green sky, and saw the white mists curl up along the hedgerows in the distant marsh, we came back to the house, silently, hand in hand. "You are sad, my darling," I said, half jestingly, as we sat down together in our little parlour. I expected a disclaimer, for my own silence had been the silence of complete happiness. To my surprise, she said, "Yes, I think I am sad, or rather, I am uneasy. I don't think I'm very well. I have shivered 3 or 4 times since we came in, and it is not cold, is it?" "No," I said, and hoped it was not a chill caught from the treacherous mists that roll up from the marshes in the dying light. No, she said, she did not think so. Then, after a silence, she spoke suddenly. "Do you ever have presentiments of evil?" "No," I said, smiling, "and I shouldn't believe in them if I had." "I do," she went on. "The night my father died, I knew it, though he was right away in the north of Scotland." I did not answer in words. She sat looking at the fire for some time in silence, gently stroking my hand. At last she sprang up, came behind me, and, drawing my head back, kissed me. "There, it's over now," she said. "What a baby I am! Come, light the candles, and we'll have some of these new Rubinstein duets." And we spent a happy hour or 2 at the piano. At about 10:30, I began to long for the good-night pipe, but Laura looked so white that I felt it would be brutal of me to fill our sitting-room with the fumes of strong Cavendish. "I'll take my pipe outside," I said. "Let me come too." "No, sweetheart, not tonight. You're much too tired. I shan't be long. Get to bed, or I shall have an invalid to nurse tomorrow, as well as the boots to clean." I kissed her, and was turning to go, when she flung her arms round my neck, and held me as if she would never let me go again. I stroked her hair. "Come, pussy, you're overtired. The housework has been too much for you." She loosened her clasp a little, and drew a deep breath. "No, we've been very happy today, Jack, haven't we? Don't stay out too long." "I won't, my dearie." I strolled out of the front door, leaving it unlatched. What a night it was! The jagged masses of heavy dark cloud were rolling at intervals from horizon to horizon, and thin white wreaths covered the stars. Through all the rush of the cloud river, the moon swam, breasting the waves, and disappearing again in the darkness. When, now and again, her light reached the woodlands, they seemed to be slowly and noiselessly waving in time to the swing of the clouds above them. There was a strange grey light over all the earth. The fields had that shadowy bloom over them which only comes from the marriage of dew and moonshine, or frost and starlight. I walked up and down, drinking in the beauty of the quiet earth and the changing sky. The night was absolutely silent. Nothing seemed to be abroad. There was no scurrying of rabbits or twitter of the half-asleep birds. And though the clouds went sailing across the sky, the wind that drove them never came low enough to rustle the dead leaves in the woodland paths. Across the meadows, I could see the church tower standing out black and grey against the sky. I walked there, thinking over our 3 months of happiness, and of my wife, her dear eyes, her loving ways. Oh, my little girl, my own little girl! What a vision came then of a long, glad life for you and me together. I heard a bell beat from the church. 11 already. I turned to go in, but the night held me. I could not go back into our little warm rooms yet. I would go up to the church. I felt vaguely that it would be good to carry my love and thankfulness to the sanctuary, whither so many loads of sorrow and gladness had been borne by the men and women of the dead years. I looked in at the low window as I went by. Laura was half lying on her chair in front of the fire. I could not see her face, only her little head showed dark against the pale blue wall. She was quite still. Asleep, no doubt. My heart reached out to her as I went on. There must be a God, I thought, and a God who was good. How, otherwise, could anything so sweet and dear as she have ever been imagined? I walked slowly along the edge of the wood. A sound broke the stillness of the night. It was a rustling in the wood. I stopped and listened. The sound stopped too. I went on, and now distinctly heard another step than mine, answer mine, like an echo. It was a poacher or wood-stealer, most likely, for these were not unknown in our Arcadian neighbourhood. But whoever it was, he was a fool not to step more lightly. I turned into the wood, and now the footstep seemed to come from the path I had just left. It must be an echo, I thought. The wood looked perfect in the moonlight. The large dying ferns and the brushwood showed where, through thinning foliage, the pale light came down. The tree trunks stood up like Gothic columns all around me. They reminded me of the church, and I turned into the beer balk, and passed through the corpse gate between the graves to the low porch. I paused for a moment on the stone seat where Laura and I had watched the fading landscape. Then I noticed that the door of the church was open, and I blamed myself for having left it unlatched the other night. We were the only people who ever cared to come to the church, except on Sundays, and I was vexed to think that, through our carelessness, the damp autumn airs had had a chance of getting in and injuring the old fabric. I went in. It will seem strange, perhaps, that I should have gone halfway up the aisle before I remembered, with a sudden chill, followed by as sudden a rush of self-contempt, that this was the very day and hour when, according to tradition, the shapes drawn out man-size in marble began to walk. Having thus remembered the legend, and remembered it with a shiver, of which I was ashamed, I could not do otherwise than walk up towards the altar, just to look at the figures, as I said to myself. Really, what I wanted was to assure myself, first, that I did not believe the legend, and, secondly, that it was not true. I was rather glad that I had come. I thought now I could tell Mrs. Dorman how vain her fancies were, and how peacefully the marble figures slept on through the ghastly hour. With my hands in my pockets, I passed up the aisle. In the grey, dim light, the eastern end of the church looked larger than usual, and the arches above the 2 tombs looked larger too. The moon came out, and showed me the reason. I stopped short. My heart gave a leap that nearly choked me, and then sank sickeningly. The bodies drawn out man-size were gone. and their marble slabs lay wide and bare in the vague moonlight that slanted through the east window. Were they really gone? Or was I mad? Clenching my nerves, I stooped and passed my hand over the smooth slabs, and felt their flat, unbroken surface. Had someone taken the things away? Was it some vile practical joke? I would make sure anyway. In an instant I had made a torch of a newspaper which happened to be in my pocket, and lighting it, held it high above my head. Its yellow glare illumined the dark arches, and those slabs. The figures were gone, and I was alone in the church. Or was I alone? And then a horror seized me, a horror indefinable and indescribable, an overwhelming certainty of supreme and accomplished calamity. I flung down the torch and tore along the aisle and out through the porch, biting my lips as I ran to keep myself from shrieking aloud. Oh, was I mad? Or what was this that possessed me? I leapt the churchyard wall and took the straight cut across the fields, led by the light from our windows. Just as I got over the first stile, a dark figure seemed to spring out of the ground. Mad still with that certainty of misfortune, I made for the thing that stood in my path, shouting, "Get out of the way, can't you?" But my push met with a more vigorous resistance than I had expected. My arms were caught just above the elbow, and held as in a vice, and the raw-boned Irish doctor actually shook me. "Would ye?" he cried, in his own unmistakable accents. "Would ye, then?" "Let me go, you fool!" I gasped. "The marble figures have gone from the church. I tell you they've gone." He broke into a ringing laugh. "I'll have to give ye a draught tomorrow, I see. You've been smoking too much and listening to old wives' tales." "I tell you, I've seen the bare slabs." "Well, come back with me. I'm going up to old Palmer's. His daughter's ill. We'll look in at the church and let me see the bare slabs." "You go, if you like," I said, a little less frantic for his laughter. "I'm going home to my wife." "Rubbish, man," said he. "Do you think I'll permit of that? Are you to go saying all your life that you've seen solid marble endowed with vitality, and me to go all me life saying ye were a coward? No, sir, you shan't do it." The night air, a human voice, and I think also the physical contact with this 6 feet of solid common sense, brought me back a little to my ordinary self, and the word coward was a mental shower bath. "Come on, then," I said sullenly. "Perhaps you're right." He still held my arm tightly. We got over the stile and back to the church. All was still as death. The place smelt very damp and earthy. We walked up the aisle. I am not ashamed to confess that I shut my eyes. I knew the figures would not be there. I heard Kelly strike a match. "Here they are, you see, right enough. You've been dreaming, or drinking, asking your pardon for the imputation." I opened my eyes. By Kelly's expiring vesta, I saw 2 shapes, lying in their marble, on their slabs. I drew a deep breath, and caught his hand. "I'm awfully indebted to you," I said. "It must have been some awful trick of light, or I have been working rather hard. Perhaps that's it. Do you know, I was quite convinced they were gone." "I'm aware of that," he answered, rather grimly. "Ye'll have to be careful of that brain of yours, my friend, I assure ye." He was leaning over and looking at the right-hand figure, whose stony face was the most villainous and deadly in expression. "By Jove," he said. "Something has been afoot here. This hand is broken." And so it was. I was certain that it had been perfect the last time Laura and I had been there. "Perhaps someone has tried to remove them," said the young doctor. "That won't account for my impression," I objected. "Too much painting and tobacco will account for that well enough." "Come along," I said, "or my wife will be getting anxious. You'll come in and have a drop of whisky, and drink confusion to ghosts and better sense to me." "I ought to go up to Palmer's, but it's so late now, I'd best leave it till the morning," he replied. "I was kept late at the Union, and I've had to see a lot of people since. All right, I'll come back with ye." I think he fancied I needed him more than did Palmer's girl. So, discussing how such an illusion could have been possible, and deducing from this experience large generalities concerning ghostly apparitions, we walked up to our cottage. We saw, as we walked up the garden path, that bright light streamed out of the front door, and presently saw that the parlour door was open too. Had she gone out? "Come in," I said, and Dr. Kelly followed me into the parlour. It was all ablaze with candles, not only the wax ones, but at least a dozen guttering, glaring tallow dips, stuck in vases and ornaments in unlikely places. Light, I knew, was Laura's remedy for nervousness. Poor child! Why had I left her, brute that I was? We glanced round the room, and at first we did not see her. The window was open, and the draught set all the candles flaring one way. Her chair was empty, and her handkerchief and book lay on the floor. I turned to the window. There, in the recess of the window, I saw her. Oh, my child! My love! Had she gone to that window to watch for me? And what had come into the room behind her? To what had she turned with that look of frantic fear and horror? Oh, my little one! Had she thought that it was I whose step she heard, and turned to meet what? She had fallen back across a table in the window, and her body lay half on it and half on the window-seat, and her head hung down over the table, the brown hair loosened and fallen to the carpet. Her lips were drawn back, and her eyes wide, wide open. They saw nothing now. What had they seen last? The doctor moved towards her, but I pushed him aside and sprang to her, caught her in my arms, and cried, "It's all right, Laura. I've got you safe, wifey." She fell into my arms in a heap. I clasped her, and kissed her, and called her by all her pet names. But I think I knew all the time that she was dead. Her hands were tightly clenched. In one of them she held something fast. When I was quite sure that she was dead, and that nothing mattered at all any more, I let him open her hand to see what she held. It was a grey marble finger. The Corner House by Bernard Capes. Some 3 years ago, 2 men, both preoccupied in thought, went by one another on Vauxhall Bridge. The next instant, the one making for the Surrey side halted on a subconscious recognition, wheeled about, and returning hurriedly on his tracks, accosted the back of the retreating figure. "Is that you, Gethin?" The other started, turned round, and uttered a pleased exclamation. "Oh, Acheson, I didn't see you. What good luck?" "Eh? Oh, yes, of course." "I'm on my way to look for lodgings. You can come and advise me." The first speaker hesitated, glanced at his watch, and raised a lean, anxious face, the lenses of whose spectacles, catching the just-kindled lamplight at an angle, looked suddenly like dead, upturned eyes. It was a dripping, sodden November evening. Rain fell drearily. Every buttress and lamp-post had its fibrous reflection underfoot, as if the pavement had grown transparent, revealing the deep roots of the things embedded in it. The heavy air floated with umbrellas, like a last swarming of antediluvian bats. Labouring omnibuses were packed to suffocation. To anyone looking over the parapet, the barges, slowly forging through the arches below, appeared like submarines, crawling dim and phantom-like in abysmal waters. A dull, depressing squalor characterized everything. The faces of passers-by, the sordid brick of the houses, the streaming windows of the cheap shop-fronts. In the dropping mist of the rain, one could see myriads of blacks being slowly precipitated to the pavement. It seemed impossible that a feeling of solidity could ever be restored to the texture of things. Acheson looked at his watch again, before he returned it to his pocket. "Why, the fact is," he said, I was just going home to tea." He was a small, spare man, more callow than clean-shaved, with a sensitive, neurotic face and a hungry expression. He looked older than his friend, though, as a matter of fact, the two were much of an age, young men of 25 or thereabouts. He was as boneless as the other was compact and strong-ribbed. Friendship could not have offered a greater physical contrast. The handbag which Gethin carried with ease would have weighed Acheson to the earth. Holding that in one hand, and his umbrella in the other, the former had nothing but a foot to kick out in invitation. "Come and have tea with me," he said. "You won't abandon an ancient chum, unassisted, to these wildernesses." A vision of a cosy fireside in the Wandsworth Road, of a singing kettle and a dish of hot poached eggs, to be discussed over a volume of Myers's Human Personality, passed wistfully for one moment before Acheson's consciousness. He yielded it the next with a sigh. Curiosity, after all, was a dominant factor in his being, and he wanted to hear what had brought Gethin so unexpectedly from his native Woking to seek lodgings in this unattractive quarter of London. He succumbed with a feeble grace. "Oh, certainly," he said. "Where shall we go?" The other shrugged his shoulders. "Where?" he said. "I am a stranger, a country cousin. I leave myself in your hands." Crossing to the Middlesex shore, and chatting somewhat spasmodically under the general weight of things, they soon found a humble caravanserai, which was at least good enough to offer them warmth, dryness, and a sufficiency of creature comfort. But they were both men of small means, and accustomed to accept the amenities of existence as they could afford them. It had been in the mind of each, perhaps, to postpone all intimate discussion until they were thus snugly ensconced and isolated. But now that the moment was come, a mutual consciousness of something difficult and rather barren in the situation stepped between. They talked, after the first brief exchange of enthusiasms, in that rather forced, galvanic way which often characterizes the re-meetings of once intimate friends, whose interests and sympathies have long ceased to be one. Goodwill could not quite restore a confidence which had been largely due to circumstance and environment, nor could the fire of an ancient devotion penetrate through this distance of time with more than a very qualified warmth. as they secretly recognized the shadow, Gethin and Acheson yielded themselves a little sarcastically to its chill. They had once been fellow draftsmen in a local architect's office, and Acheson had been the first to break away. That was some 5 years since, when a measure of interest, together with his own personal tastes and qualifications, had procured him the post of free librarian in an important London centre. That was the best he had coveted, or ever intended to covet. He had no ambitions, but a vast psychologic curiosity, and the post assured him a perpetual sufficiency of the means to feed his intellect and keep his body going. Years of study had not tended, perhaps, to qualify him for the continued friendship of the athletic, somewhat grim young giant by his side. He was painfully conscious of the fact as he glanced furtively from time to time at Gethin's face, and calculated the effect upon it should he suddenly rise and declare the necessity of his getting on homewards. "You haven't told me yet," he said presently, in his high, rather strained voice. "What has brought you from home, looking for lodgings in this particular part of London?" "Why not this as well as any other, Acheson?" "Oh, well, if you put it that way, really I don't know." Gethin laughed. "As far as I know my London geography, it's handy for me." "Oh?" said Acheson. "Why is it?" Gethin laughed again, annoyingly. He was rather inclined to that form of humour which sees fun in perfectly natural ignorances. "Isn't Victoria Street in this neighbourhood?" he said. "Yes, but—" "And isn't Wrexham's in Victoria Street? That's to be my office for the future, I hope." "Architects?" "Yes, architects." "You've left Pettigrew's, then?" "Yes, I've left them. What was there to keep me when a better berth offered? I've had to wait longer for one than you." "Well, I can only hope it's as satisfactory, now it's come." "Oh, as to that, old man, my ambitions always widen with my prospects. But I'm only on probation for the moment. It's an opportunity, and, well, I've got to find lodgings for a month." "If you want an inexpensive quarter." "I do." "Then this is certainly as good as any." "So I supposed. But there was just one other reason, ridiculous, but enough to influence me." "What was that?" Gethin leaned over the table, his arms crossed, a curious smile on his face. "Acheson," said he, "do you still make a hobby of all that supernatural business?" "I don't know what you mean by a hobby. I assume the necessary interest of the subject to any intelligent mind." "I see. You are still a corresponding member of the Psychical Research Society?" "Oh, yes." "Well, do you know, you gave me quite a turn, meeting me on the bridge like that." "Did I? Why?" "Because, as it happens, a friend and neighbour was the last person who met my father before he disappeared forever, and it was on Vauxhall Bridge." Acheson nodded surprisedly, but he was patently not much impressed by the coincidence. "Oh, I don't say there's anything in it," said Gethin. "Only it struck me. It was the memory of that first meeting, in point of fact, which led me, absurdly enough perhaps, to seek this way round to my improved fortunes. He was going to look for work, too. I dare say you remember something of the story." "Something? Tell it me again." "There's not much to tell. It's 15 years ago, and I was a boy at the time, a boy at school. We had been in fair circumstances, and then it all stopped, suddenly. Canston's, the big army contractors, smashed up, and my father was in it, and his savings were in it. We were near ruined, in fact, and I don't think my mother took it very well. Between ourselves, there were scenes at home. He left that, at last, on the chance or offer of work in London. Went off one day after tiffin, and never turned up again. From that moment to this, we have never set eyes on him, or gathered by so much as a word a clue to his whereabouts. He just disappeared from mortal ken." He paused, and there followed a short silence. "They vanish sometimes," said Acheson presently. "There have been authentic cases." "Relations came forward," continued Gethin, as if he had not heard him. "I had to put my young shoulder to the wheel, and we scraped along. But it was funny." "Was he— have you any reason—" began the librarian, but the other took him up. "The last man in the world to commit suicide. A cheery soul like his son. Indomitable, I might call him, without conceit. Besides, the neighbour who saw him, who met him on that bridge, testified to his buoyant, hopeful mood. He was on his way, then, like myself, to look for lodgings. Acheson—" He bent forward very earnestly and touched his friend on the arm. "It was a wet November evening, like this." He waited for the inevitable comment, a little surprised that his friend did not immediately respond, as expected. Acheson chewed the offered coincidence again, reflective, and his verdict once more was that it was untenable. "If my studies teach me anything," he said, "it is the folly of jumping in such matters to hasty conclusions. A tempered scepticism is the first equipment of your rational psychist. Coming from Woking, if you don't go on to Waterloo, you must get out at Vauxhall. In electing deliberately to do so, you made your own coincidence. But the date and the weather, man. Both suggested that course to you. Now, if some accident had turned you out at— and the meeting on the bridge? No analogy whatever. You have asked me to help you to find lodgings, you see, and if you are serious— You bet I am. I don't want to vanish, like the baseless fabric of a what-do-you-call-it. You see, localized from the outset. No, depend upon it, Gethin, you'll forgive my saying it. There was some perfectly human and natural explanation of your father's conduct. Oh, of course, you mean some discreditable attachment. I shouldn't have believed it of him, but I confess that that's the view my mother took. I take it for granted that every inquiry— Yes, oh, yes, of course. He answered a little impatiently, and sat frowning and drumming his fingers on the table. Well, if you are ready, he said suddenly, looking up. Quite ready, said Acheson, with a sigh of relief, and got to his feet. Gethin paid the reckoning, lifted his bag thoughtfully, and they passed out into the street together. Swift darkness had descended while they loitered, and the rain was falling more hopelessly than ever. There was no wind, but the air was opaque with a very fog of water, through which the flare of the shops and the jets of the lamps burned with a dull miasmic glow, which, in the light of passing vehicles, seemed to be constantly throwing off from itself a multitude of little travelling globes, which sped on like fen candles into the murk, and were one by one extinguished. The houses looked gigantically tall and unreal. There was little human in suggestion about the shapes of the few foot-passengers as they hurried past them, muffled, grey, and dripping, into their dreary selves. Gethin gave a gasp of disgust. "Look here," he said. "I'm lost. I hold by you to convey me to some harbour of refuge." Acheson considered a moment. "There are plenty enough of every sort," he said. "Both right and left. It's a heterogeneous quarter. Mansions rub shoulders with doss-houses hereabouts. But we must strike a line and take our chance. Your first point is a lodging for the night. If it doesn't suit, you can look again tomorrow. Supposing we turn down here for an experiment. It's sure by its looks to reveal a harvest of lodging cards as thick as blackberries. Shall we go?" "Oh, anywhere," said Gethin, in a depressed voice. They turned into a blank little street, making in the Horseferry Road direction. Quiet and dismality swallowed them almost on the instant. The sound of traffic died down behind them. Their own footsteps spoke louder. The rain and the fog claimed them to complete isolation. Not a creature seemed to be abroad here, and the squalid ranks of houses they passed were, for the most part, lightless and lifeless in suggestion. They plodded along, painstakingly scrutinizing the fronts. The crop of cards, if it had ever existed, was gathered or rotted away. Not a casual invitation greeted their groping eyes, but, one by one, as they advanced, the recurrent lamps brightened to a nucleus, made dismally emphatic the meanness of their surroundings, and drowsed and dulled again as they fell behind. They turned off at an inviting angle, and again turned, and yet once more. "Where are we?" said Gethin suddenly. His companion stopped. "Why, that's the funny part of it," he said, in a most unhumorous voice. "You don't know?" "The rain and this obscurity are so very confusing," pleaded Acheson. "If we could only find a policeman now." They stood, as he spoke, at the corner opening of a frowsy, melancholy little square, with a patch of degraded garden in its midst. At least, so it looked. Opposite them was the blank side wall of a house, the first, it seemed, of a terrace. A street lamp diffused its melancholy halo at the curb of the pavement hard by. "Perhaps the name's written up there," said Gethin. "I'll go and look." He crossed the splashy road and went round to the front of the house. "Here we are," he called across to Acheson. "Come over. A chance, anyway." Acheson followed and stood beside him. "Where?" he said. The light from the lamp fell full upon the corner house. It was one of a 4-square terrace, as they had supposed. A shallow flight of steps led up to its door. The sill of its ground-floor window stood about level with the tops of the area railings in front. "Lodgings for a single gentleman," said Gethin, "and a reassuring light behind the blind. It doesn't look too pretentious. Shall I try?" "Lodgings?" said Acheson, stupidly. "There?" "Can't you see it?" answered Gethin impatiently. "Shall I try, I say?" "Oh, there's no harm in trying," said Acheson. His voice sounded quite strange to himself. With something of a flounce, Gethin ran up the steps. As he did so, Acheson backed to the lamp-post, and put an arm involuntarily about it. Standing thus, the falling curtain of light dazzled his eyes, and blinded them for the moment to what followed. He was aroused by hearing his friend speak close beside him. "It's all right. She can take me in provisionally, anyhow. I'm about done, and I shall chance it. What's the matter with you? Has the tea got into your head?" Acheson came away from his support, reeling a little. No, he said. "I'm glad. I won't detain you." And he fairly bolted away into the darkness. Gethin looked after him a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and turned to his new quarters. "Poor old Peter," he muttered. "What's come to him? I don't believe he's quite all there." His landlady was waiting for him at the door. She was a little, lean woman, haggard to deathliness. The wolf of hunger, it was evident, had gnawed her ribs and nozzled in the blue places of her eyes. She was all spoiled and drawn in appearance, and her voice was as lifeless as her face. She motioned him into the hall, coughing in a small, distant way. He entered with a cheery stamp. Half-perished oilcloth was on the floor, and a cheap paraffin lamp burned sickly on the wall. "A beastly night," he said. "Which way, Mrs. Quennell?" She took the lamp from the wall, and, holding it high, revealed the foot of a squalid stairway going up into darkness. "On the first floor, Mr. Gethin," she said, holding her other hand before her mouth to cough. He followed her up, commanding his nerves with an effort. Fatality had evidently appropriated to him a refuge in the last stage of decline. But it was a refuge, and cheap. He was satisfied so far. The room was poor, and its appointments refined to attenuation. But the linen on the little iron bedstead was fresh, and the small grained washing stand scrubbed to barrenness. There were a cane-bottomed chair or two, and some dingy lithographs on the walls. "A sitting-room?" said the landlady, weakly, behind her hand. "We'll discuss that tomorrow," answered Gethin. "Meals?" "Not now," said the lodger. "I'm going to turn in and go to sleep. Early as it is, I've had a tiring day." She went to strike a light and kindle a candle on the little dressing-table. Her movements were as bodiless as her voice. Gethin, watching her blankly, was urged to ask a question. "Any other lodgers?" She turned, with the lamp again in her hand. Her fragment of a face appeared, in its glow, to jerk and waver in the oddest way. "One, Mr. Gethin," she said. "But he keeps to his room when he's at home, and locks it when he goes out. You won't be troubled by him." He was about to disclaim any arrière-pensée in his inquiry, but desisted in sheer depression. He wanted somehow to get rid of her and be alone. She chilled him. And, almost before he realized it, she was gone, and the door shut. He undressed wearily, extracted his nightshirt from the bag, and dived under the sheets. They were thin but innocuous. Then, leaving, for some unconfessed reason, his candle burning by his side, he settled himself to sleep, and opened his eyes again suddenly, with a start. "She called me by my name," he whispered, "and I'll swear I never told it her." In the discussion of that amazing problem, his mind swayed, flickered, and suddenly went out. Health and bodily fatigue were on his side, and he sank into a profound sleep. He was awakened suddenly, it might have been after many hours, by a consciousness of voices murmuring in his neighbourhood. Alert on the instant, he sat up, in immediate possession of his full faculties, and waited, listening. Two people, he was convinced, were talking just outside his room door. One, his landlady. The second, by his full, hoarse intonation, a man. Gethin held his breath. "My God," the deep voice was saying, as he first realized it. "I daren't do it." "Be a man," answered the other, shrill and sibilant, fearful in its tenseness. "Break it in before it's too late, and save us from death and ruin." "I daren't," repeated the former speaker. "It might happen on the moment. I'll go for the police. Come away, Martha, in God's name." "And leave the new lodger?" "I'll wake him first." Gethin sprang out of bed, as the door was flung wide, and there was the figure of a great, white-faced, shadowy man, standing in the opening. Wild fear was in his eyes, entreaty in his shaking hands. The lodger had only time to notice that he was bulky in his build, in suggestion something like a respectable ex-butler, and that he was in hat and overcoat, when the figure had withdrawn, and was appealing to him from the outer darkness.
"Come along, sir, in God's name, and run for it."
On the instant, Gethin was out and in the passage. Breathing, sobbing, palpitating forms seemed to urge and shoulder him this way and that. "What is it?" he cried. "What's the matter? I don't know where I am. I don't know what you are talking about."
"You'll soon know, unless you hurry up,"
said the man's quavering voice in the darkness. Gethin, groping out, felt the wall and put his back against it. "I'll not move," he said loudly, "until I know what all this means." The woman's thin, hurried voice took up the tale, small and toneless, as if she were speaking the other side of glass. "It's Danby, the lodger, sir. He's one of those dynamiters, it seems. We never knew or guessed. He kept himself so secret in his room, and locked it when he went out. He was arrested this very evening, with an infernal machine in his possession. George, my husband here, saw him taken with his own eyes." The wall felt suddenly cold against Gethin's back. "What dynamiters?" he said. "I didn't know there were any of them about now." He set his teeth. "But in any case," he added, "if he's taken, and there's an end of him." The woman trembled on. "The thing, it seems, sir, went by clockwork, and there's a ticking going on in his room now. You can hear it quite plain if you put your ear to the door." Gethin laughed, on a rather hollow note. "Is that all? Why, you don't suppose, even if it was true, that he would go out and leave one of those things maturing in his absence?" "Some accident may have started it, sir. A rat or a mouse. There's plenty hereabouts." "Come," said Gethin decidedly. "We'll break in. That's nonsense, you know, if he was such a fool." "They're all fools, sir." "We'll break in, I say. Where's that big husband of yours? Now, Mr. Quennell?"
"I won't go near it,"
said the hoarse, frightened voice from the stairhead. "Then here goes," said Gethin. "Where's the room?" He came away from the wall, felt himself quickly and softly induced, rather than directed, towards a door. Touching it, he bent his ear and listened. Sure enough, a little sharp, regular pulsation came from within, indefinite in quality, but quite appreciable in that still, fog-ridden house. "It's inconceivable," he whispered, "but we'll soon solve the mystery." The lock was a cheap affair, the door, which opened inwards, of the flimsiest, the lodger muscular. He put his broad shoulder to the essay, and, getting purchase with his bare feet, bore on the wood with one mighty heave. There followed a crack, a ripping sound, and, to Gethin, a sudden wink of light, and a jerk. Nothing more. But the sensation was so instant, and so physically and mentally disintegrating, that, for the moment, he could conceive no thought of himself but as a sort of pyrotechnic bomb, which had been shot into mid-air, had burst, and was slowly dropping a multitude of coloured stars. These, as they fell, went out one by one, and, with the quenching of the last, consciousness in him ceased altogether. Somebody was speaking to him. Some application, distinctly physical in its nature, was being made to his body. It felt like a boot. He opened his eyes languidly, and encountered the vision of a face bent above him. It was an official face, and mature, surmounted by a blue helmet, and the expression on it was unsympathetic, not to say threatening. "Come, sir, what are you doing here?" said the police sergeant. "You must get up, please, and give an account of yourself." Gethin, accepting the offer of a proffered arm like a bolster, scrambled to his feet in a hurry. He understood on the instant what had happened, The bomb had actually exploded as he broke in the door, and he had been knocked insensible. A mercy, at least, that it was no worse. He clung on to his support a little, feeling somewhat dazed and shocked. It occurred to him then, with a thrill of gratification, that he must have the constitution of a cat, not only to have survived that appalling experience, but to be standing as he was in his normal condition of body. And then something tickled him suddenly, and he lapsed into a shaking giggle. To have been asked to give an account of himself sounded so inexpressibly funny under the circumstances. It was as if he had manufactured the bomb. But in the midst, the element of tragedy in the business struck and sobered him. He backed and shook himself into reason. "What about the other two?" he said. "Are they hurt?" "Eh?" said the officer, blankly. "The others," persisted Gethin, "the landlord and his wife, who were with me when I broke open the door. Are they maimed? Mutilated? Good God, man, they aren't killed?" The sergeant, curiously contemplative of the speaker, stood, one thumb hooked into his belt, the other hand slowly fondling his chin. "If I was you," he said at length, thoughtfully and oddly irrelevantly, "I'd take a red herring and soda water for my breakfast." Gethin stared, flushed, and put the question a second time. "I ask you, are they killed?" "Oh, yes, they're dead all right. Dead and buried, too." "Buried?" Gethin clapped a hand to his head. Had he been insensible longer than he supposed? But, in that case— "When?" he asked faintly. "It will have been in 85, said the officer, watchful of him. Gethin's brain seemed to stagger, and recover itself with a crick. For the first time, a sense of something unspeakable in his surroundings was beginning to penetrate it. Weak dawn, while he lay, had come into the house, revealing its structure. Now, in a moment, he understood that there was more of that visible than was compatible with decency or reason. The whole interior of the building, seen from his place in the passage, seemed a shattered ruin. Walls were broken, ceilings torn, doors sprawling dismembered, lights blown out of windows, stair rails snapped, black abysses formed in the flooring. All that, in itself, was comprehensible. The odd thing was that an indescribable air of antiquity seemed to characterize the wholesale dilapidations. This house was blown to pieces, was all he could think of saying. "Blown to pieces," echoed the sergeant, and added remonstrantly, "Come now, sir, pull your wits together." "When?" said Gethin. 15 years ago, to a day." "To a day?" "To a day. I ought to remember. I was on duty hard by at the time." Gethin felt suddenly sick. He leaned back against the wall. "I suppose I got muddled up in the fog," he said faintly, "and took refuge in this house, and went to sleep and had a dream." "That was it, sir, no doubt," said the sergeant encouragingly. "Untenanted, eh?" said Gethin. "Avoided, like," said the sergeant. "It's never got cured of its bad name." "For 15 years? Great God!" He came away from the wall. "I think I should like to get out of it, into the air," he said. "There's your bag and umbrella," said the officer, "at the door of that room. Aren't you going to take them?" He accompanied Gethin down the stairs. In the lower quarters, age-long dust and grime showed visible on all sides. The very edges of the shattered panes were green with decay. Canopies of cobweb festooned the ceilings. Gethin breathed out a volume of relief as he found himself in the square, looking up awestruck at the blackened, deserted building. "How did you suspect me?" he asked the sergeant. "Saw the front door ajar, and muddy footsteps going through the hall and up the stairs." "You think I was drunk, don't you?" "We'll call it a bit taken, sir." "A small offence?" "Very like," said the officer dryly. "I hope you enjoyed yourself." Gethin, biting his lip, looked at him a little pallidly. "I wish you'd tell me," he said. "Who was it blew that up?" "Name of Danby," said the sergeant promptly, relieving his throat and coming erect again. "A dynamiter, one of the 80s lot. He was the cause of it anyway. Left a charged machine working in his room there, while he went out to deposit another, a blind one, which he'd picked up by mistake. They arrested him with it on him." Gethin found a momentary difficulty in asking his next question. "Any lives lost? Here, I mean?" "They accounted for 3, said the sergeant. "Those 2 Quennells that you spoke of, and a third, unidentified. He was supposed a chance lodger, but he was mutilated beyond recognition, and none ever claimed him. They say you can see the marks of his blood on the wall now. I don't know. I never had the curiosity to look." "Thanks," said Gethin. He turned away, quite white. "I don't know where I am," he said. "I suppose you won't mind taking £0.50 to put me on my way, and in recognition of your services." Weeks later, Gethin ran across Acheson in Victoria Street and accosted him. Acheson had a queer look to greet him with, guilty and anxious in one. "Probation satisfactorily over?" he asked. "That's all right," said Gethin. "I stopped you to tell you something, and to ask a question. I've found out what became of my father." Acheson gasped, and murmured something inarticulate. "Acheson," said his friend, "what was the matter with that corner house the other night?" The large spectacles seemed to disc as Acheson looked up. "Don't you know, Gethin?" "What did you see in it, I say?" Why, I didn't see what you saw, that's all." "Not the lights and the bill?" "Well, goodbye, Acheson." The librarian ran after him. "Gethin, would you mind telling me? The PRS. I'm a corresponding member. Gethin shook him off good-humouredly. "Not a bit of it, my friend. You lost a rare chance of securing evidence at first hand when you deserted me so basely that time. You're not a practical psychist, Acheson. Too much of the tea and crumpet ghost seer about you. You prefer to take your spirits on trust. Besides, you libelled my father. Goodbye." The Shadow in the Corner by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Wildheath Grange stood a little way back from the road, with a barren stretch of heath behind it, and a few tall fir trees, with straggling wind-tossed heads, but its only shelter. It was a lonely house, on a lonely road, little better than a lane, leading across a desolate waste of sandy fields to the seashore. And it was a house that bore a bad name among the natives of the village of Holcroft, which was the nearest place where humanity might be found. It was a good old house, nevertheless, substantially built in the days when there was no stint of stone and timber. A good old grey stone house, with many gables, deep window-seats, and a wide staircase, long dark passages, hidden doors in queer corners, closets as large as some modern rooms, and cellars in which a company of soldiers might have lain perdu. This spacious old mansion was given over to rats and mice, loneliness, echoes, and the occupation of 3 elderly people: Michael Bascom, whose forebears had been landowners of importance in the neighbourhood, and his 2 servants, Daniel Skegg and his wife, who had served the owner of that grim old house ever since he left the university, where he had lived 15 years of his life, 5 as student and 10 as professor of natural science. At 33, Michael Bascom had seemed a middle-aged man. At 56, he looked and moved and spoke like an old man. During that interval of 23 years, he had lived alone in Wildheath Grange, and the country people told each other that the house had made him what he was. This was a fanciful and superstitious notion on their part, doubtless, yet it would not have been difficult to have traced a certain affinity between the dull grey building and the man who lived in it. Both seemed alike, remote from the common cares and interests of humanity. Both had an air of settled melancholy, engendered by perpetual solitude. Both had the same faded complexion, the same look of slow decay. Yet, lonely as Michael Bascom's life was at Wildheath Grange, he would not, on any account, have altered its tenor. He had been glad to exchange the comparative seclusion of college rooms for the unbroken solitude of Wildheath. He was a fanatic in his love of scientific research, and his quiet days were filled to the brim with labours that seldom failed to interest and satisfy him. There were periods of depression, occasional moments of doubt, when the goal towards which he strove seemed unattainable, and his spirit fainted within him. Happily, such times were rare with him. He had a dogged power of continuity, which ought to have carried him to the highest pinnacle of achievement, and which perhaps might ultimately have won for him a grand name and a world-wide renown. But for a catastrophe which burdened the declining years of his harmless life with an unconquerable remorse. One autumn morning, when he had lived just 23 years at Wildheath, and had only lately begun to perceive that his faithful butler and body-servant, who was middle-aged when he first employed him, was actually getting old, Mr. Bascom's breakfast meditations over the latest treatise on the atomic theory were interrupted by an abrupt demand from that very Daniel Skegg. The man was accustomed to wait upon his master in the most absolute silence, and his sudden breaking out into speech was almost as startling as if the bust of Socrates above the bookcase had burst into human language. "It's no use," said Daniel. "My missus must have a girl." "A what?" demanded Mr. Bascom, without taking his eyes from the line he had been reading. "A girl to trot about and wash up, and help the old lady. She's getting weak on her legs, poor soul. We've none of us grown younger in the last 20 years. 20 years? Echoed Michael Bascom, scornfully. What is 20 years in the formation of a strata? What, even in the growth of an oak? The cooling of a volcano? Not much, perhaps, but it's apt to tell upon the bones of a human being. The manganese staining to be seen upon some skulls would certainly indicate, began the scientist dreamily. I wish my bones were only as free from rheumatics as they were 20 years ago," pursued Daniel testily. "And then perhaps I should make light of 20 years. Howsoever, the long and the short of it is, my missus must have a girl. She can't go on trotting up and down these everlasting passages and standing in that stone scullery year after year, just as if she was a young woman. She must have a girl to help." "Let her have 20 girls," said Mr. Bascom, going back to his book. "What's the use of talking like that, sir? 20 girls, indeed. We shall have rare work to get one." "Because the neighbourhood is sparsely populated?" interrogated Mr. Bascom, still reading. "No, sir, because this house is known to be haunted." Michael Bascom laid down his book and turned a look of grave reproach upon his servant. "Skegg," he said in a severe voice, "I thought you had lived long enough with me to be superior to any folly of that kind." "I don't say that I believe in ghosts," answered Daniel, with a semi-apologetic air. "But the country people do. There's not a mortal among 'em that will venture across our threshold after nightfall." "Merely because Anthony Bascom, who led a wild life in London and lost his money and land, came home here broken-hearted, and is supposed to have destroyed himself in this house, the only remnant of property that was left him out of a fine estate." "Supposed to have destroyed himself?" cried Skegg. "Why, the fact is as well known as the death of Queen Elizabeth, or the Great Fire of London. Why, wasn't he buried at the crossroads between here and Holcroft?" "An idle tradition for which you could produce no substantial proof," retorted Mr. Bascom. "I don't know about proof, but the country people believe it as firmly as they believe their gospel." "If their faith in the gospel was a little stronger, they need not trouble themselves about Anthony Bascom." "Well," grumbled Daniel, as he began to clear the table, "a girl of some kind we must get. But she'll have to be a foreigner, or a girl that's hard driven for a place." When Daniel Skegg said a foreigner, he did not mean the native of some distant clime, but a girl who had not been born and bred at Holcroft. Daniel had been raised and reared in that insignificant hamlet, and, small and dull as it was, he considered the world beyond it only margin. Michael Bascom was too deep in the atomic theory to give a second thought to the necessities of an old servant. Mrs. Skegg was an individual with whom he rarely came in contact. She lived for the most part in a gloomy region at the north end of the house, where she ruled over the solitude of a kitchen that looked like a cathedral, and numerous offices of the scullery, larder, and pantry class, where she carried on a perpetual warfare with spiders and beetles, and wore her old life out in the labour of sweeping and scrubbing. She was a woman of severe aspect, dogmatic piety, and a bitter tongue. She was a good plain cook, and ministered diligently to her master's wants. He was not an epicure, but liked his life to be smooth and easy, and the equilibrium of his mental power would have been disturbed by a bad dinner. He heard no more about the proposed addition to his household for a space of 10 days, when Daniel Skegg again startled him amidst his studious repose by the abrupt announcement, "I've got a girl." "Oh?" said Michael Bascom. "Have you?" And he went on with his book. This time he was reading an essay on phosphorus and its functions in relation to the human brain. "Yes," pursued Daniel, in his usual grumbling tone. "She was a waif and stray, or I shouldn't have got her. If she'd been a native, she'd never have come to us." "I hope she's respectable," said Michael. "Respectable? That's the only fault she has, poor thing. She's too good for the place. She's never been in service before, but she says she's willing to work, and I dare say my old woman will be able to break her in. Her father was a small tradesman at Yarmouth. He died a month ago, and left this poor thing homeless. Mrs. Midge, at Holcroft, is her aunt, and she said to the girl, 'Come and stay with me till you get a place.' And the girl has been staying with Mrs. Midge for the last 3 weeks, trying to hear of a place. When Mrs. Midge heard that my missus wanted a girl to help, she thought it would be the very thing for her niece Maria. Luckily, Maria had heard nothing about this house, so the poor innocent dropped me a curtsy and said she'd be thankful to come, and would do her best to learn her duty. She'd had an easy time of it with her father, who had educated her above her station, like a fool as he was," growled Daniel. "By your own account, I'm afraid you've made a bad bargain," said Michael. "You don't want a young lady to clean kettles and pans." "If she was a young duchess, my old woman would make her work," retorted Skegg, decisively. "And pray, where are you going to put this girl?" asked Mr. Bascom, rather irritably. "I can't have a strange young woman tramping up and down the passages outside my room. You know what a wretched sleeper I am, Skegg. A mouse behind the wainscot is enough to wake me." "I've thought of that," answered the butler, with his look of ineffable wisdom. "I'm not going to put her on your floor. She's to sleep in the attics." "Which room?" "The big one at the north end of the house. That's the only ceiling that doesn't let water. She might as well sleep in a shower bath as in any of the other attics." "The room at the north end," repeated Mr. Bascom, thoughtfully. "Isn't that—" "Of course it is," snapped Skegg. "But she doesn't know anything about it." Mr. Bascom went back to his books, and forgot all about the orphan from Yarmouth, until one morning, on entering his study, he was startled by the appearance of a strange girl, in a neat black and white cotton gown, busy dusting the volumes which were stacked in blocks upon his spacious writing-table, and doing it with such deft and careful hands that he had no inclination to be angry at this unwonted liberty. Old Mrs. Skegg had religiously refrained from all such dusting, on the plea that she did not wish to interfere with the master's ways. One of the master's ways, therefore, had been to inhale a good deal of dust in the course of his studies. The girl was a slim little thing, with a pale and somewhat old-fashioned face, flaxen hair, braided under a neat muslin cap, a very fair complexion, and light blue eyes. They were the lightest blue eyes Michael Bascom had ever seen, but there was a sweetness and gentleness in their expression which atoned for their insipid colour. "I hope you do not object to my dusting your books, sir," she said, dropping a curtsy. She spoke with a quaint precision, which struck Michael Bascom as a pretty thing in its way. "No, I don't object to cleanliness, so long as my books and papers are not disturbed. If you take a volume off my desk, replace it on the spot you took it from. That's all I ask." "I will be very careful, sir." "When did you come here?" "Only this morning, sir." The student seated himself at his desk, and the girl withdrew, drifting out of the room as noiselessly as a flower blown across the threshold. Michael Bascom looked after her curiously. He had seen very little of youthful womanhood in his dry-as-dust career, and he wondered at this girl as at a creature of a species hitherto unknown to him. How fairly and delicately she was fashioned! What a translucent skin! What soft and pleasing accents issued from those rose-tinted lips! A pretty thing, assuredly, this kitchen wench. A pity that in all this busy world there could be no better work found for her than the scouring of pots and pans. Absorbed in considerations about dry bones, Mr. Bascom thought no more of the pale-faced handmaiden. He saw her no more about his rooms. Whatever work she did there was done early in the morning, before the scholars' breakfast. She had been a week in the house when he met her one day in the hall. He was struck by the change in her appearance. The girlish lips had lost their rosebud hue. The pale blue eyes had a frightened look, and there were dark rings round them, as in one whose nights had been sleepless or troubled by evil dreams. Michael Bascom was so startled by an undefinable look in the girl's face that, reserved as he was by habit and nature, he expanded so far as to ask her what ailed her. "There is something amiss, I am sure," he said. "What is it?" "Nothing, sir," she faltered, looking still more scared at his question. "Indeed, it is nothing, or nothing worth troubling you about." "Nonsense! Do you suppose, because I live among books, I have no sympathy with my fellow creatures? Tell me what is wrong with you, child. You have been grieving about the father you have lately lost, I suppose." "No, sir, it is not that. I shall never leave off being sorry for that. It is a grief which will last me all my life." "What? There is something else, then?" asked Michael, impatiently. "I see. You are not happy here. Hard work does not suit you. I thought as much." "Oh, sir, please don't think that," cried the girl, very earnestly. "Indeed, I am glad to work, glad to be in service. It is only—" She faltered and broke down, the tears rolling slowly from her sorrowful eyes, despite her effort to keep them back. "Only what?" cried Michael, growing angry. "The girl is full of secrets and mysteries. What do you mean, wench?" I know it is very foolish, sir, but I am afraid of the room where I sleep." "Afraid? Why?" "Shall I tell you the truth, sir? Will you promise not to be angry?" "I will not be angry if you will only speak plainly, but you provoke me by these hesitations and suppressions." "And please, sir, do not tell Mrs. Skegg that I have told you. She would scold me, or perhaps even send me away." "Mrs. Skegg shall not scold you. Go on, child." "You may not know the room where I sleep, sir. It is a large room at one end of the house, looking towards the sea. I can see the dark line of water from the window, and I wonder sometimes to think that it is the same ocean I used to see when I was a child at Yarmouth. It is very lonely, sir, at the top of the house. Mr. and Mrs. Skegg sleep in a little room near the kitchen, you know, sir, and I am quite alone on the top floor." "Skegg told me you had been educated in advance of your position in life, Maria. I should have thought the first effect of a good education would have been to make you superior to any foolish fancies about empty rooms." "Oh, pray, sir, do not think it is any fault in my education. Father took such pains with me. He spared no expense in giving me as good an education as a tradesman's daughter need wish for. And he was a religious man, sir. He did not believe—" Here she paused, with a suppressed shudder. "In the spirits of the dead appearing to the living, since the days of miracles, when the ghost of Samuel appeared to Saul. He never put any foolish ideas into my head, sir. I hadn't a thought of fear when I first lay down to rest in the big lonely room upstairs." "Well, what then?" "But on the very first night," the girl went on, breathlessly, "I felt weighed down in my sleep, as if there were some heavy burden laid upon my chest. It was not a bad dream, but it was a sense of trouble that followed me all through my sleep. And just at daybreak, it begins to be light a little after 6, I woke suddenly, with the cold perspiration pouring down my face, and knew that there was something dreadful in the room." "What do you mean by something dreadful? Did you see anything?" "Not much, sir, but it froze the blood in my veins, and I knew it was this that had been following me and weighing upon me all through my sleep. in the corner, between the fireplace and the wardrobe, I saw a shadow, a dim, shapeless shadow. Produced by an angle of the wardrobe, I dare say. No, sir. I could see the shadow of the wardrobe, distinct and sharp, as if it had been painted on the wall. This shadow was in the corner, a strange, shapeless mass. Or, if it had any shape at all, it seemed—
"What?"
asked Michael, eagerly. The shape of a dead body, hanging against the wall. Michael Bascom grew strangely pale, yet he affected utter incredulity.
"Poor child," he said kindly. "You have been fretting about your father until your nerves are in a weak state, and you are full of fancies. A shadow in the corner, indeed. Why, at daybreak, every corner is full of shadows. My old coat, flung upon a chair, will make you as good a ghost as you need care to see."
"Oh, sir, I have tried to think it is my fancy, but I have had the same burden weighing me down every night. I have seen the same shadow every morning."
"But when broad daylight comes, can you not see what stuff your shadow is made of?"
"No, sir. The shadow goes before it is broad daylight."
"Of course, just like other shadows. Come, get these silly notions out of your head, or you will never do for the workaday world. I could easily speak to Mrs. Skegg and make her give you another room, if I wanted to encourage you in your folly, but that would be about the worst thing I could do for you. Besides, she tells me that all the other rooms on that floor are damp, and, no doubt, if she shifted you into one of them, you would discover another shadow in another corner, and get rheumatism into the bargain. No, my good girl, you must try to prove yourself the better for a superior education."
"I will do my best, sir," Maria answered meekly, dropping a curtsy. Maria went back to the kitchen, sorely depressed. It was a dreary life she led at Wildheath Grange, dreary by day, awful by night, for the vague burden and the shapeless shadow, which seemed so slight a matter to the elderly scholar, were unspeakably terrible to her. Nobody had told her that the house was haunted, yet she walked about those echoing passages, wrapped round with a cloud of fear. She had no pity from Daniel Skegg and his wife. Those two pious souls had made up their minds that the character of the house should be upheld, so far as Maria went. To her, as a foreigner, the Grange should be maintained to be an immaculate dwelling, tainted by no sulphurous blast from the underworld. A willing, biddable girl had become a necessary element in the existence of Mrs. Skegg. That girl had been found, and that girl must be kept. Any fancies of a supernatural character must be put down with a high hand.
"Ghosts, indeed," cried the amiable Skegg. "Read your Bible, Maria, and don't talk no more about ghosts."
"There are ghosts in the Bible," said Maria, with a shiver at the recollection of certain awful passages in the Scripture she knew so well.
"They was in their right place, or they wouldn't have been there," retorted Mrs. Skegg. "You ain't a-going to pick holes in your Bible, I hope, Maria, at your time of life."
Maria sat down quietly in her corner by the kitchen fire, and turned over the leaves of her dead father's Bible, till she came to the chapters they two had loved best, and oftenest read together. He had been a simple-minded, straightforward man, the Yarmouth cabinet-maker, a man full of aspirations after good, innately refined, instinctively religious. He and his motherless girl had spent their lives alone together, in the neat little home which Maria had so soon learnt to cherish and beautify, and they had loved each other with an almost romantic love. They had had the same tastes, the same ideas. Very little had sufficed to make them happy. But
inexorable death parted father and daughter, in one of those sharp, sudden partings which are like the shock of an earthquake, instantaneous ruin, desolation, and despair. Maria's fragile form had bent before the tempest. She had lived through a trouble that might have crushed a stronger nature. Her deep religious convictions, and her belief that this cruel parting would not be forever, had sustained her. She faced life and its cares and duties with a gentle patience which was the noblest form of courage. Michael Bascom told himself that the servant girl's foolish fancy about the room that had been given her was not a matter of serious consideration. Yet the idea dwelt in his mind unpleasantly, and disturbed him at his labours. The exact sciences require the complete power of a man's brain, his utmost attention, and on this particular evening Michael found that he was only giving his work a part of his attention. The girl's pale face, the girl's tremulous tones, thrust themselves into the foreground of his thoughts. He closed his book with a fretful sigh, wheeled his large armchair round the fire, and gave himself up to contemplation. To attempt study with so disturbed a mind was useless. It was a dull, grey evening, early in November. The student's reading lamp was lighted, but the shutters were not yet shut, nor the curtains drawn. He could see the leaden sky outside his windows, the fir tree tops tossing in the angry wind. He could hear the wintry blast whistling amidst the gables, before it rushed off seaward with a savage howl that sounded like a war whoop. Michael Bascom shivered and drew nearer the fire. "It's childish, foolish nonsense," he said to himself. "Yet it's strange she should have that fancy about the shadow, for they say Anthony Bascom destroyed himself in that room. I remember hearing it when I was a boy, from an old servant whose mother was housekeeper at the great house in Anthony's time. I never heard how he died, poor fellow, whether he poisoned himself, or shot himself, or cut his throat, but I've been told that was the room. Old Skegg has had it too. I could see that by his manner when he told me the girl was to sleep there." He sat for a long time, till the grey of evening outside his study windows changed to the black of night, and the war whoop of the wind died away to a low, complaining murmur. He sat, looking into the fire, and letting his thoughts wander back to the past, and the traditions he had heard in his boyhood. That was a sad, foolish story of his great-uncle, Anthony Bascom. The pitiful story of a wasted fortune and a wasted life, a riotous collegiate career at Cambridge, a racing stable at Newmarket, an imprudent marriage, a dissipated life in London, a runaway wife, an estate forfeited to moneylenders, and then the fatal end. Michael had often heard that dismal story, how, when Anthony Bascom's fair, false wife had left him, when his credit was exhausted, and his friends had grown tired of him, and all was gone except Wildheath Grange, Anthony, the broken-down man of fashion, had come to that lonely house unexpectedly one night, and had ordered his bed to be got ready for him in the room where he used to sleep when he came to the place for the wild duck shooting in his boyhood. His old blunderbuss was still hanging over the mantelpiece, where he had left it when he came into the property, and could afford to buy the newest thing in fowling pieces. He had not been to Wildheath for 15 years. Nay, for a good many of those years he had almost forgotten that the drear old house belonged to him. The woman who had been housekeeper at Bascom Park, till house and lands had passed into the hands of the creditors, was at this time the sole occupant of Wildheath. She cooked some supper for her master, and made him as comfortable as she could,
in the long untenanted dining-room, but she was distressed to find, when she cleared the table after he had gone upstairs to bed, that he had eaten hardly anything. Next morning she got his breakfast ready in the same room, which she managed to make brighter and cheerier than it had looked overnight. Brooms, dusting brushes, and a good fire did much to improve the aspect of things. But the morning wore on to noon, and the old housekeeper listened in vain for her master's footfall on the stairs. Noon waned to late afternoon. She had made no attempt to disturb him, thinking that he had worn himself out by a tedious journey on horseback, and that he was sleeping the sleep of exhaustion. But when the brief November day clouded with the first shadows of twilight, the old woman grew seriously alarmed, and went upstairs to her master's door, where she waited in vain for any reply to her repeated calls and knockings. The door was locked on the inside, and the housekeeper was not strong enough to break it open. She rushed downstairs again, full of fear, and ran bareheaded out into the lonely road. There was no habitation nearer than the turnpike on the old coach road, from which this side road branched off to the sea. There was scanty hope of a chance passer-by. The old woman ran along the road, hardly knowing whither she was going or what she was going to do, but with a vague idea that she must get somebody to help her. Chance favoured her. A cart, laden with seaweed, came lumbering slowly along from the level line of sands, yonder where the land melted into water. A heavy, lumbering farm labourer walked beside the cart. "For God's sake, come in and burst open my master's door," she entreated, seizing the man by the arm. "He's lying dead or in a fit, and I can't get to help him." "All right, missus," answered the man, as if such an invitation were a matter of daily occurrence. "Whoa, Dobbin, stand still, hoss, and be dong to thee." Dobbin was glad enough to be brought to anchor on the patch of waste grass in front of the Grange garden. His master followed the housekeeper upstairs, and shattered the old-fashioned box-lock with one blow of his ponderous fist. The old woman's worst fear was realized. Anthony Bascombe was dead. But the mode and manner of his death Michael had never been able to learn. The housekeeper's daughter, who told him the story, was an old woman when he was a boy. She had only shaken her head, and looked unutterable things when he questioned her too closely. She had never even admitted that the old squire had committed suicide. Yet the tradition of his self-destruction was rooted in the minds of the natives of Holcroft, and there was a settled belief that his ghost, at certain times and seasons, haunted Wildheath Grange. Now, Michael Bascombe was a stern materialist. For him, the universe, with all its inhabitants, was a great machine, governed by inexorable laws. To such a man, the idea of a ghost was simply absurd. As absurd as the assertion that 2 and 2 make 5, or that a circle can be formed of a straight line. Yet he had a kind of dilettante interest in the idea of a mind which could believe in ghosts. The subject offered an amusing psychological study. This poor little pale girl, now, had evidently got some supernatural terror into her head, which could only be conquered by rational treatment. "I know what I ought to do," Michael Bascombe said to himself suddenly. "I'll occupy that room myself tonight, and demonstrate to this foolish girl that her notion about the shadow is nothing more than a silly fancy, bred of timidity and low spirits. An ounce of proof is better than a pound of argument. If I can prove to her that I have spent a night in the room and seen no such shadow, she will understand what an idle thing superstition is." Daniel came in presently to shut the shutters. "Tell your wife to make up my bed in the room where Maria has been sleeping, and to put her into one of the rooms on the first floor for tonight, Skegg."
said Mr. Bascom. "Sir?" Mr. Bascom repeated his order. "That silly wench has been complaining to you about her room," Skegg exclaimed indignantly. "She doesn't deserve to be well fed and cared for in a comfortable home. She ought to go to the workhouse." "Don't be angry with the poor girl, Skegg. She has taken a foolish fancy into her head, and I want to show her how silly she is," said Mr. Bascom. "And you want to sleep in that room yourself?" said the butler. "Precisely." "Well," mused Skegg, "if he does walk, which I don't believe, he was your own flesh and blood, and I don't suppose he'll do you any hurt." When Daniel Skegg went back to the kitchen, he railed mercilessly at poor Maria, who sat pale and silent in her corner by the hearth, darning old Mrs. Skegg's grey worsted stockings, which were the roughest and harshest armour that ever human foot clothed itself withal. "Was there ever such a whimsical, fine lady like Miss?" demanded Daniel. "To come into a gentleman's house and drive him out of his own bedroom to sleep in an attic, with her nonsenses and vagaries." If this was the result of being educated above one's station, Daniel declared that he was thankful he had never got so far in his schooling as to read words of 2 syllables without spelling. Education might be hanged for him, if this was all it led to. "I am very sorry," faltered Maria, weeping silently over her work. "Indeed, Mr. Skegg, I made no complaint. My master questioned me, and I told him the truth. That was all." "All?" exclaimed Mr. Skegg, irately. "All, indeed. I should think it was enough." Poor Maria held her peace. Her mind, fluttered by Daniel's unkindness, had wandered away from that bleak, big kitchen to the lost home of the past, the snug little parlour where she and her father had sat beside the cosy hearth on such a night as this. She with her smart work-box and her plain sewing, he with the newspaper he loved to read, the petted cat purring on the rug, the kettle singing on the bright brass trivet, the tea-tray pleasantly suggestive of the most comfortable meal in the day. Oh, those happy nights! That dear companionship! Were they really gone forever, leaving nothing behind them but unkindness and servitude? Michael Bascom retired later than usual that night. He was in the habit of sitting at his books long after every other lamp but his own had been extinguished. The Skeggs had subsided into silence and darkness in their drear ground-floor bedchamber. Tonight his studies were of a peculiarly interesting kind, and belonged to the order of recreative reading rather than of hard work. He was deep in the history of that mysterious people who had their dwelling-place in the Swiss lakes, and was much exercised by certain speculations and theories about them. The old 8-day clock on the stairs was striking 2, as Michael slowly ascended, candle in hand, to the hitherto unknown region of the attics. At the top of the staircase he found himself facing a dark, narrow passage which led northwards, a passage that was in itself sufficient to strike terror to a superstitious mind, so black and uncanny did it look. "Poor child," mused Mr. Bascom, thinking of Maria. "This attic floor is rather dreary, and for a young mind prone to fancies—" He had opened the door of the north room by this time, and stood looking about him. It was a large room, with a ceiling that sloped on one side, but was fairly lofty upon the other. An old-fashioned room, full of old-fashioned furniture, big, ponderous, clumsy, associated with a day that was gone and people that were dead. A walnut-wood wardrobe stared him in the face, a wardrobe with brass handles, which gleamed out of the darkness like diabolical eyes. There was a tall 4-post bedstead,
which had been cut down on one side to accommodate the slope of the ceiling, and which had a misshapen and deformed aspect in consequence. There was an old mahogany bureau that smelt of secrets. There were some heavy old chairs with rush bottoms, mouldy with age and much worn. There was a corner washstand with a big basin and a small jug, the odds and ends of past years. Carpet there was none, save a narrow strip beside the bed. "It is a dismal room," mused Michael, with the same touch of pity for Maria's weakness which he had felt on the landing just now. To him it mattered nothing where he slept, but having let himself down to a lower level by his interest in the Swiss lake people, he was in a manner humanized by the lightness of his evening's reading, and was even inclined to compassionate the weaknesses of a foolish girl. He went to bed, determined to sleep his soundest. The bed was comfortable, well supplied with blankets, rather luxurious than otherwise, and the scholar had that agreeable sense of fatigue which promises profound and restful slumber. He dropped off to sleep quickly, but woke with a start 10 minutes afterwards. What was this consciousness of a burden of care that had awakened him? This sense of all-pervading trouble that weighed upon his spirits and oppressed his heart? This icy horror of some terrible crisis in life through which he must inevitably pass? To him, these feelings were as novel as they were painful. His life had flowed on with smooth and sluggish tide, unbroken by so much as a ripple of sorrow. Yet tonight he felt all the pangs of unavailing remorse, the agonizing memory of a life wasted, the stings of humiliation and disgrace, shame, ruin, a hideous death, which he had doomed himself to die by his own hand. These were the horrors that pressed him round and weighed him down as he lay in Anthony Bascom's room. Yes, even he, the man who could recognize nothing in nature, or in nature's God, better or higher than an irresponsible and invariable machine governed by mechanical laws, was fain to admit that here he found himself face to face with a psychological mystery. This trouble, which came between him and sleep, was the trouble that had pursued Anthony Bascom on the last night of his life. So had the suicide felt, as he lay in that lonely room, perhaps striving to rest his wearied brain with one last earthly sleep, before he passed to the unknown, intermediate land, where all is darkness and slumber. And that troubled mind had haunted the room ever since. It was not the ghost of the man's body that returned to the spot where he had suffered and perished, but the ghost of his mind, his very self. No meaningless simulacrum of the clothes he wore, and the figure that filled them. Michael Bascom was not the man to abandon his high ground of sceptical philosophy without a struggle. He tried his hardest to conquer this oppression that weighed upon mind and sense. Again and again he succeeded in composing himself to sleep, but only to wake again and again to the same torturing thoughts, the same remorse, the same despair. So the night passed in unutterable weariness. For though he told himself that the trouble was not his trouble, that there was no reality in the burden, no reason for the remorse, these vivid fancies were as painful as realities, and took as strong a hold upon him. The first streak of light crept in at the window, dim and cold and grey. Then came twilight, and he looked at the corner, between the wardrobe and the door.
Yes. There was the shadow. Not the shadow of the wardrobe only. That was clear enough. But a vague and shapeless something which darkened the dull brown wall. So faint, so shadowy, that he could form no conjecture as to its nature, or the thing it represented. He determined to watch this shadow till broad daylight, but the weariness of the night had exhausted him, and before the first dimness of dawn had passed away, he had fallen fast asleep, and was tasting the blessed balm of undisturbed slumber. When he woke, the winter sun was shining in at the lattice, and the room had lost its gloomy aspect. It looked old-fashioned and grey, and brown, and shabby, but the depth of its gloom had fled with the shadows and the darkness of night. Mr. Bascom rose, refreshed by a sound sleep, which had lasted nearly 3 hours. He remembered the wretched feelings which had gone before that renovating slumber, but he recalled his strange sensations only to despise them, and he despised himself for having attached any importance to them. "Indigestion, very likely," he told himself, "or perhaps mere fancy, engendered of that foolish girl's story. The wisest of us is more under the dominion of imagination than he would care to confess. Well, Maria shall not sleep in this room any more. There is no particular reason why she should, and she shall not be made unhappy to please old Skegg and his wife." When he had dressed himself in his usual leisurely way, Mr. Bascom walked up to the corner where he had seen, or imagined, the shadow, and examined the spot carefully. At first sight, he could discover nothing of a mysterious character. There was no door in the papered wall, no trace of a door that had been there in the past. There was no trapdoor in the worm-eaten boards. There was no dark, ineradicable stain to hint at murder. There was not the faintest suggestion of a secret or a mystery. He looked up at the ceiling. That was sound enough, save for a dirty patch here and there, where the rain had blistered it. Yes, there was something. An insignificant thing, yet with a suggestion of grimness which startled him. About a foot below the ceiling, he saw a large iron hook projecting from the wall, just above the spot where he had seen the shadow of a vaguely defined form. He mounted on a chair, the better to examine this hook, and to understand, if he could, the purpose for which it had been put there. It was old and rusty. It must have been there for many years. Who could have placed it there, and why? It was not the kind of hook upon which one would hang a picture or one's garments. It was placed in an obscure corner. Had Anthony Bascom put it there on the night he died? Or did he find it there, ready for a fatal use? "If I were a superstitious man," thought Michael, "I should be inclined to believe that Anthony Bascom hung himself from that rusty old hook." "Sleep well, sir?" asked Daniel, as he waited upon his master at breakfast. "Admirably," answered Michael, determined not to gratify the man's curiosity. He had always resented the idea that Wildheath Grange was haunted. "Oh, indeed, sir. You were so late that I fancied—" "Late, yes. I slept so well that I overshot my usual hour for waking. But, by the way, Skegg, as that poor girl objects to the room, let her sleep somewhere else. It can't make any difference to us, and it may make some difference to her." Muttered Daniel, in his grumpy way. "You didn't see anything queer up there, did you?" "See anything? Of course not." Well, then, why should she see things? It's all her silly fiddle-faddle. Never mind. Let her sleep in another room. There ain't another room on the top floor that's dry. Then let her sleep on the floor below. She creeps about quietly enough, poor little timid thing. She won't disturb me." Daniel grunted, and his master understood the grunt to mean obedient assent. But here Mr. Bascom was unhappily mistaken. The proverbial obstinacy of the pig family is as nothing compared with the obstinacy of a cross-grained old man, whose narrow mind has never been illuminated by education. Daniel was beginning to feel jealous of his master's compassionate interest in the orphan girl. She was a sort of gentle, clinging thing that might creep into an elderly bachelor's heart unawares, and make herself a comfortable nest there. "We shall have fine carryings on, and me and my old woman will be nowhere if I don't put down my heel pretty strong upon this nonsense," Daniel muttered to himself as he carried the breakfast tray to the pantry. Maria met him in the passage. "Well, Mr. Skegg, what did my master say?" she asked breathlessly. "Did he see anything strange in the room?" "No, girl. What should he see? He said you were a fool." "Nothing disturbed him? And he slept there peacefully?" faltered Maria. "Never slept better in his life. Now don't you begin to feel ashamed of yourself?" "Yes," she answered meekly. "I am ashamed of being so full of fancies. I will go back to my room tonight, Mr. Skegg, if you like, and I will never complain of it again." "I hope you won't," snapped Skegg. "You've given us trouble enough already." Maria sighed, and went about her work in saddest silence. The day wore slowly on, like all other days in that lifeless old house. The scholar sat in his study. Maria moved softly from room to room, sweeping and dusting in the cheerless solitude. The midday sun faded into the grey of afternoon, and evening came down like a blight upon the dull old house. Throughout that day, Maria and her master never met. Anyone who had been so far interested in the girl as to observe her appearance would have seen that she was unusually pale, and that her eyes had a resolute look, as of one who was resolved to face a painful ordeal. She ate hardly anything all day. She was curiously silent. Skegg and his wife put down both these symptoms to temper. "She won't eat, and she won't talk," said Daniel to the partner of his joys. "That means sulkiness, and I never allowed sulkiness to master me when I was a young man, and you tried it on as a young woman, and I'm not going to be conquered by sulkiness in my old age." Bedtime came, and Maria bade the Skeggs a civil good night, and went up to her lonely garret without a murmur. The next morning came, and Mrs. Skegg looked in vain for her patient handmaiden when she wanted Maria's services in preparing the breakfast. "The wench sleeps sound enough this morning," said the old woman. "Go and call her, Daniel. My poor legs can't stand them stairs." "Your poor legs are getting uncommon useless," muttered Daniel testily, as he went to do his wife's behest. He knocked at the door and called Maria, once, twice, thrice, many times, but there was no reply. He tried the door and found it locked. He shook the door violently, cold with fear. Then he told himself that the girl had played him a trick. She had stolen away before daybreak and left the door locked to frighten him. But no, this could not be, for he could see the key in the lock when he knelt down and put his eye to the keyhole. The key prevented his seeing into the room. "She's in there, laughing in her sleeve at me," he told himself, "but I'll soon be even with her." There was a heavy bar on the staircase, which was intended to secure the shutters of the window that lighted the stairs. It was a detached bar, and always stood in a corner near the window, which it was but rarely employed to fasten. Daniel ran down to the landing and seized upon this massive iron bar, and then ran back to the garret door. One blow from the heavy bar shattered the old lock, which was the same lock the carter had broken with his strong fist 70 years before. The door flew open, and Daniel went into the attic which he had chosen for the stranger's bedchamber. Maria was hanging from the hook in the wall. She had contrived to cover her face decently with her handkerchief. She had hanged herself deliberately about an hour before Daniel found her, in the early grey of morning. The doctor, who was summoned from Holcroft, was able to declare the time at which she had slain herself, but there was no one who could say what sudden access of terror had impelled her to the desperate act, or under what slow torture of nervous apprehension her mind had given way. The coroner's jury returned the customary merciful verdict of temporary insanity. The girl's melancholy fate darkened the rest of Michael Bascom's life. He fled from Wildheath Grange as from an accursed spot, and from the Skeggs as from the murderers of a harmless, innocent girl. He ended his days at Oxford, where he found the society of congenial minds, and the books he loved. But the memory of Maria's sad face and sadder death was his abiding sorrow. Out of that deep shadow his soul was never lifted.
You've been listening to a bite-sized audiobook, read by me, Simon Stanhope. If you enjoy these stories and would like to help me to keep producing new content, you can find links in the video description to my Patreon page, or to buy me a coffee. Another way to support me is through my Bandcamp page, bitesizedaudio.bandcamp.com, where you can hear my narrations of many more classic short stories, as well as purchase and download them to keep. This recording is copyright Bitesized Audio 2024. Thank you for listening.